Chapter 768. Crack. However, as soon as the quintessential saint unleashed his destructive attack, a deafening clap of thunder resounded from the nine heavens. It sounded like the wrath of a god. The quintessential saint suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He was in extreme danger. Everyone was shocked, and they all raised their heads to look. They all saw a bolt of annihilation, lightning, surrounded by purple light, suddenly descend from the clear sky. It struck the quintessential saint with great precision. Oh no! The quintessential saint's face turned pale. He couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. As a member of the Dark Thunder clan, he was well versed in the way of lightning. He could feel true death from the purple lightning. Immediately, he used his divine ability and secret technique and flashed several hundred miles away like a ghost. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than the lightning. In the next moment, a violent explosion resounded. The quintessential saint let out a cry of despair before his soul was scattered and turned into ashes. What's going on? Lightning struck from the sky and killed Elder Hongzhan? Why? Could it have something to do with that junior? It can't be. He's just a calamity realm cultivator. How could he summon such destructive lightning? That scene sent chills down the spines of the Dark Thunder clan, the Divine Fire clan, and the other clans in the Void Zone, who were watching from afar. The inexplicable lightning struck fear into even the quintessential saint realm experts of the older generation. Of course, there were also people who suspected that the purple lightning was summoned by Qin Yu. Jiao Zhengtian and Jiao Junhua's faces were pale. Their bodies trembled as fear filled their hearts. Others only suspected that the lightning had something to do with Qin Yu, but they were very certain. This was because they had seen Qin Yu casually cast a lightning divine ability when they joined forces with Qin Yu in the Holy World. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Annihilation Lightning, it was definitely not a coincidence. It's not over yet. Looking at the members of the Dark Thunder clan, who were looking at him with fear and bewilderment, Qin Yu revealed a faint smile. The karmic power of the curse would not only affect the Sky Saint Realm Elders, but everyone present would also be affected. Rumble! Sure enough, before Qin Yu's voice sounded, rolling dark black thunderclouds crazily gathered. Streaks of purple lightning rolled in the thunderclouds like electric pythons and thunder dragons, exuding an unparalleled divine power. The other members of the Dark Thunder clan all paled in fright. However, with the Heavenly Saint Stage Elder as an example, they did not flee in all directions. Instead, they summoned their secret treasures and formed an ancient battle array. They worked together to defend against the destructive divine lightning. As for the other Void Domain experts, they all scattered. It was clear that for some unknown reason, the purple-colored tribulation lightning had targeted the Dark Thunder clan. They did not wish to be swept into it. Elder, it must be that brat's doing. At this moment, the younger generation of the Dark Thunder clan, who had long suspected that it was Qin Yu's doing, stared at Qin Yu with burning, killing intent. Everything had started when the Sky Saint Stage Elder had attacked Qin Yu. No matter how they looked at it, it had to have something to do with Qin Yu. Let's get through this tribulation first. The Dark Thunder clan's elders were not in the mood to deal with Qin Yu at all. They watched the destructive lightning tribulation with incomparably grim expressions. Rumble! Immediately after, the purple lightning that filled the sky suddenly descended from the nine heavens like a torrent. That terrifying might shook the mountains and caused all living things to tremble in fear. By the time the purple lightning dissipated, the members of the Dark Thunder clan, who had formed a defensive formation, were nowhere to be seen. They had all perished. This made the expressions of the Void Domain experts, who had witnessed it with their own eyes, change drastically. Even now, They didn't know why such a destructive lightning tribulation would suddenly descend and target the Dark Thunder clan. Could it be that it was truly only because he had attacked Chinyu? Chinyu wasn't surprised at all. In other words, the Sky Saint Stage Elder had only been affected by it. If he had been directly affected by the power of the curse, it wouldn't have just been a small disaster like this. Instead, the entire Dark Thunder clan would have been affected. It might even have been wiped out. It would have been just like the sky demons who had been affected and had been forced to sacrifice themselves. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go. After the Dark Thunder clan was wiped out, Qinyu's figure flashed and appeared in front of the two trembling Jiao Xingtian. Qinyu did not show the slightest bit of mercy to these two traitors. He directly killed them. With his current cultivation base, it was easy for him to deal with a mid-calamity stage cultivator. It's your turn now. Then, Qinyu looked at the Divine Flame clan members, who were still in shock and confusion, and flew toward them. Let's go. The Divine Flame clan members didn't hesitate. They didn't want Qinyu to come close at all. They immediately flew away. They didn't want to end up like the people of the Dark Thunder clan and die for no reason. Qinyu felt a little regretful. It seemed that the curse on him would take some time to dissipate. Although he had the Great Fate Technique's remnant scroll to resist it, the curse karma was still winding around his body the entire time. Qinyu had an uneasy feeling. There's something strange about this kid. Let's go. Could it be that he's possessed by the legendary god of misfortune? Who knows? In any case, don't provoke him. Seeing Qinyu looking at them, the Void Domain experts who had wanted to watch a good show immediately dispersed. Looking at the empty teleportation space, Qinyu didn't linger. He flew away. Qinyu had two goals. The first was to go to the Palace of Gods of War and pass on the inheritance Zhan Wuji had given him to his descendants. The second was to find Dragon's mausoleum and use the dragons to improve his cultivation base. It had been some time since he had left the Heaven Realm. His cultivation base had just entered the Calamity stage. Qinyu felt that this cultivation speed was too slow. He had to hurry and find the dragons. If he couldn't find Dragon's mausoleum, Qinyu would have to take the risk and sneak back to the Fire Realm to take the dragons from the Fire God Palace as an ancestral demon. Of course, before going to the Palace of Gods of War, Qinyu decided to go to the place's dragon's mausoleum was mentioned by Zhan Wuji. As for the reason, it was naturally because he wanted to dissipate the curse on him before going to the Palace of Gods of War. Otherwise, those who came in contact with him in the future would be affected by the curse and suffer natural disasters. According to the information Qinyu had gathered, the Void Domain was divided into 7 provinces, each of which was vast and boundless with billions of living beings. The place they were now in was called the Ancient Province. The overlords of the Ancient Province were the Dark Thunder race, the Divine Flame race, the Three-Eyed race, and other ancient races. As for the Palace of Gods of War, it was in the Shangzhou Province, which was at the center of the Void Domain. The place Qinyu was going to was a forbidden area in the Ancient Province, where Dragon's mausoleum had appeared. While traveling, Qinyu also went to the Dark Thunder race's territory. After making a few rounds, he left after causing chaos in the Dark Thunder race's territory. Chapter 769. That mysterious and unfathomable curse power caused all the influences in Ancient Province to keep Qinyu at a respectful distance. In just a few days, his portrait rapidly spread throughout the Ancient Province. He was like a god of plague. Wherever he went, people and animals fled. Even a colossus like the Dark Thunder clan vomited blood because of him. How could an ordinary influence dare to provoke him? Qinyu smoothly arrived at the forbidden land of Ancient Province. This was a barren land with a deathly aura. There wasn't the slightest bit of life. Even the sky was dark, making one feel stifled. It was rumored that this forbidden land had ominous life forms. Anyone who entered would inexplicably die in a horrifying manner. After Chinyu stepped in, he did indeed sense several terrifying auras that made his hair stand on end. But then a strange scene occurred. After those terrifying auras sensed him approaching, they fled into the depths of the forbidden land, not daring to come out. Qin, you didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that the curse karma on his body was even more ominous than those so-called ominous life forms. In this forbidden land of death, after carefully probing with the war dragon coiling dragon and the dragon god ancient seal, he didn't sense any dragon race aura. This disappointed Chinyu. It seemed that the mysterious dragon tomb didn't exist in ancient province. Qin, you didn't stay in ancient province for long. He headed to the next place where the dragon tomb appeared. Qin, you didn't use a transmission array. Like an ascetic monk, he traveled on foot. He had traversed endless deserts, traversed deep mountains and forests, encountered ferocious and domineering great demons, and cultivated in secluded paradises that were hard to find. Half a year's time had passed in the midst of Qinyu's journey. In this half a year, Qinyu obtained several lucky chances. He refined tens of thousands of spirit medicines, and his cultivation rose greatly. He had already stepped into the middle heavenly disaster realm. More importantly, the curse karma on Qinyu's body had finally dissipated. The only pity was that the few places that Qinyu went to did not have any traces of the mysterious dragon tomb. This made Qinyu a little disappointed. Therefore, Qinyu didn't hesitate to head to the Void Domain's sacred continent after the karma of the curse dissipated. He planned to complete Zhang Wuji's request and search for Dragon Tomb. In the northernmost part of the Holy Continent, in the Void Domain, in front of a mountain range that was quite barren of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Are you sure this is the Palace of Ares? The dragon soul, which had been cultivating in the dragon god ancient seal, looked at the somewhat dilapidated palace at the top of the mountain range. Then, it gave Qinyu a strange look. According to Zhang Wuji's information, the Palace of Gods of War was the top overlord of the Void Zone. They had the unparalleled battle prowess to conquer the Void Zone and even the Great Spirit World. Even though the strength of the Palace of Gods of Battle would drop significantly after Zhang Wuji's departure, it had only been 400 years. With the Palace of Gods of War's foundation, it shouldn't have weakened so quickly, right? We'll know once we ask. Qin Yu was also somewhat surprised as he stepped into the mountain range. The restrictions and formations that covered the mountain range made Qinyu and Xiao Chun feel even more strange. Wasn't this precaution a little too much? Could it be that someone was about to invade? Whoosh! Just as they were halfway up the mountain, a flickering spiritual rune with a terrifying, destructive aura suddenly shot over. The light was extremely fast and didn't leave the slightest ripple in the air. Even a sky saint might not be able to avoid it. Freeze. Qinyu's expression changed slightly. Although the light was fast, it wasn't very powerful. As his heavenly origin energy swept out, the light shattered. It was a sharp arrow. After it shattered, it turned into specks of light and dissipated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shattering of that sharp arrow seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism. Arrows filled the sky and covering the earth. At a glance, it was impossible to tell how many there were. Dragon Soul, go and capture them. Qinyu waved his sleeve, and his heavenly origin energy surged. It turned into a thick and majestic shield, blocking all the light dots that were shooting over. In order to avoid accidental injuries, Qinyu didn't counterattack. Right now, it was better to figure out the situation first. The dragon soul nodded slightly. The space around it shook, and the space-time energy spread out as it disappeared. In the next moment, several exclamations came from the mountain range in the distance. Seeing that the dragon soul had succeeded, Qinyu roared, and the heavenly origin energy shield exploded, turning into a terrifying shockwave that swept out. The sharp arrows that covered the sky and covered the earth were all shattered, turning into powder and dissipating. Qinyu leaped up and rushed towards the dragon soul's location. In the ancient forest, a few hundred meters away from Qinyu, the dragon soul was surrounded by people. Killing intent filled the air, and the atmosphere was tense. However, those people didn't dare to attack because the dragon soul had two hostages in its hands. One was a man, and the other was a woman. Both of them were quite young. Let them go, or don't blame us for being impolite. A man in heavy armor shouted coldly. The halberd in his hand flickered with the cold light of a forbidden technique. It had an extremely strong killing intent and was stained with the blood of countless creatures. Although his aura was fierce, his cultivation base was only at the celestial venerable realm. Such strength was completely at the bottom of the Shengzhou continent, which was the center of the void domain. Even those young void domain experts who participated in the trial of the saint's world had extraordinary battle strength that could rival celestial venerables. And this halberd-wielding man's cultivation base was the strongest among these people. Don't be nervous. We don't mean any harm. We were just asked to come and visit. The dragon soul was somewhat helpless. If it weren't for the fact that it was afraid that these people would attack indiscriminately with their strength, it wouldn't need any hostages at all. It, who had comprehended space-time abilities, had no difficulty fighting celestial venerables. If it went all out, even sky saints were nothing to be afraid of. Who are you? Seeing the dragon soul's appearance, the halberd-wielding man still asked vigilantly. He could tell that the dragon soul didn't have any killing intent towards them. Otherwise, with its mysterious space-time abilities, they wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Before that, I'd like to know if this place is really the Palace of War. Is it the Palace of War that once ruled the void domain? Qinyu, who had just arrived, stood on a tree branch and looked down at the halberd-wielding man and the others. Why are you asking when you already know the answer? Are you trying to humiliate us? These words made the halberd-wielding man's eyelids twitch, and his expression turned unsightly. The others also glared angrily, as if they had been insulted. It seems that we've come to the right place. Qinyu jumped down from the tree and motioned for the dragon soul to release the two. Why are you here? The halberd-wielding man quickly shielded the two behind him, but didn't let his guard down. We were asked to come by your war race's patriarch. Qinyu said indifferently. Asked to come by the patriarch? You. The halberd-wielding man's expression froze in disbelief. The other members of the war race were also shocked, speechless. Chapter 770. Upon hearing Qinyu's words, Zhang Jianghai's train of thought seemed to stop. It had been hundreds of years since the war race's patriarch had disappeared. No one had mentioned him. All the experts in the void domain, including the war race, thought that the war race's patriarch had passed away in order to break through to a higher level. After all, apart from this possibility, there was no other possibility for the war race's patriarch to disappear for hundreds of years. However now, this Qinyu and Li Qia, who had suddenly appeared, actually said that they had received a request from the war clan's ancestor. Subconsciously, Zhang Jianghai thought that Qinyu was lying. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was unlikely. With Qinyu and the war race's strength, there was no need for them to tell such a lie that could be easily seen through. Who's in charge of the war race now? Take me to him. Qinyu did not bother to talk nonsense. He activated the inheritance light sphere that Zhang Wuji had given him, and a unique fluctuation spread out. Everyone from the war race present was shaken to the core. Their bloodline boiled, and they vaguely felt a strong connection with Qinyu. This made Zhang Jianghai and the others even more shocked. The unique fluctuation on Qinyu's body was the origin fluctuation of their war race's bloodline. In other words, Qinyu had their war race's origin bloodline. At this point, no matter how much Zhang Jianghai doubted it, he could only believe that Qinyu and the war race's patriarch had something to do with them. Still doubtful and on guard, Zhang Jianghai led Qinyu and the war race to the God of War palace. Along the way, they saw many collapsed palaces, destroyed ancient trees, deep holes in the ground, and the faint smell of blood in the air. Qinyu and the dragon soul exchanged glances. It seemed that the God of War palace had just gone through a massacre. No wonder their reaction was so intense, and they attacked directly without saying anything. The others from the God of War palace found it strange that Zhang Jianghai had brought back two strangers. When they found out from the war clansmen that Qinyu and Qin Yu might be related to their old ancestor that had disappeared for several hundred years, the entire war clan burst into an uproar and began to discuss heatedly. At this moment, in the main hall of the Palace of Gods of War, more than 10 figures sat facing each other. The atmosphere was heavy. Their cultivation bases were all at the quintessential saint realm. On the main seat was an old man with white hair and a white beard. There were 3 blade scars on the left side of his face. He was a heavenly god. These people were the core elders of the war tribe. The white-haired elder was the leader of the war tribe, Zhan Wuqiong. However, the auras of Zhan Wuqiong and the others were a little messy, as if they were injured. Patriarch, the ancient Han sex invasion, must be controlled by them. It's only been less than 100 years, yet they're already so impatient to attack us. That's normal. After all, only by annihilating us would they be able to smoothly inherit the ancestors' inheritance. The problem is, with their strength, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's easy for them to annihilate us. Why do they have to be so sneaky? They must be plotting something. We have to be prepared in advance. Do we really have to abandon our ancestral land? The quintessential saint realm elders discussed among themselves. The atmosphere was getting heavier. Although they knew who was targeting them secretly, there was nothing they could do. This feeling of helplessness made them feel sullen. Back when the old ancestor was still alive, countless experts from all over the Void Zone had submitted to him. How glorious was that? Unfortunately, after the old ancestor's disappearance, their bloodline was somehow sealed, and their cultivation base fell sharply. The war race had completely fallen. If we lose our ancestral land, we can still take it back when the later generations become stronger. However, if we're annihilated, there's no hope at all. Zhan Wuqiong said in a deep voice, interrupting the discussion in the hall. The quintessential saint realm elders fell silent when they heard his words. Although they were unwilling, they had to admit that Zhan Wuqiong's decision was right. Patriarch, Zhan Jianghai has brought people to see you. They say it's urgent. At this moment, a heavenly venerate knocked on the door and reported respectfully, "Let them in." Zhan Wuqiong nodded slightly. Before long, Zhan Jianghai brought Qinyu and the dragon soul into the main hall. This aura. However, the moment they stepped into the main hall, Qinyu and the dragon soul's expressions brightened. They couldn't help but exchange glances with each other, their eyes shining brightly. "Jianghai, what's going on with these 2 brats?" A quintessential saint realm elder asked as he sized up Qinyu and the dragon soul. They were unfamiliar faces that they had never seen before. They weren't from the war race. At such a critical moment, Zhan Jianghai wouldn't bring 2 strangers here for no reason. Patriarch, elders, these 2 people said that the old ancestor asked them to come. Zhan Jianghai quickly replied, "What? The old ancestor asked them to come? What are you talking about? The elders of the war race reacted the same way as Zhang Jianghai and the others. They were all shocked. Qin Yu recovered from the shock and looked at Zhang Wuqiong and the rest of the war race's remaining forces in silence. Zhang Wuji had risked his life to suppress the demons for the sake of the people in the Void Zone, but in the end, his descendants had fallen to such a state. If Zhang Wuji knew about this, who knew how he would react? "Shut up, all of you!" At this moment, a fierce shout rang out, and the main hall fell silent. It was Zhang Wuqiong who had spoken. "Jianghai, what's going on?" Although Zhang Wuqiong asked Jianghai, his gaze was fixed on Qin Yu and the dragon soul. Facing a heavenly god and a dozen quintessential saints, Qin Yu and the dragon soul's expressions didn't change at all. Zhang Wuqiong's eyes narrowed as a strange light flickered in them. Qin Yu and the dragon soul's fearlessness meant that they weren't ordinary people. "Patriarch, it's like this." They suddenly came here, saying that the old ancestor asked them to. Moreover, they do have fluctuations of power that resonate with our war race's bloodline. Zhang Jianghai said, his eyes filled with shock. If it weren't for the fluctuations of power that resonated with their bloodline on Qin Yu, Zhang Jianghai wouldn't have brought Qin Yu and the dragon soul to the war race's territory. This made the quintessential saint elders even more surprised. They exchanged glances, but no one said a word. "Did the two of you really come here under the old ancestors' request?" The corners of Zhang Wuqiong's eyes twitched as he asked solemnly. He couldn't help but find it strange that Qin Yu and the dragon soul had come with the old ancestors' request in this turbulent time. "It's useless to say more. Take a look for yourselves." Qin Yu smiled. He didn't care about the doubts of Zhang Wuqiong and the others. With a flick of his finger, the glowing sphere of inheritance appeared and floated in front of Zhang Wuqiong and the others. The moment the glowing sphere of inheritance appeared, everyone from the war race, including Zhang Wuqiong, felt excited. Their bodies trembled as they cried tears of joy. Old Ancestor. Chapter 771. It's true. It's the ancestral founder's aura. Zhang Jianghai, the Sky Sage Realm Elders, and Zhang Wuqiong were all extremely excited. Some of them even cried tears of joy. The ripple from the inheritance light ball was connected to their bloodline. It was the ripple of their origin bloodline and could not be faked. "Little brother, this inheritance light ball." Zhang Wuqiong was the first to react. After all, he was a heavenly god. Even so, Zhang Wuqiong's body was still trembling slightly. He could not hide his excitement. Although he did not touch it, Zhang Wuqiong could sense that the inheritance light ball contained a terrifying amount of origin energy. Once the inheritance light ball was unsealed, the bloodline of the entire war tribe would be completely awakened. It was even possible for the war tribe to regain their former glory. After all, the war tribe's downfall was due to the disappearance of their ancestral founder. However, more importantly, their war tribe's bloodline had suddenly become dormant for some reason. For large bloodline tribes like them, when their bloodline was dormant, their battle strength would be reduced by at least 80%. Now, Zhang Wuqiong could sense the aura of their bloodline being awakened from the inheritance light ball. How could he not be excited? "This is the war tribe's inheritance that your ancestral founder had entrusted to me before he passed away." Qin Yu said honestly. The ancestral founder passed away. The people of the war race, who were originally incomparably excited and unable to control themselves, suddenly became deathly silent. This news was even more shocking than the fact that their war tribe's bloodline could be reignited. Although they had guessed it countless times over the past few hundred years, they still found it hard to believe when they heard the news. After all, their ancestral founder was truly invincible. He could even kill gods. What in the world happened? Zhang Wuqiong asked in a deep voice. Qin Yu did not hide anything and told them about Zhan Wuji's attempt to suppress the Sky Demon tribe. Since Zhan Wuji had formed his inheritance, these things should be sealed in the inheritance light ball. Zhan Wuqiong and the others would know about it. Sky Demon tribe, Yin Yang Supreme God, his divine soul self-immolation. I see. So that's why our bloodline power was sealed and disappeared. After hearing the news, Zhan Wuqiong and the others finally understood what was going on. They did not complain about Everlasting War's actions. After all, to a certain extent, Everlasting War had protected them. As the knots in their hearts were untied in the past several hundred years, they all became much more open-minded. Little friend, please forgive us. Please stay for a few more days. Once we've received the inheritance, we'll definitely reward you handsomely. Zhan Wuqiong looked at the inheritance sphere and said solemnly to Qin Yu, if what Qin Yu said was true, then the act of Qin Yu returning the inheritance light sphere was undoubtedly a grace of rebirth to their war clan. Sure. Qin Yu chuckled and didn't refuse. He left the main palace with the dragon soul and settled down in the war race. According to Qin Yu's original plan, they would have left immediately after completing Everlasting Zhan's request. But now, there were some things that they needed to confirm. Gather all the heavenly venerables in the war clan immediately. Those who volunteer can receive the inheritance. After Qin Yu and the dragon soul left, Zhan Wuqiong held the inheritance light sphere and said in a deep voice, although the inheritance light sphere might really contain the old ancestors' inheritance, Zhan Wuqiong didn't want to take the risk given the war clan's current situation. As a precaution, he didn't let the elders above the Sky Sage realm take the risk. Instead, he gathered the second group of heavenly venerables. In that case, even if there were to be some sort of problem, it would not cause any harm to their war clan. The other Sky Sage realm elders didn't rush to accept the inheritance and immediately went to gather the war clan's heavenly venerables. Soon, the first batch of people who volunteered to receive the inheritance went into seclusion. 3 days later, the batch of heavenly venerables came out of seclusion. Their bloodlines were fully awakened, and their cultivations were increasing rapidly. They even received the inheritance left behind by Zhan Wuji. This scene made Zhan Wuqiong and the others overjoyed. They all went to receive the inheritance in batches. In the end, even Zhan Wuqiong went into seclusion to receive the inheritance. After receiving the inheritance, the people of the war clan discovered that the higher their cultivation base, the longer they would be in seclusion to receive the inheritance. The first batch of heavenly venerables had already successfully awakened their bloodlines and came out of seclusion. The others had only just awakened their bloodlines, but their cultivation base had already skyrocketed. The weakest had reached the peak of the heavenly venerate realm, while the strongest had directly stepped into the Sky Sage realm. From this, one could see how terrifying the war clan's bloodline was. As the people of the war clan awakened their bloodlines, one after another, in the center of the Shangzhou continent in the Void Zone, there was a towering divine palace that shone with divine light. There were 3 ancient words above the divine palace. They were simple and ancient and filled with supreme majesty. Those 3 ancient words were none other than the War God Hall. At this moment, in the divine palace, a man wearing a divine robe and a purple gold crown opened his eyes. As he breathed, the yuan qi of heaven and earth rushed into his body like a long dragon. This man looked like he had just entered his middle age, but his cultivation base was monstrous and terrifying. He was like an ancient ferocious beast that contained boundless divine might. Master has returned. The divine-robed man opened his right hand and looked at the ancient seal in his palm that had been silent for hundreds of years and was now trembling slightly. His eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. No, if it's master, the war god seal wouldn't be reacting so weakly. Could it be that someone of the war clan has awakened their bloodline? After a moment of shock, the divine-robed man quickly came to his senses and calmly analyzed. With this thought, a fierce and ruthless look appeared in the divine-robed man's eyes. It seems that the plan has to be brought forward. Immediately, the divine-robed man stood up and left the divine palace. It didn't take long for several figures to silently disappear from the war god hall like ghosts and ghosts. At this moment, in the war god palace at the border of the desolate region, with the awakening of their bloodline power, everyone in the war clan was wild with joy. Over the past few days, Qin Yu and Long Hun, who had been staying in the war clan, hadn't been idle. They had been wandering around the war clan as if they were looking for something. As the war clan and the others' attitudes towards them changed, Qin Yu and Long Hun learned why the war god palace, which used to be the overlord of the void zone, had fallen to such a state. 100 years ago, as the war clan's experts had weakened day by day, the war god palace had fallen into internal strife. Zhan Wuji's second disciple, Nan Gong Backing, had advocated the disappearance of the war clan's bloodline and couldn't lead the war god palace to its peak. After the internal strife, the war god palace had split into two factions, the war god palace led by the war clan and the war god hall led by Nan Gong Backing. Chapter 772. After Nan Gong Backing founded the war god hall, he claimed to be the true successor of the everlasting war god. As a result, a great war broke out. In the end, the war race was defeated. Countless experts died. In the end, they could only retreat to the desolate ancestral land. The war god hall grew stronger day by day. In the end, they occupied the Shengzhou continent, the place with the most abundant resources. After the bloodline of the war race was sealed, and they lost countless experts in the war for supremacy, they could only stay in this desolate place. Although the war race was filled with anger, in this world they were powerless. However, in this world where strength reigned supreme, they could only watch helplessly as the war god temple was gradually recognized by the void domain experts as the orthodox sect of their patriarch. As for the war race, they were about to be forgotten. After learning the truth, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul also learned about the war race's current situation. A while ago, the sects that had invaded the war god temple for no apparent reason were most likely behind the war god temple's actions, just as the rumors had been circulating within the war god tribe. Of course, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul were not interested in the internal strife between the war god palace and the war god hall. The reason they stayed in the war race was because they sensed the aura of the dragon race. Although the aura was vague, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul still sensed it. It should be near the war race's main palace. This was because they suddenly sensed the aura of the dragon race after entering the main palace. However, the strange thing was that even though Qin Yu and Chu Feng tried to indirectly inquire about the dragon clan from the war clan, they were unable to obtain any information regarding the dragon clan. Judging from the expressions of the war race, they shouldn't be lying to them. After all, as more and more war race clansmen awakened their bloodlines, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul were very popular in the war race. There's no mistaking it. There should be a dragon race sealed under the main palace. After making some detailed inquiries, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul returned to the war race's main palace. As Zhan Wuqiong and the other elders went into seclusion, Qin Yu couldn't find the person in charge of the war race. Of course, with Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul's character, they naturally wouldn't just wait there. Without hesitation, Qin Yu took out the earth-burrowing talisman. Following the surging of the earthy yellow gas, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul directly burrowed into the ground. The deeper they went underground, the clearer Qinyu and Mietian could sense the aura fluctuations of the dragons. After going 10,000 kilometers deep underground, Qinyu and Li Wuyo arrived at a huge underground world. Broken walls could be seen everywhere in the underground world. Countless collapsed palaces and buildings could be seen everywhere. At first glance, it was boundless, as if it was an ancient divine nation that had fallen. The entire void was filled with the aura of time left behind by the ancient times. It made one feel as if they were in the ancient times and felt insignificant. However, when they arrived, Qinyu and Li Qia's gazes were focused on a certain place. There was a huge, pitch-black altar that towered into the sky. The altar was octagonal, and there were mysterious talismans carved on it from the mythological era. On the pitch-black altar, there was a huge creature that was pierced and sealed by countless divine chains. It was a pitch-black ancient dragon that was covered in ferocious dragon scales and exuded a mighty dragon aura. The dark demon evil dragon. Qinyu had inherited the legacy of the war dragon immortal king, so he recognized the ancient dragon at a glance. The dark demon evil dragon was a ferocious evil dragon from the mythological era. Even among the dragon race, it was extremely ferocious and powerful. According to the ancient records, during the mythological era, when the gods had proven their Tao, the dark demon evil dragon had hunted down countless gods. However, the dark demon evil dragon was now pierced by countless divine chains and sealed on the ancient altar. Black dragon blood flowed out continuously and merged with the ancient runes on the octagonal altar from the aura of the dark demon evil dragon. Although its cultivation wasn't as terrifying as it had been in the mythological era, it was at least at the heavenly ethereal realm. Even in the Shangzhou continent, where experts were as common as clouds, a heavenly ethereal realm existence was definitely an almighty existence. One could only imagine how terrifying the existence that could seal the dark demon evil dragon in this place was. The aura of dragon blood. Just as Qinyu and the dragon soul were sizing up the dark demon evil dragon, the dark demon evil dragon seemed to have sensed something. Its lake-sized dragon eyes opened, and two beams of pitch-black divine light pierced through the void. Looks like it's not dead yet. Seeing the dark demon evil dragon open its eyes, Qinyu and the dragon soul became even more joyful. A dragon that had fallen and a dragon that was still alive were two completely different meanings. After refining a living dragon race, Qinyu could increase his cultivation to the greatest extent, and his understanding of the dragon race's superpowers would also become clearer. You aren't part of the dragon race, so why do you have such pure dragon race bloodline? The dark demon evil dragon spoke, its voice like thunder, causing the underground ruins to tremble violently. Do you want to live? Qinyu didn't answer. He flew to the ancient pitch-black altar and asked, "What? Do you think I want to live? With your mere calamity realm cultivation, you can trap me in this array again?" The dark demon evil dragon had already seen through Qinyu and the dragon soul's cultivation, although it was surprised and curious about the dragon race bloodline in Qinyu and the dragon soul's body. That was all it was. There was no other reason. Qinyu and the dragon soul's cultivation was too weak. It could burn a calamity realm expert to ashes with a single breath. The evil soul demonic array devours the essence of all things in the world and forms evil soul demonic chi. It can enter a person's body and control their soul. It's an ancient demonic array created by the evil soul demonic emperor in the primordial era. Qinyu said with a faint smile. The dark demon evil dragon's huge dragon eyes suddenly widened. Looking at Qinyu's appearance, could it be that there really was a way to help it escape? "Junior, if you can break this array, I can give you a heaven-defying opportunity. You can rise to the top and even dominate this great world. The dark demon evil dragon struggled as a vast dragon aura surged from its body, causing the void to tremble violently. Junior? Chinyu smiled faintly. He knew that the dark demon evil dragon was different from the primal chaos dragon ancestor he had encountered in the heaven region. If he wanted to subdue the powerful dragon race in the heavenly ethereal realm, he had to use special methods. Before he finished speaking, a vast and immortal divine aura surged from Chinyu's body. That divine aura also contained the invincible dragon aura. It was terrifying. The dark demon evil dragon's eyes, which had been filled with hope and excitement, suddenly turned pale with fright. It was as if the two people in front of it weren't two Calamity Realm experts, but a supreme dragon god from the primordial era who could control all dragons in the world. Submit to me and give me your origin dragon blood. Then I can take you away from here. Chinyu said faintly. His voice was indifferent and majestic. There was no room for doubt. Origin dragon blood. The dark demon evil dragon's expression changed again. For the dragon race, once they lost their origin dragon blood, they would be crippled. Chapter 773. Offering your dragon origin blood will only prove your loyalty. You don't have to worry about your origin being damaged. In fact, you'll become even stronger than before. Chinyu could see the dark demon evil dragon's hesitation, so he spoke in a neither light nor heavy tone. As he spoke, chaos draconic aura spread out behind Chinyu, forming a chaotic world. A primal chaos ancestor, dragon, sat cross-legged in the chaotic world. Golden fire dragons roared, and purple lightning dragons floated, exuding a vast and boundless aura. These dragons are all dragons that have submitted to me. After they offered their dragon origin blood, their dragon bloodline became even stronger. Chinyu spoke again when he saw the dark demon evil dragon staring at the three great dragon races in the primal chaos dragon realm in shock. Who exactly are you? The dark demon evil dragon asked after a long time. He could tell that even though the chaos progenitor dragon and the other two dragon tribes were pitifully weak, the ripples of the dragon bloodline they were emitting were extremely powerful. The chosen one who received the dragon god's inheritance will lead the dragon race to peak immortal in the future. Chinyu's expression is solemn, as if he is serious. In fact, the war dragon immortal king who'd inherited his legacy was an existence that made the entire dragon race tremble. To the dragon race, the war dragon immortal king was even more evil and terrifying than the abyssal demons. The dark demon evil dragon pondered. He was still skeptical of Chinyu's words. After all, Chinyu's conditions were too harsh. He wanted his dragon origin blood. You'd rather have your bloodline completely extracted by this formation until your soul dissipates than take the gamble. Chinyu revealed a cold smile as he pointed out the dark demon evil dragon's situation. No matter how powerful the dark demon evil dragon used to be, it was now a prisoner. If Chinyu didn't act, the dark demon evil dragon would die without a doubt. Although the dark demon evil dragon had concealed itself very well, Chinyu could still sense that the dark demon evil dragon's dragon soul had been suppressed by the pitch-black altar. Once the divine chains on the black altar completely sealed it, the dark demon evil dragon would be refined by the evil soul formation in an instant. At that time, the dark demon evil dragon's soul would be destroyed. The dark demon evil dragon's huge eyes rippled intensely. He was very clear about his own situation. Just as Chinyu had said, if he did not take this gamble, he would definitely die. While the dark demon evil dragon was pondering, Chinyu and the dragon soul's expressions changed slightly. The restrictions they had set up in the divine battle palace had been triggered. Did this mean that an enemy had invaded? Do you choose to believe us, or Do you choose to die here? Think carefully. Qin exchanged a glance with the dragon's soul, then turned to the dark demon evil dragon, and used the Earth Escape Talisman to escape from this underground world. Right now, the upper echelons of the War God Palace were all in seclusion. If an enemy were to invade at this moment, the people of the war race would definitely not be able to fight against them. Although Qin Yu did not possess a deep friendship with the War Clan, with Zhang Wuji present, he could not allow the War Clan to suffer a calamity of extermination. When Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul returned to the battle tribe, the entire battle tribe was tense and solemn. The ancient restrictions that the battle tribe had set up in the mountain range had all been destroyed. Tens of thousands of people appeared in the sky above the mountain range. Those people were all at the heavenly venerate realm. Their cultivation was extremely terrifying. The people leading them were all at the Sky Saint realm. At a glance, there were more than a few hundred of them. In front of those people was a huge ancient war chariot. It was completely golden and seemed to be made of gold. It gave off a dazzling golden light, and its aura was vast and boundless. It carried a supreme killing intent. What was even more shocking was that the golden war chariot was pulled by 7 red fire dragons. The 7 red fire dragons were all at the peak of the heavenly venerate realm. Their ferocious auras were monstrous and filled the sky. There were 3 people on the golden war chariot. Their auras shook the 9 heavens. The pressure was so strong that it made it hard for people to breathe. It was as if 3 ancient gods had descended to the world. It was extremely terrifying. Obviously, the 3 people were at the heavenly god realm. In the entire battle tribe, Zhang Wuqiong was the only heavenly god realm elite. However, the 3 heavenly gods had led hundreds of sky saints and tens of thousands of heavenly venerates to attack the battle tribe. It was clear that they were planning to completely erase the entire war clan. Fortunately, Zhang Wuqiong and the others had left a backup plan before they went into seclusion. A towering ancient formation shrouded the entire battle tribe. The ancient array gave off an ancient aura as if it had existed since the ancient times. It was filled with the supreme fluctuations of time. Young Master Qin, we have finally found you. There are strong enemies invading. The 2 of you should quickly go to the Ancestral Hall. There is a teleportation formation there. You can leave immediately. Qin Yu and Long Han had just appeared when they were found by the people of the battle tribe. Who are those people? Qin Yu and Long Han did not take refuge. Instead, they asked. They are from the ancient demon sacred ground. They usually stay out of our way. Who would have thought that they would suddenly invade without any warning? The person of the battle tribe said with a solemn expression. The people who were invading this time were much more terrifying than the previous time. Even if Zhang Wuqiong came out of seclusion, he would not be able to do anything. The difference between the 2 sides was too big. Young Master Qin, it is too dangerous here. You should leave quickly. The person of the battle tribe was grateful to Qin Yu and Long Han for sending back the inheritance of the old ancestor of the battle tribe. He did not want them to be involved in this life and death situation. You guys are lacking in manpower now. I am skilled in the Tao of formations. I can help you guys. Qin Yu smiled. He began to carefully inspect that ancient divine array that covered the sky and covered the earth. From the ancient array, Qin, you could not only sense the aura of Zhang Wuji, but also the energy ripples of the yin-yang god. Skilled in the Tao of formations. The person of the battle tribe wanted to say something. At this moment, the tens of thousands of cultivators gathered outside the array had already joined forces. There were tens of thousands of heavenly venerables and hundreds of sky sages. The battle strength that they could unleash was terrifying. The boundless heavenly yuan energy was like a tsunami that came crashing down from the sky. Although the ancient array was emitting a bright and ancient divine light, it was still unable to withstand the terrifying killing aura. It started to tremble violently. The shock waves even penetrated the ancient array and affected the people of the battle tribe. Many of the weaker people of the battle tribe were sent flying while vomiting blood. "Let me do it!" Looking at the people of the battle tribe who were in a hurry to activate the array, Qin Yu flew into the sky and took control of the ancient array. The people of the battle tribe were unable to unleash the power of such an array. It was a waste of resources. Chapter 1. Chapter 774. Formation Rise. After controlling the formation, Qin Yu flew into the sky and shouted. The pure, immortal qi in his body turned into vast energy and flowed into the ancient formation. At this moment, the ancient formation was like an ancient, ferocious beast that had just woken up from a deep slumber. It emitted a ferocious aura that shook the heavens and the earth. The moment the divine array was activated, billions of dazzling rays of divine light spread out like a blazing sun that illuminated the 9 heavens. Wherever the divine light passed, the void trembled. Tens of thousands of heavenly venerables and hundreds of quintessential saints joined forces to launch a destructive attack. However, the divine light easily annihilated them and turned them into ashes. Who the hell is he? How can he activate the formation left by our ancestor? The people of the war tribe were shocked and in disbelief when they saw the fully awakened, heaven-battling divine formation. The reason why the war tribe had been hiding in their ancestral land was not only because of the ancestors of the war tribe, but also because of the existence of the heaven-battling divine formation. The formation was set up by Zhang Wuji himself. It was said that if one could comprehend the formation, they would be able to obtain the inheritance left behind by the ancestors of the war tribe. Unfortunately, after the bloodline of the war tribe was sealed, no one from the war tribe was able to control the heaven-battling divine formation. Even Zhang Wuqiong could barely activate the formation to increase his battle strength. However, he could not fully awaken the power of the formation like Qin Yu. He is not from the war tribe. Who is he? The 3 heavenly gods on the golden chariot looked down at the battle from above. When they saw Qin Yu, they raised their eyebrows. Before they came, they already knew the details of the people of the war tribe. However, they did not know anything about Qin Yu. Could it be that Qin Yu was the trump card that the war tribe had been hiding? The power of the formation is terrifying. Even if these juniors can break it, they will have to pay a heavy price. After sizing them up a few times, a man on the left side of the 3 spoke calmly. He wore a purple gold robe and was surrounded by a purple aura. His aura was vast and boundless. It has been so long, but Zhang Wuqiong still hasn't shown himself. It seems like the rumors are true. He is probably trying to break through to the heavenly ethereal realm. I can't wait any longer. On the right side of the 3, the young man who looked to be in his early 20s was wearing blood-red clothes and carrying a huge blood-red sword on his back. His entire body was emitting a dense, bloody stench. He licked his lips and spoke with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. Since that's the case, let's do it. At the center of the 3, the old man with a crown on his head and a dragon robe on his body spoke slowly. His eyes were filled with the aura of an emperor. His voice was like thunder that shook the 9 heavens. Qi La. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red clothed young man took the lead and charged out. As he charged out, the blood-red sword on his back transformed into a ferocious blood-red beast. It leaped into the air, and a murderous aura swept out. Blood Fiend Patriarch. When the people from the war clan saw the crimson-clothed young man who had attacked, their expressions all changed drastically. This blood demon ancestor was someone who possessed an overflowing, ferocious might within a circumference of hundreds of millions of miles. The blood demon ancestor was a blood cultivator, and he used blood to cultivate the evil path. He had killed his way to the heavenly god realm. Wherever he went, there would be a great loss of life, and countless lives would be sacrificed. Even among the heavenly gods of the same level, the blood demon ancestor was one of the top existences. He could even fight against those who were of a higher level than him. He had once fought against a heavenly ethereal realm expert, Chi, the huge blood-red beast that was formed by the blood-red sword rushed to the front of the deity array. It opened its mouth and spat out billions of blood-red sword rays. Each ray was filled with a destructive sword aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Those blood-red sword rays condensed and burst out like a torrential flood. Even a peak heavenly god, realm expert, would lose his life if he faced this attack. Divine treasure? Chinyu's eyes flashed. The blood-red sword was able to release such a destructive divine aura without the help of the blood demon ancestor's cultivation. This was definitely not something a holy treasure could do. In the world of 10 directions, spiritual weapons were divided into spiritual treasures. Holy treasures, divine treasures, and immortal treasures. Immortal treasures were legendary Tao weapons. Only the Almighty in Shinran, or the immortal orthodoxies that had been rumored to have them for thousands of years, could have them. Therefore, whether it was in the Void Zone or the world of 10 directions, divine treasures were definitely the top spiritual weapons. Break. Of course, Chinyu, who controlled the heaven-battling deity array with his supreme immortal chi, was not afraid at all. He shouted in a low voice. Dazzling divine light in the heaven-battling deity array formed a huge seal. The seal was as big as a mountain and contained immortal divine aura that could crush all worlds. The blood-red sword ray and the huge seal made of divine light met in an instant. A destructive shockwave exploded from the two. Even the void boiled violently and was faintly distorted. However, the outcome of the confrontation between the two was quickly decided. The huge seal, made of divine light, seemed to bear the power of thousands of years of mountains and rivers. It was incomparably heavy. It forcefully crushed the blood-red sword ray. The divine light seal's power did not diminish. It carried an invincible divine aura and pressed forward. The blood-red beast that was formed by the blood-red sword roared ferociously and suddenly rushed out. The two fought in the void, turning this part of the world into a battlefield of destruction. That scene shocked the people of the war tribe and the cultivators of the ancient demon's sacred ground. The shockwave from the collision between the divine treasure and the divine array was enough to completely annihilate them. The existence of the heavenly god realm was indeed unfathomable. They were not at the same level as them. This divine array is actually so terrifying. At this moment, the blood demon ancestor and the other two heavenly gods were also extremely shocked. They were extremely clearly aware of how terrifying the baleful blood-devouring demon sword was. Even an ordinary heavenly god would be directly torn to shreds by it. But now, merely the divine light of the majestic divine formation was enough to resist the bloodlust devouring demon sword. Such power was simply frightening. Blood sword slash, sword shaking the Milky Way. With a flash of blood-red light, the blood demon ancestor personally took action. He stretched out his hand and held the blood-red sword that was reformed. An extremely strong, true yuan burst forth. After merging with the boundless blood demon origin, the killing power of the blood demon devouring sword became even more terrifying. With a slash of the sword, a deep Milky Way was formed. Within the Milky Way, endless starlight fell. Every ray of divine light contained destructive sword power. At this moment, All of them were unleashed. The divine power was too terrifying. It could easily annihilate a part of the world. This was an archaic killing secret skill. In the past, it had caused endless slaughter. Now that it had reappeared in the world, it showed how much importance the blood demon ancestor attached to the heaven-battling divine array. Chinyu's expression was indifferent. With a thought, a huge vortex appeared above the heaven-battling divine array. The vortex was pitch black and deep. It was like a black hole that could devour the myriad of worlds. The endless starlight that fell was devoured by the pitch-black vortex. The cultivation of the two disappeared without a trace. There was no movement at all. This secret skill was the Heavenly War Emperor transformation of the three emperors. Chapter 77. Chapter 775. Ever since he left the Heaven region, Chinyu had not used the three emperors' superpower. However, this did not mean that the three emperors' superpower was useless in the Ten-Corner world. Strictly speaking, the three emperors' superpower was a secret skill of the origin. It was a secret skill that could not be judged by its grade. This was because the power of the three emperors' superpower was determined by the cultivation of the host. The stronger the host was, the more terrifying the power of the superpower would be. For example, Chinyu could not use the sky-devouring dragon seal when he controlled the divine array. Hence, he could only use the All Heavens War Emperor transformation to create the sky-devouring dragon seal, although it was not as powerful as the real sky-devouring dragon seal. However, under the vast divine power of the All Heavens War divine array, it could still devour the blood evil ancestor's secret killing skill. This made Chinyu exclaim. Under the suppression of the Heaven region, the three emperors could still study such a secret skill. If they came to the Ten-Corner world, where there were so many experts, they would be able to do well. They might even run into each other one day. How can this be? Seeing this, the murderous blood evil ancestor was stunned. He could not believe it. The man in the purple and gold robe and the old man with the crown were also stunned. He could devour the blood evil ancestor's secret killing skill so easily. This was something that even they would find difficult to accomplish. How did this Chinyu accomplish it? I'll give it back to you. After devouring the blood evil ancestor's secret killing skill, Chinyu changed his hands. In an instant, a vast galaxy appeared above the heads of the blood evil ancestor, and the other two, without any warning. Countless killing starlight covered the blood evil ancestor, and the other two like a meteor shower. The destructive killing sword essence burst out and swept across, shaking the nine heavens. Oh no! This is a space superpower, the blood evil ancestor, and the other two were shocked and tried to defend themselves. This sudden turn of events was not something they had expected. The blood evil ancestor roared. The blood-red greatsword was like a demon emitting a dazzling blood-red light. The sword light clashed against the sword light. As they clashed, sparks flew everywhere. The purple golden-robed man took out an ancient divine cauldron that was carved with profound and ancient divine runes. It was mysterious and unfathomable, and it was filled with an extraordinary aura. This was an ancient secret treasure. It was a sacred treasure used by a former celestial emperor before he proved his Tao. Although it had not reached the level of a divine treasure, it had supreme defensive abilities. The old man with the crown on his head formed a seal with both his hands. Dragon aura surged from his body, causing his aura to soar endlessly. He was like a supreme emperor that ruled over the nine heavens. After the vast dragon chi boiled, it formed the head of an ancestral dragon. It was vivid and lifelike, and its dragon might was vast and immortal. Puff! Although the three of them had managed to block the destructive sword light, their auras had become weak and chaotic. It seemed that they had consumed quite a bit of their energy. However, just as they stopped, their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately turned their heads to look. A pitch-black vortex had appeared in the sky above the tens of thousands of heavenly demon venerables. Hundreds of millions of destructive sword lights swept across like a tornado. The sound of flesh being pierced and destroyed rang out continuously. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the tens of thousands of heavenly venerables and hundreds of heavenly saints from the ancient demon's sacred ground had been killed. The blood-evil ancestors' killing divine skill was not something that the heavenly venerables and heavenly saints could withstand. It can't be, right? Seeing that more than half of the ancient demon's sacred ground's powerhouses had been killed in an instant, the people from the war clan were dumbfounded. They knew that if the heaven-battling divine array was activated, it would erupt with an unparalleled killing force. However, they did not expect the array's power to be so shocking. The blood-evil ancestor had killed tens of thousands of heavenly venerables and hundreds of heavenly saints all by himself. If news of this spread, it would shock many people. "Little bastard, I'll kill you." Seeing that the ancient demon's sacred ground had suffered so many casualties, the blood-evil ancestor flew into a rage. His body flashed with blood-red light, and the void behind him suddenly exploded, forming a vast sea of blood. In the vast sea of blood, a mountain-like blood-colored giant walked through the air with a bloody sword in his hand. His divine aura was vast and mighty. This was an ancient divine skill that used boundless blood-evil ancestor as a catalyst to form an ancient blood demon. This ancient blood demon was said to be indestructible. Once it was born, it would cause endless slaughter. The man in the purple gold robe and the old man with the crown looked extremely sinister, and their killing intent was thick. The man in the purple gold robe held a divine cauldron, and his body flashed with purple gold divine light, as if there was a purple gold sun around him. He exuded an invincible heavenly might that seemed to be able to crush all the worlds in the universe. In the purple gold sun, an ancient demon ape was formed. The ancient demon ape had the head of a human and the body of an ape. It roared at the sky, and a murderous aura filled the air, as well as a soul-shaking demonic might. This was the ancient demon's sacred ground's secret skill. If one comprehended it thoroughly, they could form a supreme ancient demon. Looking at the ancient demon ape, it had already revealed its head. Obviously, the man in the purple gold robe had cultivated it to a high level, and it was very likely that he would be able to form an ancient demon in the future. The old man with the crown let out a dragon roar that shook the heavens. After the head of the ancestral dragon devoured the dragon chi, it completely formed an ancient Shinran. Boundless dragon might shook the 9 heavens. The old man with the crown was called Patriarch Ancient Dragon, and he was the most senior person in the ancient demon's sacred ground. To a certain extent, the ancient demon's sacred ground was under his control. After seeing that the ancient demon's sacred ground had suffered heavy losses, Patriarch Ancient Dragon and the old man were truly enraged. They used a powerful killing divine skill to kill Chinyu. Dragon Chi? Unbeknownst to them, Chinyu looked at the ancient Shinran formed by Patriarch Ancient Dragon, and his eyes lit up. He was pleasantly surprised. That was because he could sense a dense aura of the dragon clan from the ancient dragon patriarch. It was obvious that Patriarch Ancient Dragon had refined dragon blood before, or he had obtained the dragon inheritance. He had just discovered the dark demon evil dragon, and now he could sense the fluctuation of dragon chi. This made Chinyu, who urgently needed to increase his cultivation, very happy. "Kill!" The blood-evil patriarch roared and took the initiative to attack. The mountain-like primordial blood demon held a giant sword and crossed the void. With a slash of the sword, a river of blood appeared in the sky. It was formed by the blood-red sword light, and it contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. This time, Patriarch Blood Evil used his strongest move. He was absolutely confident that he could destroy the devouring black hole with a single slash. Go! The man in the purple gold robe followed closely. After a low roar, he formed a seal with both hands and shot out a ray of light. Within the purple gold sun, the ancient demon ape with the head of a human and the body of an ape roared and rushed out. It was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood as it rushed toward the heaven-battling divine array. The purple gold sun was held in its hands, and the terrifying pressure it was brewing became even more terrifying. It made people's hair stand on end. Suppress. Patriarch Ancient Dragon's movements were not slow at all. Dragon chi surged from his body as he stood on the ancient Shinran. He was like an ancient god that had descended to the world to suppress all enemies. Chapter 776. The three heavenly gods teamed up and unleashed a secret technique that could destroy the world. The monstrous and terrifying murderous aura was like three primeval gods of death that had descended to the world, and they intended to obliterate everything in the world. In an instant, the space within a few thousand miles around the God of War Palace started to boil violently. It was like boiling water that was filled with destructive ripples. With such might, I'm afraid it's sufficient to stand shoulder to shoulder with a heavenly, ethereal stage expert. The rumors are true. The three ancestors of the ancient demon sacred ground are comparable to a heavenly, ethereal realm master. Even if Lord Qin can control the heaven-battling divine array, he won't be able to defeat the three ancestors of the ancient demon sacred ground. If Lord Qin can't defeat them, we won't be able to escape. The people from the War clan were all dumbstruck and incomparably shocked as they looked at the calamitous scene that seemed like the end of the world. There was unconcealable panic and despair on their faces. The blood demon ancestor, the ancient dragon ancestor, and the man in the purple and gold robe were infamous even in the entire Shenzhou. Unless they encountered a heavenly ethereal realm master, the three ancestors had never teamed up to fight against a cultivator of the same level. However, they had never thought that Qin Yu, who was only in the Calamity Realm, would be able to force the three ancestors to join forces with just an ancient array. If this news were to spread, many people would be shocked. At this moment, the eyes of Qin Yu, who was facing the joint attack of the three great ancestors by himself, were as tranquil as an ancient well without the slightest change. The three ancestors were indeed comparable to a heavenly ethereal realm master when they teamed up. However, they were only comparable to a heavenly ethereal realm master. Moreover, with the heaven-battling divine array, even if a heavenly ethereal realm master were to come, Qin Yu would not be afraid. The heaven-battling divine array not only contained the power of Zhan Wuji, but also the power of the Yin-Yang god, ancient spirit of the god of war. With a thought, Qin Yu's pure and mysterious celestial force surged out of his body and entered the array core of the heaven-battling divine array. Immediately, a fighting spirit that shook the nine heavens surged. It was as if millions of gods and demons had awakened and were about to conquer the world. The world shook and the universe sank. Chi, chi. In the next moment, numerous dazzling and resplendent rays of divine light shattered space like a myriad of dazzling sharp swords, and they shot out explosively towards the surroundings. They were innumerable and covered the heavens and the earth. Not good. The faces of the three ancestors of the ancient demon Holy Land, who had joined forces to cast a powerful forbidden technique, changed drastically at this moment. Their hairs stood on end. Patriarch Blood Fiend, who was the closest, was the first to be hit. The blood-colored giant wielding a blood-colored greatsword, was as huge as a mountain, and it slashed out a blood-red color in the void. The moment they came into contact with the divine light, they were immediately pierced and annihilated, turning into a bloody mist that dissipated. The two were on completely different levels. Pucci, blood evil ancestor's body shook violently. His face turned pale, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. That blood-colored giant was formed from his blood essence and boundless blood fiendish chi. Now that the blood-colored giant was annihilated, the blood fiend elder naturally suffered a huge backlash. Rumble. Following that, a series of deafening explosions rang out, accompanied by the indignant roars of beasts that shook the 9 heavens. It was the ancient demonate that the purple golden-robed man had transformed into. It was also crushed by the divine light. Even the ancient cauldron in the purple golden-robed man's hand had cracks all over it. It was obviously on the verge of collapse. Kill. Only Patriarch Ancient Dragon, whose body was surging with dragon chi and who was standing on the immemorial Shinran, used an extremely mysterious movement technique to dodge the thousands of destructive divine light and rushed to the front of the heaven-battling divine formation. Seeing the miserable state of Patriarch Blood Fiend and the purple golden-robed man, Patriarch Ancient Dragon couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect that the joint force of the three of them would be so easily broken by Qin Yu in an instant. Of course, since he was already in front of him, Patriarch Ancient Dragon naturally wouldn't stop there. His roar was like thunder, shaking all living things. Along with the loud dragon roar, Patriarch Ancient Dragon's entire body merged with the immemorial Shinran under his feet. The two perfectly merged into one, as if the Shinran that had dominated the primordial age had come into being. It had boundless dragon power and endless killing intent. Just in time. Seeing this, Qin Yu revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. The reason why Patriarch Ancient Dragon could rush to the front of the heaven-battling divine formation wasn't because of how powerful his movement technique was. It was because Qin Yu had deliberately let him get to the front. To Qin Yu, such a surging and majestic dragon chi was simply a great tonic. There was no reason for him to miss it. Appear. As Qin Yu shouted, the terrifying aura that was emitted from the heaven-battling divine formation, as if hundreds of millions of demon gods had awakened, became even more shocking and terrifying. As the void rippled, a 10-foot-tall battle spirit, wearing black heavy armor and holding a heaven-battling halberd, appeared. Its entire body was filled with ancient fighting intent. Whoosh! The ancient battle spirit seemed to have its own intelligence. After appearing, without waiting for Qin Yu's order, it automatically rushed out. With a flash of divine light, the halberd in the ancient battle spirit's hand shuttled through the void and pierced through Patriarch Ancient Dragon, who had transformed into a primordial battle dragon. The thick dragon chi barrier around Patriarch Ancient Dragon was completely defenseless. It couldn't resist at all, and blood splattered everywhere. Mysterious battle runes spread out from the halberd and instantly spread all over Patriarch Ancient Dragon's body. Patriarch Ancient Dragon struggled violently, sometimes transforming into a dragon, sometimes into a human, and sometimes into a mist. However, he still couldn't break free from the seal of the battle runes. How could Patriarch Ancient Dragon was severely injured in one move? What is the origin of that figure? Whether it was the battle tribe or the ancient demon Holy Land, they were all stunned by this scene. In a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, the ruler of the ancient demon's sacred ground, Patriarch Ancient Dragon, had been suppressed in an instant. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they still found it hard to believe. Oh no! Run! When Patriarch Ancient Dragon was in trouble, Patriarch Blood Evil and the purple golden-robed man who had suffered the backlash, narrowed their eyes. They had no intention of helping and turned around to escape. The ancient battle spirit in front of them was several times more terrifying than the divine light of destruction. They couldn't even withstand the divine light. So how could they deal with the ancient battle spirit with monstrous combat power? Only death awaited them if they didn't escape. Stay. However, Qin Yu had already seen through Patriarch Blood Evil and the purple golden-robed man's intentions. His eyes were cold as he pointed his finger in the air. Two black and white lights broke through the air from the ancient battle spirit. It was the Yin-Yang divine power, left behind by the Yin-Yang divine lord. Even the ancestral demon body that was strong enough to dominate the void region and even conquer all the worlds was suppressed by the Yin-Yang divine lord. Patriarch Blood Evil and the purple golden-robed man, who were only heaven ultimate gods, naturally couldn't resist, and were easily bound by the Yin-Yang divine light before being crushed and annihilated. Refine. As for Patriarch Ancient Dragon, Qin Yu did not hold back and directly swallowed the sealed Patriarch Ancient Dragon with his sky-devouring dragon seal. The majestic dragon aura contained in his body was completely extracted and poured into the chaotic dragon realm to be refined by the chaotic ancestral dragon and the other two dragon clans. In the blink of an eye, the ancient demon's sacred grounds patriarch had completely lost his life. The whole place was dead silent. Chapter 777. The three old ancestors are all in the death realm. How is this possible? The war tribe has already fallen. How can they still have such a strong foundation? It's over. The ancient demon's sacred grounds foundation of 10,000 years is over. When the survivors of the ancient demon's sacred grounds saw that the three ancestors had died, their faces turned pale. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Of course, those who reacted quickly had already run away. Since the three ancestors had died, they would be digging their own graves if they continued to stay. With someone taking the lead, the others followed suit and fled in all directions. The people of the war race who had obtained a complete victory didn't chase after them. When Blood Fiend Patriarch and the other two patriarchs were still around, the ancient demon Holy Land was the most powerful force in the billions of worlds. Countless forces had been destroyed or suppressed by them. Now that the three ancestors had died, those forces would definitely retaliate. Without the three great ancestors, they were naturally of no use to the large forces that hired them, so they could not help them. Even if the war tribe did not chase after them, the ancient demon's sacred ground would be in a terrible situation. They might even be destroyed. Of course, before Zhan Wuqiong and the others came out of seclusion, the war tribe would not dare to leave the protection of the heavenly battling divine array. Qin, you stopped controlling the divine array. The ancient battle spirit turned into specks of light and merged into the heavenly battling divine array. Qin Yu flew down and ignored the war tribe members who were cheering for him. He went back to his residence. The war tribe members thought that Qin Yu was injured. Although they were worried, they did not dare to disturb him. They just stood guard outside the door. At this moment, Qin Yu directly dove into the depths of the ground and arrived before the ancient ruins once again. How is it? Have you made your decision? Qin Yu looked at the dark demon evil dragon and asked coldly. The evil array was obviously set up by someone with evil intentions to deal with the people who controlled the war tribe. The most likely culprit was the war god temple created by Nangong backing. The war god temple would soon know about the result of the battle. There would be a bigger storm, and the heavenly ethereal realm experts would come. Even if the war tribe had the heavenly battling divine array, it would not be able to deal with the war god temple. Therefore, before that, Qin Yu had to strengthen his own cultivation. He had already sensed that the strength of the heaven battling divine formation was based on the cultivation level of the controller. If it weren't for the pure, immortal force inside Chinyu's body, he would not have been able to kill progenitor Ancient Dragon and his crew so easily with the heaven-battling god formation. After all, when the three of them joined forces, their battle prowess was indeed comparable to the heavenly ethereal stage. If the dark demon evil dragon refused to submit, Chinyu would have no choice but to use a secret technique to forcibly extract the dragon blood from its body. Although they would lose a powerful dragon, there was nothing they could do about it. Since I'm going to die either way, I'll bet on you. I hope you'll keep your promise. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. While Chinyu was fighting the ancient demon Holy Land, the dark demon evil dragon had clearly made its decision. Pure, black blood flowed out of the dragon's forehead like black gemstones. That was its origin dragon blood. Don't worry, you won't regret it. Chinyu's eyes lit up with excitement. Although the evil formation had already refined half of the dark demon evil dragon's dragon blood, it was still a heavenly ethereal stage expert. However, with the strength of a heavenly ethereal stage expert, the boundless dragon energy contained in the origin dragon blood was still immeasurable. As long as Chinyu refined it, his cultivation would definitely increase tremendously. Immemorial battle dragon art. After obtaining the dark demon evil dragon's origin dragon blood, Chinyu did not hesitate. He sat down cross-legged and activated the immemorial battle dragon art. Immediately, a vast and majestic aura swept out from Chinyu's body. Heaven and earth trembled, and the sun and moon sank. In the next moment, Chinyu, whose dragon blood had entered his body, shone with dazzling divine light. His flesh, blood, and bones were all vibrating as if they were about to be reborn. A vast amount of blood chi surged out, as if an ancient giant had awoken. Chinyu's cultivation was also increasing crazily at an extremely shocking speed. He had broken through, from the middle stage of the Calamity Realm to the late stage of the Calamity Realm, and then to the peak stage of the Calamity Realm. Crack! After accumulating enough energy, a deafening clap of thunder suddenly resounded in the underground ruins. In the sky above Chinyu's head, surging jet-black thunderclouds appeared. Layer upon layer, they rose and fell. Silver-white thunderbolts were rolling about like enormous snakes. Although they were faintly discernible, they contained an unparalleled divine might. When the destructive lightning appeared, there were also violent blade-like tornadoes and surging flames that resembled volcanic eruptions that appeared in the void without any warning. The wind increased the intensity of the fire, and the fire increased the power of the lightning. The three appeared at the same time, but they did not destroy each other. Instead, they strengthened each other and exuded destructive waves that seemed to destroy the entire underground ruins. This is the wind, fire, and thunder tribulations. He's breaking through to the heavenly venerate realm. The dark demon evil dragon, who had lost a lot of energy after giving away its origin dragon blood, was shocked. When he saw that Chinyu, who was only at the middle stage of the Calamity Realm, had reached the peak of the Calamity Realm in such a short time, and was even trying to break through to the heavenly venerate realm, his huge dragon eyes narrowed. Although he did not think much of the Calamity Realm, it did not mean that he could remain calm after seeing such a shocking breakthrough speed. Even when the Dragon Clan had awakened their bloodline, it was difficult to achieve such a terrifying speed. This was simply insane. If all human cultivators were so terrifying, all the clans in the universe would have been destroyed long ago. While Chinyu was undergoing the wind, fire, and lightning tribulations, the Dragon Soul, Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon, Golden Flame Heaven Incinerating Dragon, and Purple Lightning Divine Cloud Dragon were also frantically refining the Dark Demon Evil Dragon's origin dragon blood. With the help of Chinyu's dragon blood and spiritual treasures, the primal chaos ancestor dragon, and the other two dragon clans' cultivation had reached the peak of the Calamity realm. The dragon soul's cultivation had also reached the heavenly venerate realm. For the dragon soul that had awakened the immortal Shinran bloodline, the tribulations did not exist. To a certain extent, the dragon soul was the same as Qinyu. As long as it had dragon blood, it could continue to advance. It was even more terrifying than Qinyu. It was not restricted by the human race's breakthrough at all. Of course, before the dragon soul could absorb the dragon blood, Qinyu had to refine the dragon blood with the immemorial battle dragon art before it could absorb it. Rumble! Amidst the deafening sounds of explosions, Qinyu, who was covered by the sky full of thunderbolts, destructive hurricanes, and berserk raging flames, underwent a complete transformation. His body's blood chi was vast and boundless, enough to shake the heavens. His martial arts realm had reached the heavenly venerate realm from the Calamity realm. The vast heavens origin chi in his body was more than 100 times stronger than before. His combat strength had also increased by several levels. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, even without external help, he could crush people of the same level as him. He could rival heavenly venerates and fight against heavenly venerates. If he had other means to help him, he could even fight against a heavenly ethereal realm expert. It's about time to return to the fire domain. After the tribulations, Qin Yu, whose cultivation had reached the mid-heavenly venerate realm, opened his eyes. Chapter 778. Not only was there an ancient emperor's legacy in the Blaze realm, but there was also a dragon in the Fire God Palace. When he went to the Fire Domain and obtained the inheritance of that great emperor, as well as the dragon clan of the Fire God Palace, Qin Yu's cultivation level would increase by several levels. At that time, he would be able to find Star Luo and save his master. Of course, with Qin Yu's current strength, even if he had to face Star Luo, he wouldn't be afraid. After all, he had the ancestral demon's body, which was a great weapon. However, just in case, Qin Yu thought it would be better to deal with the Blaze realm first before going to find Star Luo. After all, even now, Qin Yu still didn't know who Star Luo was. When Qin Yu refined the dark demon evil dragon's origin dragon blood, his cultivation base skyrocketed. Nangong Backing, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the holy continent and surrounded by divine light in the Temple of Glory, suddenly opened his eyes. The seal on the dark demon evil dragon has been broken. Nangong Backing rose to his feet, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. The evil formation that sealed the dark demon evil dragon was something that even he couldn't break easily. If he could completely refine the dark demon evil dragon, he would be able to activate the evil formation and take complete control of the battle race. This was why Nangong Backing had secretly sent people to trap the battle race in the battle race's ancestral land. But who would have thought that the dark demon evil dragon would break free just as his plan was about to succeed? Who had interfered in the dark? Sect Master. At this moment, the void trembled, and a figure appeared like a ghost and bowed respectfully. It was a man dressed in ancient heavy armor. He was nearly 5 meters tall and extremely muscular like an ancient giant. Just by standing there, he exuded a monstrous aura that could suppress one's soul. "Is there news from the ancient demon sacred land?" Nangong Backing asked. When he sensed that the battle race's bloodline was showing signs of awakening, Nangong Backing had secretly ordered the ancient demon sacred land, a subordinate force of the war god Hall, to attack the battle race with all their strength. He wanted to know if the battle race was hiding any trump cards. Calculating the time, it was about time for the results to be out. The news has just spread. The 3 old ancestors of the ancient demon, Holy Land, have all fallen in the War Clan's ancestral land. More than half of the people from the ancient demon Holy Land are either dead or injured. The rest have all fled for their lives. The ancient demon, Holy Land, has been annihilated by the 5 great ancient clans. The giant-like heavy-armored man said. Who did it? The bewilderment in Nangong Baking's eyes deepened. As expected, there were still strong cultivators hiding in the battle clan. He wondered if the dark demon evil dragon's escape was related to them. It's said that a mysterious young man controlled the battle clan's Battle Heaven's divine array and killed the 3 ancestors of the ancient Devil Holy Land. It seems like the battle clan's higher echelons are all in seclusion because of that young man. The heavily armored man said in a deep voice, Qin, you had suddenly appeared in the war tribe. Even the spies that the war god palace had planted in the war tribe did not know his origins. However, the series of changes in the war tribe definitely had something to do with Qinyu. I wanted to use the evil soul demonic array to control the people of the war tribe and learn about the inheritance that Master had left behind. However, the evil soul demonic array has been broken and my plan has failed. We have to act now. Nangong Baking fell into deep thought after hearing the news. A ruthless look appeared in his eyes. Since they could not control the people of the war tribe silently, they could only use force to suppress them. As for the deaths of the 3 old ancestors of the ancient demon Holy Land, Nangong Baking did not care. The war god palace could summon puppets of that level at any time. Of course, this time, they could not send people of the ancient demon Holy Land's level. They had already alerted the enemy. Now, they had to use force to suppress them. The evil soul demonic array has been broken? How is that possible? There shouldn't be anyone in the war tribe who can break the evil soul demonic array. The heavily armored man exclaimed when he heard the news. In order to break the evil soul demonic array, one would need to be at the peak of the heavenly ethereal stage at the very least. If the war tribe still had such a heavenly ethereal stage expert, they wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state, hiding in their ancestral land and not daring to come out. After all, the war tribe is my master's descendant. No one knows what kind of foundation they have. However, it doesn't matter. Go inform the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends to go to the war tribe. Apart from the 10 direct descendants, kill the rest. The strongest expert in the war god palace was, of course, Nangong Baking. However, Nangong Baking could not directly attack the war tribe. If he did, he would definitely leave a target for the Void Domain forces. Nangong Baking, who wanted to unify the Void Domain in the future, would not personally attack unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, after the great battle hundreds of years ago, less than 10% of the Void Domain experts had survived, and they were at the bottom of the Great Spirit world. However, the hidden experts of the Void Domain were still not to be underestimated. If Nangong Baking wanted to recruit everyone like Zhang Wuji had done in the past, he had to have a righteous reason. Of course, given the War God Palace's foundation, they naturally had more than just these experts. Among the many experts the War God Palace had recruited, there were those who specialized in dark and bloody matters. Yes, Master. Upon receiving the order, the heavily armored man understood that Nangong Baking was going to kill them, and immediately left. After all, the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends were the 2 sharpest blades in the War God Palace. Over the years, the War God Palace had taken care of countless forces that openly and covertly opposed them, and had never failed. Even many of the War God Palace's grand elders feared the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends, and did not dare to provoke them. Master, don't blame me for not being righteous. It's your fault for not passing on your mantle to me back then. Nangong Baking's eyes flickered with a sinister light. He had been stuck at this cultivation base for hundreds of years. If he wanted to make a breakthrough, he would have to obtain his master's legacy. Only by reaching his master's level would he be able to do whatever he wanted in the void domain or even the great spirit world and not have to worry about this, and that like now. In the war tribe, boom, in an ancient secret chamber covered in ancient spiritual runes that sealed the entire void, a figure suddenly opened his eyes, and a destructive aura swept out like a hurricane, causing the chamber to tremble and space to distort. Bloodline completely awakened. Ha 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 ha! A burst of joyful laughter rang out, and it was like a thunderclap that shook heaven and earth. It was extremely shocking. This person was Zhan Wuqiong, who had gone into secluded cultivation after obtaining Zhan Wuji's legacy. Such a scene played out in the various secluded cultivation places of the war race. For the members of the war race, the complete awakening of their bloodline meant that their cultivation bases would no longer be restricted, and they would be able to return to their peak. The overall battle strength of the war race would soar by several levels. One day, the war race would regain their former glory. As their bloodline awakened, the experts of the war race came out of secluded cultivation one after another. Soon, Zhan Wuqiong and the others learned that the ancient demon's sacred land had invaded, and Qinyu had killed them. Zhan Wuqiong wanted to personally visit Qinyu to thank him, but he could only give up when he saw no response. While the entire war race was immersed in great joy, they did not know that danger was quietly approaching. Chapter 779. In the ancient ruins, Qinyu had refined the dragon's blood and made a breakthrough. He had then used a secret technique to bring the dark demon evil dragon into the chaotic dragon realm. Now, there were 4 dragon clans in the chaotic dragon realm. Although there was still a long way to go before Qinyu could create the eternal dragon country, he was getting closer. They're so fast. They're really well informed. Qinyu came out of the ancient ruins and returned to his room. He sat cross-legged for a night to consolidate his cultivation. Suddenly, he walked out of his room and looked into the distance. It's terrifying. It seems that they're not half-baked. The dragon soul that appeared from the ancient dragon god, Seal, also sensed something and looked over. They sensed an extremely powerful aura that was far stronger than Patriarch Bloodfiend. And the other two. There was no doubt that a true heavenly ethereal realm expert had come. And it didn't seem to be an ordinary heavenly ethereal realm expert. Just in time, Zhan Wuqiong, who had heard the news of Qinyu's arrival and was about to pay a visit, also sensed it. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Over the years, the battle clan had been suppressed because of the seal on their bloodline. Today, their bloodline was unsealed and their talents returned. The battle clan would be like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss. They would roam the 9 heavens and shock the world. Zhan Wuqiong stepped into the air and ascended to the sky of the battle clan. His hands were placed behind his back as he exuded a boundless aura. Vaguely, the entire void of the war tribe seemed to have merged with him as one heavenly ethereal realm. After the bloodline awakening, Zhan Wuqiong's cultivation base had risen from the heavenly god realm to the heavenly ethereal realm. And it wasn't the early heavenly ethereal realm, but the late heavenly ethereal realm. His battle prowess was one of the strongest in the entire void zone, except for those old monsters who lived in seclusion. Even someone as strong as Nangong Backing, who had founded the Battle God Hall and occupied the most resource-rich region of the Shangzhou continent, was only at the peak heavenly ethereal realm. In other words, Zhan Wuqiong's cultivation base was only slightly lower than Nangong Backing's. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the increase in cultivation and talent of the battle clansmen was after their bloodline was awakened. Of course, Qinyu knew that Zhan Wuqiong's cultivation base had undergone such a drastic change because of Zhan Wuji. That was because the inheritance ball Zhan Wuji had contained his purest bloodline and soul power origin before he dissipated. Zhan Wuqiong and the others must have absorbed Zhan Wuji's origin. Even so, it was enough to show how terrifying the war tribe bloodline was. The people of the war tribe looked at Zhan Wuqiong, who was flying in the air and facing the enemy alone. They were all excited, and they did not even activate the heavenly battle divine formation. With the awakening of their bloodline, they were confident that they would be able to defeat Wuqiong. Even if a heavenly ethereal stage cultivator of the same cultivation level attacked him, Zhan Wuqiong would definitely be able to suppress him. Roar! But at that moment, the dark demon evil dragon in the chaotic dragon world seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly let out a deafening roar, and his murderous intent surged, shaking the entire chaotic dragon world. There's something strange underground. The dragon soul's eyes flashed as he looked at Qin Yu and transmitted his voice to him. It seems like the person who set up the evil soul demonic formation has gone to check it out. Sensing the dark demon evil dragon's anger, Qin Yu immediately reacted. To be able to sneak into the underground of the war tribe right under the nose of Zhan Wuqiong, who had just entered the heavenly ethereal stage. It seemed like there was more than one enemy coming this time. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's heart moved. Mysterious array flags flowed from his feet into the war tribe's ancestral land and into the heavenly battle divine formation. Although Qin Yu's cultivation level had increased to the middle heavenly sovereign stage, it was still difficult for him to fight against a heavenly ethereal stage cultivator if he did not use the ancestor demon body. After all, the heavenly sovereign stage was separated from the heavenly sovereign stage by the heavenly sage stage and the heavenly god stage. The gap between them was not something that could be made up for with just a secret technique. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky far away. It did not seem fast, but in a few breaths' time, he had arrived above the war tribe. It was an old man. Not only was his hair white, but his face was also full of wrinkles. His eyes were cloudy, and he exuded a gloomy aura, as if he could die at any moment. However, Zhan Wuqiong and the others could feel a strong, murderous aura coming from the old man's body. It was a baleful aura that only those who had stepped over mountains of corpses and seas of blood could possess. This old man in his twilight years had probably caused countless massacres. Who knew how many lives had perished in his hands? You are the war tribe leader? When the old man arrived, his cloudy eyes fell on Zhan Wuqiong. Although Zhan Wuqiong's cultivation level was not lower than his, he still looked at Zhan Wuqiong as if he was looking at a dead man. Who are you? Tell me your name. Zhan Wuqiong said coldly, although he knew that the old man was most likely from the War God Hall. He had never seen or heard of him before. Just like how the War God Hall had spies in the war tribe, the war tribe had their own ways to obtain information from the War God Hall. However, Zhan Wuqiong had never heard of this old man before. It seemed like he was a hidden force of the War God Hall. I am the Massacre Sea, the Demon Heaven Old Man. Boundless killing intent quietly emerged from the aged old man's voice, causing one to feel as if one was in a boundless Azura battlefield, where blood flowed like a river. The Demon Heaven Old Man? Does that mean... Zhan Wuqiong thought of something, and his eyes changed. He immediately wanted to use a secret technique to inform the people of the war tribe. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. However, right at this moment, a bloody mist surged forth from all directions. It was like a boundless sea, swallowing the sky and blotting out the sun. In an instant, Zhan Wuqiong was covered by the bloody mist, and his figure could not be seen. The old man heaven demon, who had transformed into a blood fog, also turned into a ray of blood light and charged into the blood fog. Immediately after, an incomparably terrifying destructive fluctuation surged out from the blood mist that covered the sky. That man seems to be the Demon Heaven Old Man. Could he be the demon heaven old man from the Massacre Sea, who achieved his Tao through killing? The elders of the war tribe heard the demon heaven old man's words and immediately reacted. The demon heaven and demon heaven of the Massacre Sea were the two murderous gods that rose after the disappearance of their old ancestor. No one knew where they came from. When they appeared, they immediately unified the Massacre Sea and slaughtered those who did not submit to them. It was out of the war god hall's expectation that such murderous gods were recruited by the war god hall. Something's not right. The demon heaven old man and the demon earth true lord of the Massacre Sea have always appeared together. Activate the heaven battling divine formation to protect our people. Suddenly, an elder of the battle tribe reacted and immediately yelled out, "Rumble!" Almost at the same time, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The entire war tribe's ancestral land shook violently and dust rose into the sky. Outside the war tribe's ancestral hall, a figure was blasted out from the ground without any warning. He was sent flying in a sorry state and could not even control his body. The people of the war tribe immediately looked over. In front of the war tribe's ancestral hall, two figures stood calmly. They were Chinyu and Long Hun. As for the person who was sent flying, it was a man in a silver robe. Chapter 780. Judging from that person's facial features, he appeared to have just reached middle age. However, his gaze was extremely old. More importantly, the killing intent that surrounded him was not any weaker than the heaven demon old man's. As expected, true Lord Earthfiend is here too. The upper echelons of the war tribe who had rushed over were terrified when they saw the silver-robed man. The silver-robed man was fighting true Lord Earthfiend, who was as famous as the heaven demon old man. If true Lord Earthfiend was allowed to sneak into the ancestral hall, no one knew what he would do. Fortunately, Qin Yu and Su Mo had noticed it in time and stopped true Lord Earthfiend. While they were rejoicing, the upper echelons and elders of the war tribe were also shocked. Although Qin Yu and Su Mo's cultivation had increased by a few levels, they were still only heavenly gods. How did they discover and stop true Lord Earthfiend? True Lord Earthfiend's cultivation was not much weaker than the heaven demon old man's. He had also reached the advanced heavenly ethereal realm. Normally, a heavenly venerate could easily kill a heavenly ethereal realm mighty with a flick of his finger. Are they the mysterious young men who appeared in the war tribe? The people of the war tribe were not the only ones who could not figure it out. True Lord Earthfiend, who had been thrown out of the ground by Qin Yu and Su Mo, was also shocked. That pair of eyes filled with bone-piercing killing intent was firmly staring at Qin Yu and his soul. After years of killing, true Lord Earthfiend sensed that Qin Yu and Su Mo were very dangerous and could not be treated like ordinary heavenly venerates. However, if he could sense danger when they were merely heavenly venerates, it was enough to show that Qin Yu and Su Mo were hiding a big secret. True Lord Earthfiend was secretly on guard, and a strong sense of greed rose in his heart. Nangong Backing's order only asked them to leave 10 of the direct descendants of the war tribe. He did not say that they had to hand over any treasures they obtained. Of course, if they really had any precious treasures, they would not be so obedient even if Nangong Backing asked them to hand them over. Strictly speaking, their relationship with the War God Hall was just cooperation. Although they were the upper echelons of the War God Hall, they were not core members. Kill. Without waiting for true Monarch Earthfiend to react, the war tribe's upper echelons and elders immediately unleashed their heavenly essence and surged forward, shaking the heavens. Apart from Zhan Wuqiong, who had entered the heavenly ethereal realm, the 3 supreme elders who were about to pass away had also entered the heavenly ethereal realm. Of course, compared to Zhan Wuqiong, who was at the advanced heavenly ethereal realm, the three supreme elders were only at the middle heavenly ethereal realm. Even so, a battle clan with 4 heavenly ethereal stage experts would definitely be able to rise to the top of the Shangzhou continent and even become a giant in the entire void zone. You overestimate yourself. True Lord Earth Fiend retracted his cold gaze from Qin Yu and Su Mo and looked at the 3 grand elders. He snorted coldly with undisguised contempt. His cultivation level was not much weaker than the heaven demon old man. He had already reached the advanced heavenly ethereal realm. The 3 supreme elders of the war tribe had just advanced to the middle stage of the heavenly ethereal realm, and they wanted to fight with him. They were simply overestimating their abilities. Rise! True Lord Earth Fiend roared furiously, and the earth shook violently. A bone-chilling Earth Fiend, Qi, surged out from the depths of the earth and filled the area. The entire war tribe's ancestral land was shrouded in an Earth Fiend mist. True Lord Earth Fiend was just like his name. He cultivated the Earth Fiend Tao. The earth was boundless, and the power of the earth was inexhaustible. Therefore, as long as True Lord Earth Fiend stood on the earth, he would be able to control the Earth Fiend Qi from the depths of the earth, and his battle strength would soar. In the past, True Lord Earth Fiend had fought against 3 heavenly ethereal realm experts and won. This showed how terrifying True Lord Earth Fiend's battle strength was. Sizzle! 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 As the Earth Fiend Qi surged out, the heavenly yuan destruction of the 3 supreme elders of the war tribe slowed down as if it had entered a muddy swamp. The destructive power of the heavenly yuan destruction was also weakened by the Earth Fiend Qi. No wonder you can dominate the slaughter sea. This made the faces of the 3 supreme elders of the war tribe sink. Of course, although their attacks were blocked, they did not give up. Against True Lord Earth Fiend, who had been famous for many years, they did not think that they would be able to suppress him so easily. Heaven battling art. The 3 grand elders of the war tribe formed hand seals. Faint red ancient runes appeared all over their bodies, as if they were surrounded by flames. An ancient battle intent surged out as if the war god of the immemorial era had returned to the world. He was immortal and indestructible and wanted to break through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The battle prowess of the 3 supreme elders of the war clan received an enormous increase. They had reached their limits. After so many years, your war tribe still only knows these little tricks. True Lord Earth Fiend was not moved by the war tribe's supreme secret art. He even sneered. Whoosh! He waved his sleeve, and ancient and mysterious talismans flew into the sky and merged with the Earth Fiend Qi. Immediately, the vast earthly ferocious Qi condensed into over a dozen lifelike primordial exotic beasts that were several hundred feet tall. There was a 5-colored fire sparrow, a lunar green bird, a sky-devouring roc, a 3-legged golden crow. Those were the prehistoric beasts that only appeared in myths and legends. Now, they were all formed by True Lord Earth Fiend. Not only did they have the form, but they also had the aura as if they had traveled through time and space. Every one of them gave off a murderous aura, as if they wanted to kill all living things in the world. Chirp! Qin Yu, who was watching the battle in front of the war tribe's ancestral shrine, was surprised. When True Lord Earth Fiend used a secret art to form those ancient beasts, the immemorial era's primordial era's beasts had been formed. The young immortal phoenix that had been sleeping in the ancient seal of the dragon god after leaving the heaven region had awoken and let out a loud cry that split the 9 heavens. This person has the bloodline of the divine phoenix. Qin Yu and the young immortal phoenix were connected and quickly understood. This surprised him. True Lord Earth Fiend, who walked the Earth Tao, actually had the bloodline of the divine phoenix. Didn't that mean that this person was a descendant of a divine beast? Go! At this moment, true Lord Earthfiend sneered coldly and pointed at the sky. The 10 ancient beasts immediately spread their wings and flew out. 5 colored flames filled the sky. The power of the moon wreaked havoc. A giant rock covered the sky, and a golden crow burned the earth. The 10 ancient beasts did not charge towards the 3 grand elders of the war tribe. Instead, they spread out and went to kill the people of the war tribe. Nangong Backing's order was to destroy the war tribe. True Lord Earthfiend would naturally not be entangled by the 3 grand elders of the war tribe. He would deal with the 3 grand elders after killing the other people of the war tribe. Not good. Young friend, quickly activate the divine array. The 3 supreme elders of the battle tribe were startled as they immediately yelled out. The power of the 10 ancient beasts was comparable to the heavenly ethereal realm. If they were allowed to destroy the people of the war tribe, the people of the war tribe would be destroyed. Although the strength of the people of the war tribe had greatly increased after the bloodline awakening, it was still impossible for them to deal with the combat power of the heavenly ethereal realm. Chapter 781. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before the 3 supreme elders of the war tribe could speak, Qin Yu activated the heaven-battling divine array. The moment the ancient desolate beasts flew into the sky. With the 4 of them as the boundary, the space seemed to be completely sealed, turning into an independent space. The people inside couldn't leave, and the people outside couldn't enter. This was the new space-time ability that the dragon soul had comprehended, and Qin Yu had integrated it into the heaven-battling divine array. This way, the heaven-battling divine array could protect the entire war tribe, and it could also isolate true Lord Earthfiend, preventing the shockwaves from their battle from spreading out and affecting the other members of the war tribe. Rumble! The 12 ancient desolate beasts were extremely violent, and after being obstructed, they started to rampage. The terrifying scene of destruction made the faces of the war tribe members outside the sealed space pale, and cold sweat dripped down their backs. If it wasn't for Qin Yu activating the heaven-battling divine array, they would have lost countless people by now. This made them calm down. It seemed that even if the war tribe's bloodline awakened, they still had a long way to go before they could regain their former glory. They couldn't be arrogant just because of this. You're courting death. Seeing that his plan was stopped, true Lord Earthfiend roared. He controlled the 12 ancient desolate beasts and charged towards the 3 supreme elders of the war tribe. As for Qin Yu and the dragon soul, he would deal with them personally. True Lord Earthfiend took out 7 thumb-sized black nails that were engraved with divine runes and emitted an ancient aura. These were the 7-star god-destroying nails, divine weapons that had been passed down since the ancient times. They were peerless weapons that even the gods of the ancient times were terrified of. It was rumored that once touched by these 7 god-destroying nails, the physical body, 7 spirits, and 3 souls would be separated from the body and sent into a boundless black prison, unable to be reincarnated for eternity until the soul was completely destroyed. True Lord Earthfiend, who had been rolling on the edge of life and death all year round, immediately used his trump card when he sensed that Qin Yu and the dragon soul were in danger. Along the way, he had seen countless failures. Therefore, as long as he sensed the slightest abnormality, he would use his full strength without showing any mercy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 7 black ancient spikes tore through the void and fell like 7 meteors. They were extremely fast as they shot toward Qin Yu. At this moment, Qin Yu and the dragon soul felt as if the world had turned upside down and the sun and moon were sinking. It was as if their souls were being forcefully pulled away from their bodies by an invisible force. Of course, this strange feeling only lasted for an instant before it disappeared. It did not cause any injuries to them. As for the 7 7-star god-vanquishing nails, they stopped when they were still a few feet away from Qin Yu and Lin Fan. One could clearly see that the space where the seven-star god-destroying nail was rippling like a stone entering water, causing the seven-star god-destroying nail to sink into the void. Space. No, it's the power of space-time. True Lord Earthfiend was indeed a heavenly ethereal realm grand figure who had dominated the Slaughter Ocean. He immediately saw that Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul were surrounded by thick space-time power, which affected the entire space and time. This made him very concerned. The space-time power was definitely the most mysterious and troublesome power in the universe. No wonder he could sense danger from Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul. Seal. When the Dragon Soul used the space-time power to stop the seven-star god vanquishing nail, Qin Yu pointed his finger. A deep black hole appeared in the void before him and directly swallowed the seven-star god vanquishing nail. How is this possible? True Lord Earthfiend, who was about to use a secret technique to get out of the sofa, was shocked. This was because he had lost the ability to sense the seven-star god vanquishing nail. This made True Lord Earthfiend extremely shocked. The seven-star god vanquishing nail was his natal dharma treasure. How could Qin Yu erase the natal mark of the seven-star god vanquishing nail in an instant? Whoosh! Qin Yu did not give True Lord Earthfiend time to think. His body flashed, and he rushed towards True Lord Earthfiend like a ghost. The chaotic dragon spear was surrounded by steaming chaotic chi. It was like a chaotic ancient demon at the beginning of the universe. With earth-shattering power, the spear stabbed out, and the sky exploded. The dragon soul shook slightly, and the void around it rippled. Then it disappeared. You are digging your own grave. True Lord Earthfiend was furious when he saw that Qin Yu had taken the initiative to attack. Although Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul were not simple, they were too arrogant to challenge a heavenly ethereal realm grand figure when they were just heavenly ethereal realm grand figures. Therefore, the furious True Lord Earthfiend rushed towards them. When True Lord Earthfiend rushed out, his body burned with raging flames. In an instant, he turned into a man of fire. Even the void was distorted. Vaguely, the shadow of an ancient divine phoenix appeared in the flames on True Lord Earthfiend's body. It was bathed in the divine fire, and its power was invincible. The combination of the earthly fiend energy and the divine phoenix flames increased True Lord Earthfiend's cultivation by a few levels. Vaguely, he had reached the complete heavenly ethereal realm. Bloodline awakening. There is such an expert hidden in the war tribe. The heavenly demon Old Man, who was fighting Zhan Wuqiang, narrowed his eyes when he sensed the power of the godly phoenix. Since True Lord Earthfiend had awakened the power of the Fire Phoenix bloodline, it meant that he had given it his all. The Old Man Earthfiend was surprised that there was someone hidden in the war tribe who could force True Lord Earthfiend to give it his all. It was no wonder that Nangong Backing had sent the two of them out. The descendant of the former Void Overlord, Zhan Wuji, was not to be underestimated. What a powerful aura! Zhan Wuqiang also sensed it. His face turned solemn and anxious. With True Lord Earthfiend's terrifying aura, no one in the war tribe could deal with him. Therefore, Zhan Wuji unleashed his ultimate moves to suppress the Old Man Earthfiend as soon as possible. However, the Old Man Earthfiend also wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. He unleashed all kinds of secret skills and techniques, causing the battle to be extremely destructive. Die. Fire Phoenix burns the heavens. True Lord Earthfiend had indeed given it his all. He did not hold back at all. Qin Yu had easily erased the seven-star soul-destroying nail, which made him very wary. As True Lord Earthfiend hollered, the faint image of the Fire Phoenix within the flames on his body let out a phoenix cry that shook the heavens as it soared into the skies. Wherever the phantom of the Fire Phoenix passed, a blazing river of flames appeared in the void. It pierced through the heavens, as if even the heavens and earth were being burned. Just in time, Qin Yu saw the world-exterminating divine might of that fire phoenix's silhouette. However, he did not fear it in the slightest. True Lord Earthfiend had activated the fire phoenix bloodline to kill him. This was a good thing for Qin Yu. Chapter 782. Chirp, chirp. The baby immortal phoenix in Qin Yu's body chirped happily. The fire phoenix bloodline in true Lord Earthfiend's body was purer than the baby immortal phoenix had expected. This made the baby immortal phoenix even happier. Just like Qin Yu and the dragon soul, as long as they refined the dragon bloodline, they would become stronger. As long as the baby immortal phoenix obtained the phoenix bloodline, it would be able to purify its own bloodline and become a supreme immortal beast that could kill immortals. Battle Spirit, appear. Seeing true Lord Earthfiend charging at him with all his strength, Qin Yu didn't let his guard down. Without using the ancestor demon body, he couldn't defeat a heavenly ethereal realm grand cultivator. Therefore, Qin Yu immediately activated the divine array to awaken the ancient spirit of the god of war. However, this time, he didn't just summon it. He added it to his body. Boom! Inside Qin Yu's body, a monstrous and frightening aura suddenly swept out. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, like a vast ocean striking the sky, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. The primal chaos dragon spear pierced through the air, tearing the void apart. With a piercing sound, the fire phoenix's shadow was pierced through by the spear. However, the fire phoenix shadow wasn't hurt at all. Following that, a phoenix cry resounded through the 9 heavens. The fire phoenix illusory figure's entire body burned with terrifying flames. It actually managed to incinerate the primal chaos dragon spear and the primal chaos chi surrounding it. The terrifying aura was enough to burn the sky and destroy the earth. You're overestimating yourself. True Lord Earthfiend, who was secretly on guard against the dragon soul, let out a cold smile when he saw the chaos dragon spear being incinerated. That fire phoenix phantom contained all of his fire phoenix bloodline power. Although it wasn't as powerful as the real fire phoenix of the primordial divine bird, it was so terrifying that even ordinary divine treasures couldn't resist it, unless it was a divine treasure that contained the power of an ancient deity. As for the chaotic dragon spear, it was obvious that it was at most equivalent to a pinnacle's sacred treasure. The chaotic dragon spear would definitely be burned to ashes in front of the sky-destroying divine flame. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, at this moment, a soft, trembling sound could be heard. Perfected Lord Earthfiend sensed it immediately, and his eyes narrowed when he looked over. How could this be? Mysterious, ancient fiery runes began to appear on the Chaos Dragon Spear that had been destroyed by the Chaos Chi. The instant those ancient flame talismans appeared, the Fire Phoenix's silhouette began to tremble involuntarily, as if it had encountered its natural enemy. Fear appeared in those phoenix eyes that were filled with spirituality. With a flap of its huge wings, it was about to fly away. This shocked true Lord Earthfiend. He had never seen such a situation before. Even though the illusory fiery phoenix had its own spirituality, it wasn't a physical entity. Even though it had been annihilated, it could still be revived by the fiery phoenix bloodline in his body. Therefore, even if he encountered a super powerful existence that he was no match for, he had never shown fear. But now, facing a mere heavenly Venerate Jr., he actually wanted to escape. This was completely out of true Lord Earthfiend's expectations. In fact, he couldn't even react in time. Seal. Almost at the instant when the illusory fiery phoenix was about to fly away, Qin Yu suddenly shouted. Billions of divine lights were emitted from his body. immortal and indestructible supreme fighting spirit sword into the sky. A mysterious and terrifying power surged into the Chaos Dragon Spear. Immediately, the fiery runes that appeared on the Chaos Dragon Spear seemed to have received a huge tonic. They danced in the air and merged into the body of the illusory fiery phoenix. This caused the illusory fiery phoenix to freeze on the spot as if it had been struck by lightning. It even fell from the sky. Those ancient, mysterious flame talismans contained the power of the awakened immortal phoenix. Qin, you still didn't know the immortal phoenix's natural superpower. However, from the looks of those flame talismans, it was definitely related to the Tao of Fire. In fact, it was highly likely that it was the power of laws that suppressed other Tao of Fire. After all, the Fire Phoenix contained the infinite power of the divine fire. Even so, it was completely vulnerable in front of the immortal phoenix's natural superpower flame talismans. Its entire bloodline was suppressed. This showed how shocking the immortal phoenix's natural superpower was. Die. At that moment, true Lord Earthfiend felt that the power of the bloodline in his body had been sealed. The vast and endless divine power was also flowing away quickly. More than half of his cultivation came from the Fire Phoenix bloodline. If the Fire Phoenix bloodline was sealed, his combat strength would be directly cut in half. The source of all this was Qin Yu. Therefore, true Lord Earthfiend didn't have time to take precautions. The dragon soul that had disappeared was as fast as lightning, and it attacked Qin Yu. He threw a punch, and there was a dazzling Earthfiend blood radiance. In the Earthfiend blood radiance, there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This punch was called the Earthfiend Blood Sea Fist. It was created by true Lord Earthfiend by combining the supreme Massacre Blood Soul in the Massacre Sea. It was comparable to an ancient divine skill. It was his most powerful trump card after he obtained the Fire Phoenix bloodline. With the help of the boundless Earthfiend Qi, true Lord Earthfiend had once killed a heavenly ethereal realm Archean demonic beast with one punch. It had extremely pure destructive power. Chaos in the void. However, at the moment when true Lord Earthfiend's divine fist that was capable of causing the heavens to collapse was about to reach Qin Yu, the space before Qin Yu suddenly became chaotic. There was a mysterious power of time and space that caused the void to become chaotic. Time and space were greatly affected at this moment. It was as if there was a gap in space. True Lord Earthfiend's killing move was greatly affected. The destructive divine power was continuously weakened by the chaotic void. It was the dragon soul that had escaped into the void. After entering the heavenly venerate realm, the dragon soul had a deeper understanding of the power of time and space. Its power was also more terrifying. Kill. Qin Yu and the dragon soul were connected, and he naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Almost as soon as the void became chaotic, he had already charged out. He had activated the power of the ancient spirit of the god of war to the extreme, causing his flesh and blood to be filled with powerful divine power. Had it not been for Qin Yu's divine dragon tyrannical body, his body would have already been shattered by the overwhelming power of the ancient spirit of the god of war. Boom! Before the Earthfiend true monarch's shocked eyes, Qin Yu shot out a primal chaos divine fist. It was the chaotic killing art of the chaotic dragon ancestor. However, this killing art had also merged the golden flame heavenly dragon, purple lightning divine dragon, dark demon evil dragon, and more importantly, it contained all the divine power of the ancient spirit of the god of war. Poof! With one punch, the terrifying defense around true Lord Earthfiend was shattered. True Lord Earthfiend's body shook violently, and he spat out blood. His aura immediately became weak. Even though true Lord Earthfiend had been refining his body with Earthfiend Qi, he still couldn't withstand the destructive divine fist. Although he appeared to have only suffered some light injuries on the surface, his internal organs had been completely pulverized, and even his spirit had been completely destroyed. With one punch, true Lord Earthfiend, a late-stage heavenly ethereal realm expert who was famous in the Shangzhou Massacre Ocean, had died. Chapter 783. Poof, poof, poof. True Lord Earthfiend was killed by Qin Yu. The dozen or so primordial beasts that were formed by the Earth Fiend Qi immediately turned into Earth Fiend Qi and dissipated. This is true Lord Earth Fiend is dead. No way. The War Clan's 3 supreme elders who were fighting against the dozen or so ancient great desolate era ferocious birds were all startled when they saw those ancient great desolate era ferocious birds collapsing. Soon, they regained their senses and looked in the direction of Qin Yu. When they saw true Lord Earthfiend's lifeless corpse, they couldn't help but reveal intense shock and even respect in their eyes. Even though they knew that Qin Yu had used the heaven-battling divine formation, they were still in awe of his terrifying strength. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they could not defeat true Lord Earthfiend. However, Qin Yu had managed to kill true Lord Earthfiend with the help of the ancient formation. No matter what method he used, Qin Yu was able to kill an advanced, heavenly, ethereal realm expert. This meant that Qin Yu's strength was comparable to a complete, heavenly, ethereal realm expert. How can this be? Above the sky, the old man Tian Sha, who was fighting against Zhan Wuqiong in a frenzied manner, had a horrified expression on his face. He could sense that true Lord Earthfiend had been killed. Although true Lord Earthfiend's cultivation was weaker than his, he was definitely one of the top heavenly ethereal realm experts. He had even fought against a complete heavenly ethereal realm expert. Apart from Zhan Wuqiong, there was such a terrifying existence in the war tribe. This made the old man Tianfiend terrified. The unknown was always the scariest. As the old man Tianfiend could not figure out the strength of the war tribe, the thought of being surrounded by Zhan Wuqiong and the others made him lose his will to fight. He wanted to escape immediately. Trying to escape, Zhan Wuqiong saw through the old man Tianfiend's intention and shouted coldly. He immediately surrounded the old man Tianfiend. Even if Zhan Wuqiong did not know the reason why the old man Tian Sha wanted to leave, he would not allow him to leave so easily. If he couldn't make them pay the price for openly invading the war race, then his ambition to awaken his bloodline and lead the war race back to its glorious peak would be nothing more than a joke. Immediately, Zhan Wuqiong unleashed his mighty fighting power, causing the void to shake violently. The old man Tian Sha's expression turned serious. He did not dare to underestimate his opponent and gave it his all. As the 2 of them fought, their killing intent grew even stronger. More than half of the sky was shaken. A battle of this level had long since attracted the attention of the surrounding experts and large factions. Countless spies were watching from the outside, but no one dared to approach. A battle between experts at the advanced stage of the heavenly ethereal realm was a forbidden area for ordinary cultivators. If they stepped into it, they would definitely die. Chirp! After killing perfected Lord Heavenfiend, Qin Yu did not attack Old Man Heavenfiend. With a thought, the baby immortal phoenix flew out of the ancient seal of the divine dragon. It circled in the air and suddenly rushed into the sealed fire phoenix shadow. Along with a clear phoenix cry that shook the 9 heavens resounding, the fire phoenix phantom transformed into specks of sparkling and translucent flames that completely merged into the infant immortal phoenix's body. Immediately, the immortal phoenix, which was only the size of a fist, let out countless rays of bright immortal light. It was filled with an ancient immortal aura, as if an ancient immortal spirit had descended to the mortal world. The immortal phoenix spread its wings. Every feather was filled with pure immortal light, causing the immortal phoenix to become transparent under the sunlight. It was extremely beautiful. Its body had obviously grown a few times. Qin Yu could clearly sense that the baby immortal phoenix was undergoing a transformation. The baby immortal phoenix kept crying, and its cry shook the 9 heavens. Billions of living beings felt their souls trembling. Although the baby immortal phoenix's cultivation did not become much stronger, its bloodline had been completely reborn. The supreme immortal aura that suppressed all living beings showed the terrifying growth of the baby immortal phoenix. Meanwhile, in a vast ancient world that was unknown how far away from the void zone, or even the great spirit world, the eyelids of a person who was sitting on a mountain peak, like a corpse, suddenly trembled slightly. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to contain divine lightning that pierced through the void and caused the heavens to sink. In his ancient eyes, the images of the stars in the sky and the birth and death of billions of universes appeared. Bloodline ancestral awakening, but it's not in the immortal phoenix domain. Could it be that the royal bloodline has wandered outside? It was a skinny old man. His aura was faintly discernible, and he seemed to be about to pass away. At this moment, he stood up. His deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through all living beings in the world looked in a certain direction. He could not hide his excitement. Bloodline ancestral awakening. In the immortal Phoenix clan, there had not been a member of the clan who had undergone ancestral awakening for millions of years. In the history of the immortal Phoenix clan, every time someone with ancestral awakening appeared, they would be able to lead the immortal Phoenix clan back to supreme glory. They could even return to the ancestral land of the immortal Phoenix clan, the 9 heavens immortal world. The skinny old man waved his right hand, and a huge starry sky map appeared. The skinny old man formed hand seals, as if he was using some kind of secret technique. Suddenly, a spot of light lit up on the starry sky map, which made the skinny old man even more excited. The void zone of the great spirit world. He put away the starry sky map of the 10 directions world and waved his hand. A teleportation divine formation, formed by thousands of rays of divine light, appeared. As the divine light flashed, the skinny old man directly crossed the world barrier and disappeared from this great world. The void zone, the battle tribe. Rumble. The battle between Zhan Wuqiong and the heaven demon old man was getting fiercer and fiercer. The violent explosions that came from the sky were like continuous thunderclaps. Heaven and earth seemed to be faintly torn apart. If it were not for the protection of the heaven-battling divine formation, the entire ancestral land of the battle tribe would have been destroyed. After the baby immortal phoenix's bloodline evolved, Qin Yu put it back into the ancient seal of the dragon god. As for the battle between Zhan Wuqiong and the heaven demon old man, Qin Yu did not interfere. If he could not even deal with a heavenly ethereal stage expert, how could Zhan Wuqiong deal with the war god hall? Qin Yu would not stay in the void zone forever. Moreover, once the war god hall learned that the battle tribe's bloodline had evolved, it was easy to imagine what they would do. In the past, the battle tribe had not been destroyed because the war god hall wanted to control them with the evil soul demon formation. However, now that the evil soul demon formation was destroyed and the battle tribe's bloodline had risen, the war god hall would not tolerate the battle tribe anymore. Appear. At this moment, Zhan Wuqiong suddenly shouted in the middle of the white-hot battle in the sky. His voice was like thunder. Immediately, the ancestral land of the battle tribe shook violently. An ancient divine seal that was dozens of meters wide flew into the sky, with supreme divine might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The ancient divine seal was engraved with images of countless ancient gods worshipping and immortal spirits preaching Tao. The gods and immortal spirits that were prostrating themselves were so lifelike that it was as if they had real souls. Chapter 784. Heaven Battling Seal. Qin Yu's eyes lit up as he recognized the ancient seal. It was the supreme Tao weapon of the war tribe. It was forged by Zhang Wuji and contained Zhang Wuji's supreme power. However, after Zhang Wuji went missing, the heaven-battling seal also disappeared. The outside world had always thought that the heaven-battling seal was taken away by Zhang Wuji. No one had expected it to be sealed in the war tribe's ancestral land. Now that the bloodline of the war tribe had been unsealed, and they were ready to return to the ranks of the top forces in the Void Zone, Zhang Wuqiong had also awakened the heaven-battling seal. When the heaven-battling seal appeared, a boundless Tao aura spread out. Heaven and earth shook, and the universe sank. Everyone within 100 million miles felt their souls trembling, as if they were facing an ancient deity. Oh no! The old man's face changed drastically when the heaven-battling seal appeared. He felt a sense of danger that he had never felt before. He had not felt such a sense of danger for hundreds of years, except for the war tribe's leader, Zhang Wuji. It made him want to run away immediately. However, the supreme Tao aura from the heaven-battling seal sealed him, and he did not dare to act rashly. If he ran away, he would definitely be killed. Even the old man, who had reached the late heavenly ethereal stage, had to use all his strength to deal with such a terrifying Tao weapon, heaven-battling great wheel. Therefore, the heaven demon old man shouted angrily. His hands formed a seal, and his body swelled up. In an instant, his body expanded several times, and he looked like a small giant. Strange Tao runes appeared on his skin, and he gave off a terrifying murderous aura. One could clearly see the heaven ferocious chi gathering around the heaven ferocious old man. The heaven battling aura was extremely dense. It was like a thick fog and waves. It even turned into the colors of yin and yang, and turned into a huge heaven-battling yin-yang wheel. The old man was at the center of the wheel. He turned himself into the core of the wheel and drew in the boundless heaven-battling aura. This was the old man's supreme secret technique. It was similar to the boundless heaven-battling aura that true Lord Earth Fiend used, but it was more powerful. After all, compared to the earth, the sky was truly boundless. From a certain point of view, such means had already touched upon the power of the natural order of the world. It should be known that only the supreme beings of the heavenly palace realm could sense the power of the rules of heaven and earth. The heaven demon old man was only at the later stage of the heavenly ethereal realm, but he could vaguely touch the rules of heaven and earth. This showed how terrifying his strength was. Of course, this also showed that the old man heaven demon was really going all out. If even this couldn't stop the heaven-battling seal, then he wouldn't be able to escape today. Unfortunately, you still haven't mastered the laws of heaven and earth. Zhang Wuqiong snorted coldly. Even he was surprised by the old man Tiansha's strength. However, in front of the heaven-battling seal, all struggles were futile. This heavenly battle seal was the Tao weapon of the war tribe's old ancestor, endless war. It had been nurtured by endless war using the heavenly cycle Tao art for many years. As for Zhang Wuji at his peak, his cultivation had reached the peak of the heavenly completion realm, which was enough for him to be titled as an emperor. Even in the entire 10 Directions world, they were definitely peak existences that could be counted on one's fingers. If it wasn't for the chaos in the Sky Demon tribe, Endless War's current cultivation would have reached the supreme immortal realm. Therefore, how could the old man Tiansha, who had touched the power of the rules of heaven and earth with his secret skill, withstand the heaven-battling seal? Go! Zhang Wuqiong didn't do anything else. He just pointed at the old man Tiansha from afar. Like a breeze, ripples appeared in the void. Before the crowd could see it clearly, the heaven-battling seal appeared in front of the old man Tiansha. It was so fast that it seemed like it had passed through the void. No one had time to react. Kill! The old man Tian Sha immediately activated the heaven-battling Great Wheel when Zhan Wuqiang made a move. As the heaven-battling aura filled the air, the heaven-battling Great Wheel turned into a huge yin-yang vortex. It was deep and mysterious, as if it could devour everything in the universe. Rumble! The heaven-battling seal and the heaven-battling Great Wheel collided in an instant. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. The entire heavens and earth shook violently, as if the heavens were about to collapse. One could even see huge spatial cracks appearing in the void where the two collided, emitting violent and chaotic spatial ripples. The chaotic spatial power swept out like a tsunami, turning everything within 1,000,000 miles into a chaotic forbidden zone. Many onlookers in the dark couldn't escape in time, and were instantly killed. Fortunately, the war tribe's ancestral land was protected by the heaven-battling divine array and the Dragon Soul's space-time superpower. Crack! Soon, the heaven-battling seal and the heaven-battling Great Wheel came to an end. The heaven-battling seal's gods and immortal essences shone with dazzling, sacred immortal light. The old man Tian Sha gave it his all, and the heaven-battling Great Wheel shattered. Boom! Then, the heaven-battling Great Wheel exploded in front of the old man Tian Sha's horrified eyes, turning into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Poof! 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 The old man Tian Sha was hit by the heaven-battling seal's sacred immortal light, and bloody holes appeared on his body. The sacred immortal light contained endless destructive divine power, and easily shattered the old man Tian Sha's heaven-battling Great Wheel defense. His soul was annihilated by the immortal light. Now the Heavenly Dipper Earthly Fiend duo, who dominated the Slaughter Sea and were infamous in the Void Domain's Holy Continent, had both died at the hands of the War Tribe. It wasn't long before the result of today's battle spread throughout the Holy Continent, shaking the entire Void Domain. The War Tribe had been silent for hundreds of years. All the forces in the Void Domain had thought that it would be impossible for them to rise again. However, who would have thought that the War Clan would use two late heavenly ethereal stage experts as stepping stones to become one of the most powerful forces in the Void Zone? If it had been hundreds of years ago, killing late heavenly Void experts wouldn't have been enough for them to rise to the top of the Void Domain. However, after the turmoil that had happened hundreds of years ago, the number of Heavenly Palace experts in the Void Domain had dwindled. No one had even seen a Heavenly Palace expert for hundreds of years. As for the Heaven Ascension realm, they had already completely vanished without a trace. Therefore, the battle prowess the War Tribe had displayed now was already at the top of the Void Domain. In the entire Void Domain, other than the War God Temple and a few other major forces in the Holy Continent, no other force had such terrifying battle prowess. In the War Tribe's ancestral land, ever since the old man Tian Sha and true monarch Earthly Fiend were killed, the entire War Tribe had been celebrating. The elders who had awakened their bloodlines all suggested that they attack the War God Temple and take back the War God Temple's former glory. This suggestion was approved by everyone in the War Tribe, including Zhan Wuqiang. Chapter 785. In fact, Zhan Wuqiang had no choice but to attack the War God Hall. After the deaths of the ancient demon's sacred ground and the fiendish duo, the War God Hall would no longer underestimate them. Instead of waiting for death, they would wait for the War God Hall to be fully prepared before attacking. If they attacked the War God Hall before they reacted, they would have a higher chance of winning. Patriarch, if we want to attack the War God Hall, we have to convince little brother Qin, a heavenly god realm elder of the War Tribe, said to Zhan Wuqiang. The trump cards of the battle tribe, other than those who had awakened their bloodline, were the Battle Heaven Seal and the Battle Heaven Divine Formation. Currently, Qin Yu was the only one in the war tribe who could fully unleash the power of the war heaven divine formation. Even Zhan Wuqiong could not do it. Qin Yu had killed the 3 patriarchs of the ancient demon's sacred ground and true monarch earth fiend with the war god hall's divine formation. With the war heaven divine formation, Qin Yu's battle prowess was comparable to a late heavenly void realm expert or even a peak heavenly void realm expert. If they lost such battle prowess, the war tribe's strength would be reduced by half. However, the war tribe was troubled by the fact that Qin Yu was not a member of the war tribe. Moreover, Qin Yu had risked his life to send Zhan Wuji's inheritance to them so that their bloodline could be unsealed. They could not be thick-skinned and let Qin Yu get involved in the war tribe's internal strife. I will go to young Master Qin personally. Also, can the war god token be unsealed? Zhan Wuqiong knew that they could not lose Qin Yu. Of course, if Qin Yu did not want to get involved in the danger, they could not force him. However, Zhan Wuqiong was confident that he could convince Qin Yu. The war god token has been unsealed. As for how many of our old subordinates we can summon, it's not clear yet. A supreme elder of the war tribe said, "The war god token was created by Zhan Wuji when he founded the war god palace and united all the forces in the void zone. It could summon all the experts of the war god palace and was one of the trump cards of the war tribe. However, after Zhan Wuji went missing, the battle tribe's bloodline was sealed and they lost the civil war against the war god temple. The war god token fell silent. It was one of Everlasting War's former subordinates who had taken the initiative to sever their connection with the war god token. Therefore, when their bloodlines were unsealed and their talents returned, the battle race clansmen unsealed their war god decrees and ordered their former subordinates to attack the war god temple. However, exactly how many of his old subordinates would still listen to Howleen of the War Clan was still unknown. Open all the teleportation portals and wait for 6 hours. After 6 hours, we will attack the war god shrine." Zhan Wuqiong ordered, no matter how many old subordinates came. Even if none of them came, the war race would still attack on time. Yes, immediately, the war clan's upper echelon experts began to make preparations. Firstly, they were going to open the teleportation formation. Secondly, they were going to send away the war clan's clansmen that did not possess any battle prowess. Only then would they be able to fight the war god temple to the death without any worries. War race within the palace. Young Master Qin. After leaving the meeting of the war race, Zhan Wuqiong immediately came to visit Qin Yu. "What's the matter?" After the battle, Qin Yu had already prepared the teleportation formation. It was time to return to the fire domain. "I am here to thank young Master for stopping the ancient demon, holy ground, and heaven fiend true immortal, and saving the lives of my clansmen." Zhan Wuqiong did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Secondly, I hope that young Master can help the war race. We want to kill the war god temple and take back the glory of our race." Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. Although he admired Zhan Wuji, he had also obtained the ancestral demon body because of the Yin-Yang supreme god. However, he had already done what Zhan Wuji had asked him to do. As for the internal grudges of the war race, Qin Yu did not want to get involved. No force could be passed down forever. If the war god temple was the enemy of the war race today, there would be other strong enemies to deal with tomorrow. Of course, we will not let young Master do it for free. I heard that young Master is interested in the dragon race. Zhan Wuqiong immediately understood Qin Yu's thoughts when he saw Qin Yu's expression. "You know where the dragon race is?" Qin Yu and the dragon soul were shocked. They were in a hurry to return to the fire domain because of the inheritance of the fire emperor and the fire dragon race in the fire god palace. If Zhan Wuqiong knew where the dragon race was, the trip to the fire domain could be postponed. I don't know where the dragon race is, but I saw the dragon's tomb in the land of the fallen gods. This was why Zhan Wuqiong was confident that he could persuade Qin Yu. Dragon's tomb? Land of the fallen gods. Qin Yu had a detailed understanding of the dragon's tomb while he was in the war race. It was said that the mysterious dragon's tomb was a mysterious space created by the eternal dragon lord of the dragon field before the dragon field was destroyed. It housed billions of dragon guards. It was said that as long as one was recognized by the dragon's tomb, one would receive the eternal dragon lord's inheritance and inherit the billions of dragon guards. Of course, although the dragon's tomb appeared in the void zone from time to time, no one had confirmed the existence of the eternal dragon lord's inheritance. To be more precise, no one had even entered the dragon's tomb. If you are willing to help, I will personally take you to the land of the fallen gods. Of course, even if you are unwilling, I will tell you where it is. Zhan Wuqiong did not force him and said sincerely, "Let's go and have a look." The dragon's soul looked at Zhan Wuqiong and sent a message to Qin Yu. "All right, after this battle, we will go to the land of the fallen gods." Qin Yu agreed after thinking for a while. Strictly speaking, he was involved in the internal strife between the war race and the war god hall. He had killed the ancient demon's sacred ground and true Lord Earthfiend. If the war god hall received the news, they would not sit by and do nothing. If the war god hall suppressed the war god hall would try to stop him when the dragon's tomb appeared. In that case, he might as well work harder and destroy the war god hall. Zhan Wuqiong was overjoyed. He immediately brought Qin Yu to the war race's ancestral land and used a supreme secret technique to detain the heaven-battling divine formation. At this moment, the war race's powerless clansmen were all sent away. Only the elite experts stayed behind to prepare. At this moment, the war god hall was tens of thousands of miles away. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The upper echelons of the war god hall were gathered. Hall Master, the old man Tiansha, and true Lord Earthfiend were really killed by the war race. A middle heavenly ethereal realm core elder asked in disbelief. The other elders who had gathered could not believe it and were shocked. When they heard the news, they could not believe it. After all, the old man Tiansha and true Lord Earthfiend were both at the late heavenly ethereal realm and had powerful trump cards. They could even fight a complete heavenly ethereal realm expert. Even if they could not defeat them, they should be able to escape. They should not have been killed. Chapter 786. The old man Tiansha was killed by Zhan Wuqiong using the Battle Heaven seal. Countless forces in the Shengzhou witnessed that scene. As for true Lord Earthfiend, he was killed by the Battle Heaven divine formation, just like the ancient demon's sacred ground. As for the person controlling the Battle Heaven divine formation, we still haven't found out who he is. Nangong Backing, who was sitting on the throne, did not speak. Instead, his trusted elder spoke. As he spoke, he pointed his finger and specks of light appeared and turned into screens. The screens showed the scene of the Battle Heaven seal crushing the Tiansha Great Wheel. One could clearly see that the old man Tiansha was killed along with the Tiansha Great Wheel. When the core elders of the war god hall saw this, shock and horror appeared on their faces. Although some of them were confident that their battle strength was not weaker than the old man Tiansha, there was a limit to it. Even the old man Tiansha had lost his life to the heaven-battling seal. How could they survive against it? The atmosphere in the palace became heavier. Hall Master, I know that you've been merciful to the war tribe because of your teacher, but I'm afraid that just suppressing them won't do. We have to be ruthless. A core elder of the war god hall suggested in a deep voice. Most of the core elders of the war god hall were related to the war tribe. Nangong Backing did not personally deal with the war tribe because he was worried. But now that the war tribe had displayed the peak battle strength of a peak force, the War God Hall would definitely nurture a super strong enemy if they allowed the War God Hall to develop. If the war tribe had the chance, they would not be merciful to the War God Hall. Hall Master, I think that Elder Yu's words are reasonable. Indeed, although Tiangang Di Sha and Tiangang Di Sha are the secret weapons of the War God Hall, the upper echelons of the War God Hall know about it. If we let this matter go, it will be disappointing. Blood must be repaid with blood. The other core elders of the War God Hall chimed in. Even the core elders that were related to the War clan had a change in expression. Although they did not say anything, they all looked at the white-robed elder on the right side of the palace. 12th junior brother, what do you think? When Nangong Backing heard the suggestions of the core elders, his eyelids lifted slightly as his deep eyes looked towards the white-robed elder. This white-robed old man was called Gu Wudi. He was also Zhang Wuji's disciple and the current vice hall master of the War God Hall. Gu Wudi was silent for a long time, then bitterly asked, "Is there no way to reverse the situation?" Previously, in order to protect Zhang Wuji's reputation, Nangong Backing had asked him to rebuild his orthodoxy and establish the Divine Battle Hall. After all, at that time, the War Clan no longer had the strength to command the War God Palace. If this were to continue, the War Clan would sooner or later be replaced by others. In the past few years, the core elders of the War God Temple who had entered the War God Temple would occasionally speak up, saying that they wanted to completely wipe out the war race to prevent future troubles. But Gu Wudi suppressed them all. He had only agreed to work with Nangong Backing because he wanted to protect Everlasting War's reputation. He still couldn't bring himself to kill his master's descendant. However, who would have thought that after the War Clan fell into silence for so many years, they would actually rise up again? According to the news, the War Clan has already unsealed the War God Command and is beginning to summon their old subordinates. Nangong Backing slowly spoke. Gu Wudi's expression changed. Since the War Clan had unsealed the War God Command and begun to summon their old subordinates, their intentions were self-evident. The War Clan was already prepared to attack and take back the glory that belonged to them. In other words, the War Clan was already prepared to gamble everything. This matter was no longer something that could be stopped just because they wanted to. Junior brother, now that things have come to this, you should also make a decision. In the battle back then, countless core members of the War Clan died. Although you didn't kill them, you chose to watch from the sidelines. Now that the War Clan has risen up, do you think that they will forget about their blood feud just because of their old friendship? Nangong Backing said in a low voice. Although the War God Temple was definitely stronger than the War Clan in terms of overall strength, if the War Clan were to summon their old subordinates, the result would be different. Thus, at this time, in the entire War God Temple, Gu Wudi, whose battle strength was second only to his own, was extremely important. If Gu Wudi still didn't do anything at this critical moment, or if he decided to betray them, they would be in great trouble. Senior brother, don't worry. I know what to do. Gu Wudi slowly nodded his head. Since he had made his choice back then, he wouldn't make another choice now. Otherwise, whether it was the War God Temple or the War Clan, there would be no place for him. Nangong Backing nodded his head slightly. With him and Gu Wudi here, even if the War Clan was hiding their strength, he had nothing to fear. Temple Master, could it be that the War Clan is gathering their old subordinates to invade? Seeing that Nangong Backing and Gu Wudi had finished talking, a core elder asked. The other core elders also looked over. Although they didn't know much about the War God token, they had heard about it. In Zhang Wuji's era, every time the War God token was activated, it meant that the War God Palace would start a war. regardless of whether it was to fight against invading foreign forces or to attack other martial domains. That's right. This is also the reason why I've gathered everyone here today. According to a secret report, the War Clan has already evacuated all of their people and gathered their elite forces. Nangong Backing nodded his head. Ha! They're really overestimating themselves. Do they think that by eliminating the ancient demon's sacred land and Tiangang Disha, they'll be able to resist the War God Temple? Since they've taken the initiative to invade, even if the Temple Master and Vice Temple Master fight them, the clans of the Void Zone won't have the right to say anything. That's right. The Temple Master and Vice Temple Master have already done everything they can. Since they don't know what's good for them, they can't blame us. That's how it should be. In the martial world, the strong are respected. Bloodlines can't protect the reputation of our ancestors. Hearing this, the War God Temple's elders all laughed coldly, their killing intent solemn. Although the War Clan's battle prowess had shocked and even frightened them, that was under the condition that Nangong Backing and Gu Wudi didn't take action. If Nangong Backing and Gu Wudi took action, they wouldn't have the slightest bit of pressure in the current Void Zone, apart from those Heaven Palace realm old monsters who had been living in seclusion. Nangong Backing and Gu Wudi's battle prowess was definitely the strongest. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many people following the War God Palace during its internal strife. To put it bluntly, in this world, the strong were respected. Since we're all in agreement, pass down the order to prepare for battle. We'll end all future troubles with this battle. Nangong Backing said solemnly as his dignified gaze swept across everyone from the War God Temple. This battle would determine the future of the War God Temple. They could only win, not lose. Yes, immediately, all of the War God Temple's experts received the order and went to prepare. As the War God Temple and the War God Temple moved, the forces of the entire Shenzhou felt a terrifying pressure, as if a storm was coming. The forces of the entire Void Zone were waiting quietly. This civil war that had lasted for hundreds of years would most likely end soon. Chapter 787, Battle Tribe, Ancestral Land. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the void shook, ancient and mysterious inscriptions appeared and formed an ancient teleportation array. The expression of the battle race expert guarding the teleportation array shook. Did the old members of the Battle God Palace respond to the Battle God order and gather here? As expected, as the teleportation formation lit up, a plump figure appeared out of thin air. It was a fat man who was holding a wine jug. He was dressed sloppily and reeked of alcohol. If one looked at his clothes, they would think he was a beggar. Wine Marquis. However, when the fat man appeared, the Battle Tribe elite was pleasantly surprised. Wine Marquis Xian Danyang was a famous elite of the Battle God Palace in the past. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the heavenly ethereal realm. During the Civil War a few hundred years ago, he had displayed extraordinary strength. Where is Zhan Wuqiong? Why isn't he here? He sent you juniors to guard here. Is he looking down on us? Or is he not in charge of the Battle Tribe now? Xian Danyang looked at the high-level powerhouses of the battle race that welcomed him. His drunken eyes flashed with a dazzling light. Obviously, he had confirmed that the rumors were true and that the bloodline of the Battle Tribe had been unsealed. Many thoughts flashed through Xian Danyang's mind. Ever since Zhan Wuji, the master of the Battle God Palace, had disappeared, the bloodline of the Battle Tribe had been sealed. Now, the bloodline of the Battle Tribe had been unsealed, and they had risen. This naturally made Xian Danyang think of Zhan Wuji. When the Battle Tribe was at its peak, Xian Danyang was only a mid-tier elite in the Battle God Palace. He wasn't even qualified to meet Zhan Wuji. However, the times were different now. heavenly ethereal realm had become a legend. The old monsters of the heavenly palace realm had hidden themselves, and the heavenly ethereal realm had become the top fighting force. Even if Zhang Wuji came out, he would definitely look at Xian Danyang differently. Senior Wine Marquis, the clan leader has prepared a banquet in the sacred palace. Senior, please go. The elite of the battle tribe immediately led Xian Danyang to the sacred palace. Xian Danyang's eyes flashed. From the way the elite of the battle tribe addressed him, he could tell that Zhang Wuqiong was still the clan leader of the battle tribe. In that case, could it be that he had guessed wrongly? Everlasting war had not returned. However, if it wasn't for Zhang Wuji, how could the war tribe have the resources to destroy the Heavenly Dipper Earthly Fiend and Heavenly Dipper Earthly Fiend that had dominated the Slaughter Sea for hundreds of years? After all, even Xian Danyang, who was rather confident in his own strength, was not confident that he could deal with Old Man Tiangang and True Lord Earthfiend. Soon, Xian Danyang arrived at the war tribe's holy temple. The upper echelon elders of the war clan were all gathered in the sacred palace. Zhang Wuqiong sat on the main seat. However, a young man sat on his left, and he wasn't one of the 3 supreme elders of the war tribe. This scene surprised Xian Danyang. He couldn't help but carefully size up Qinyu. But no matter how he looked, Qinyu's cultivation was only at the Empyrean realm. Xian Danyang could kill him with a single palm strike. How could Zhang Wuqiong allow him to sit there? One had to know that the war clan had always respected the strong. As for the order of their positions, they also had a precise plan. Without sufficient strength, no matter how high one's status was, one wouldn't be qualified to sit on it. Senior Joho, long time no see. Zhang Wuqiong, who had already received the news, immediately stood up and greeted Xian Danyang with a smile. Xian Danyang was much older than Zhang Wuqiong's father. In front of Xian Danyang, Zhang Wuqiong was just a junior. With the recovery of your bloodline, you have reached the heavenly Empyrean realm. Zhang Wuqiong, you are indeed the most outstanding genius among the younger generation. Your talent is amazing. Xian Danyang looked deeply at Zhang Wuqiong, and his eyes were filled with shock. Although Zhang Wuqiong had restrained his aura, in Xian Danyang's eyes, his blood qi was unfathomable. Such a terrifying aura was no weaker than Xian Danyang's. In fact, Xian Danyang was even stronger. Senior Joho has also reached the advanced heavenly Empyrean realm. You are already one of the top experts in Shengzhou. Zhang Wuqiong smiled. In the past, Zhang Wuqiong would have to bow to Joho and Xian Danyang. But now, although Zhang Wuqiong's attitude was warm, he treated Joho as an equal. There was no seniority in the martial path. The strong were respected. Since we are both at the late heavenly Empyrean realm, you don't have to call me senior. Just call me by my name. Xian Danyang reacted quickly and adjusted his position. Since that's the case, I will accept your invitation. Zhang Wuqiong nodded and invited Xian Danyang to sit. I wonder if the release of the Divine Order and the gathering of the old members is for the War God Palace. Xian Danyang sat on the empty seat on the right. The seat on the right was specially prepared for the old members of the War God Palace. However, so far, only Xian Danyang had come. That's right. In the past, Nangong Backing betrayed his teacher and ancestors and fought for power. He expelled the War God Palace to this remote ancestral land and tried to destroy the War God Palace. Now that the bloodline of the battle tribe has returned, it's time to reclaim the past glory of our tribe, restore the name of the Divine Battle Palace, and display the might of our ancestors. Therefore, we've gathered our seniors to lend us a hand. Seeing that Xian Danyang went straight to the point, Zhang Wuqiong nodded solemnly and said, Although I have lived in seclusion for the past few years, I know that the War God Palace has become the overlord of the Shenzhou continent after it was established. During this period, it has destroyed more than 10 overlord forces. From this, we can see that the War God Palace is not as simple as it seems. Currently, the War God Palace has less than 10 Heavenly Empyrean Realm experts, right? Xian Danyang's eyes flickered. Among the old members of the War God Palace, other than those who had died in the internal strife, he was the only one who had come today. Looking at the top Heavenly Empyrean Realm experts in the War God Palace, other than Zhan Wuqiong, there were only 3 Grand Elders. Even if the War God Palace had some hidden strength, it would be limited. How dare they challenge the War God Palace with such a small force? Where did the War God Palace's confidence come from? Could it be that the War God Palace's ancestor had returned? Since we dared to attack the War God Hall, we naturally made preparations. If Wine Marquis is willing to lend my war clan a hand, we will naturally be endlessly grateful. If you are unwilling, we will have no complaints at all. Zhan Wuqiong said with a smile. However, he did not reveal the War God Palace's trump card. After all, no one knew if Wine Marquis was related to the War God Palace. Why would Zhan Wuqiong reveal his trump card at this moment? Xian Danyang smiled when he heard this. He did not leave, nor did he say anything. It was obvious that he wanted to see if he should get involved in this matter. Zhan Wuqiong did not mind and arranged the people of the War God Palace in an orderly manner. As time passed, the old members of the War God Palace gathered. There were more than 30 of them. The weakest was a half-step Heavenly Empyrean Realm expert, and the strongest was comparable to Xian Danyang. Chapter 788. Over 30 Heavenly Ethereal Realm cultivators. If the War Tribe led them, they would be able to fight against the War Divine Temple. However, apart from a few loyal members of the War Tribe, the rest of the old subordinates had the same attitude as Xian Danyang. They were all watching from the sidelines. They wanted to see what kind of trump cards the War Clan had first. If they could defeat the War Divine Temple and Nangong backing, they wouldn't mind helping. However, if the War Tribe couldn't defeat them, they knew what to do. They didn't want to end up like those old subordinates who had followed the war race wholeheartedly hundreds of years ago and lost their lives in the internal strife. In fact, if the war race were to lose this time around, the War God badge would be lost as well. Among them, there would definitely be many who would choose to join the War God Temple. A good bird chooses a good tree to nest in. In the world of Xiuzha, it was very important to attach oneself to a strong faction and have an extraordinary backer. This was also the reason why Zhan Wuji had created the War God Palace with his own strength and attracted countless experts to follow him. Zhan Wuqiong didn't care about Xian Danyang's thoughts. Of course, he wouldn't waste his breath on the other old subordinates. As long as their war clan displayed sufficient strength, these old experts would naturally join and follow them. It seems like the War Tribe won't be able to defeat the War Divine Temple if they don't have a backup plan. The Dragon Soul's voice sounded from Qin Yu's body. Although they hadn't lived as long as these old foxes, they had lived for more than 100 years. They could be considered scheming people. They could see that the experts gathered in the War God Palace all had ulterior motives. In the Dragon Soul's opinion, it was better not to be anxious. If someone betrayed them at the crucial moment, it would be a bad thing. A backup plan? Qin Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had stayed in the War Tribe for some time. If the War Tribe had a backup plan, it would be the War Heaven Seal. He had seen the War Heaven Seal kill the late Heavenly Ethereal Realm Old Man Tiansha with one seal. However, from what he sensed that day, the War God Seal hadn't fully unleashed its power. In other words, The War Heaven Seal hid a stronger power that couldn't be underestimated. However, Qin Yu did not mind. His agreement with Zhang Wuqiong was to help the war tribe deal with one of Zhang Wuji's disciples, who was at the peak of the heavenly ethereal realm. With Qin Yu's current strength and the control of the heaven-battling divine formation, it was really not difficult to deal with a perfect heavenly ethereal stage. Therefore, even if the war tribe was in chaos and could not defeat the war god temple, Qin Yu did not need to worry about his own safety. Of course, Zhang Wuqiong and the others from the battle tribe were not stupid. If they were not strong enough, they would have chosen to retreat and recuperate instead of declaring war at this moment. It was likely that the old subordinates that were gathered here today all had the same thought, which was why they wanted to come and take a look. After all, the grudges between the war god temple and the war clan had lasted for several hundred years. It was time for them to settle this grudge. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sky had just brightened. In the ancestral land of the war clan, figures with terrifying auras disappeared from the transmission array. Thousands of miles away in the center of the Shengzhou continent, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth swirled around the war god temple. The scenery was dreamy and beautiful. An enormous, ancient transmission array appeared, and one figure after another appeared in the air. The war tribe has indeed launched an attack. Zhang Wuqiong, the leader of the war tribe, the 3 grand elders of the war tribe, Wine Marquis Xian Danyang, the bloodthirsty war general Longbashi, the Yin-Yang divine master Qi Wentian. No wonder the war tribe is so confident to attack the war god temple. I thought it was just a rumor that the war tribe had unsealed the war god token and gathered their old subordinates. I didn't expect it to be true. That's strange. Wine Marquis and the others are not stupid. They wouldn't follow the war tribe to attack the war god temple. What happened? It's said that the cultivation of everyone in the war tribe skyrocketed overnight. If such a strange thing is true, there's only one possibility. Could it be that legendary existence has returned? No way. That person has disappeared for several hundred years. Countless powerful forces from the Void Domain's holy continents had already gathered in the War God Temple's territory. Ever since the news about the War Tribe and the War God Temple had spread, all the major forces in the Void Domain had been secretly paying attention to the movements of the 2 great forces. Now that the War Tribe had finally made a move, it meant that the rumors that had been spreading in the outside world were true. A world-shaking battle was about to break out between the War God Temple and the War God Temple. Nangong backing. Is this how you greet an old friend? Zhang Wuqiong appeared in front of the crowd and spoke calmly. However, his voice was like thunder that rumbled and spread in all directions. Rumble. As soon as Zhang Wuqiong finished speaking, the multicolored light that enveloped the entire war god temple slowly disappeared. It was replaced by a series of soul-stirring sounds of war drums, as if thousands of armies were going on a campaign, filling the ancient times with boundless killing intent. As the light disappeared, the experts of the war god temple, who had been fully prepared, appeared in front of the crowd. Compared to the war tribe, which only had a few hundred people, the war god temple had thousands of people. They were lined up neatly, wearing armor and holding spears in their hands. When the 2 sides were compared, it gave the crowd a strong sense of superiority. Zhang Wuqiong, long time no see. A deep voice rang out. The war god temple master, Nangong backing, appeared in front of the army with the higher-ups of the war god temple. Oh my God, there are 20 heavenly ethereal realm experts. The strength of the war god temple is too terrifying. Indeed, if it weren't for the old members of the war tribe, Zhang Wuqiong, and the others would have been easily crushed. I wonder who will emerge victorious in the battle between the 2 of them. the spectating experts from the various large factions were greatly astonished when they saw the strength of the War God Hall. They knew that the War God Temple had an extraordinary strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to dominate the Shenzhou continent for so many years. However, they didn't expect the War God Temple to have so many heavenly ethereal realm experts. Although they were outsiders, they could see that the heavenly ethereal realm experts were the main forces in today's battle. They were the main factors that could lead the battle. The heavenly gods could only be used as support. It's him? After Nangong backing appeared, Qin Yu's figure was reflected in his deep starry sky like eyes. That was because among all the people in the War clan, only Qin Yu was a complete stranger. They had never seen him before. This made Nangong backing immediately think of the news that the War tribe had spread. It was said that the fall of the ancient demon's sacred ground and the earth fiend true lord was related to the mysterious Qin Yu. From the position that Qin Yu was standing beside Zhan Wuqiong, it was obvious. Qin Yu's position in the War tribe was higher than Wine Marquis Xian Danyang, Yin Yang Divine Master Qi Wentian, and the other late heavenly ethereal realm experts. This meant that Qin Yu was more important than Xian Danyang and the others in the eyes of Zhan Wuqiong, and the others. However, the question was, where did Qin Yu come from? Someone who could kill the earth fiend, true Lord, shouldn't be unknown in the void zone. Could it be that he was a disciple of one of those reclusive old monsters? Judging from Qin Yu's appearance, this was very likely, although a cultivator's lifespan would be greatly extended after reaching the 9th level of the heavenly Tao. Their appearance would gradually change with the passage of time. Unless they cultivated some special secret technique or used some secret technique to become younger. It's time to settle the old grudge today. Looking at Nangong backing, Gu Wudi, and the others, Zhan Wuqiong's eyes were filled with bone-chilling killing intent. In the past few years, the War tribe had been in danger of being destroyed at any time. Many of their clansmen had disappeared or died, and the source of all this was Nangong backing. Moreover, the internal strife back then was caused by Nangong backing, who was supposed to support the War tribe, establishing another faction and splitting the War God Palace. Now that they had met, Zhan Wuqiong couldn't wait to tear Nangong backing into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. If you really want to settle the score, then your War tribe should be thanking us. Back then, if my junior brother and I hadn't established the War God Palace, who in the vast void zone would still remember Master's great achievements. Nangong backing chuckled, not caring at all about Zhan Wuqiong's killing intent. That's right. Our war clan should indeed properly thank you all. Thus, today, we will use your lives to repay you all for massacring our war clan back then. Zhan Wuqiong's eyes twitched. His killing intent skyrocketed, like an ancient beast that was about to slaughter the world. The core elders of the War tribe were also filled with killing intent, their eyes bloodshot. They had all experienced the massacre back then. Now that they heard Nangong backing's shameless words, they were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Humph, Zhan Wuqiong, if it weren't for the benevolence of our War God Palace and sparing your lives, we would have wiped you out long ago. I didn't expect that not only do you not know how to repay our kindness, but you also want to attack us. You're really ungrateful. If I knew this would happen, I would have killed you all back then. A heavenly ethereal stage, core elder of the War God Palace, said coldly. The other core elders also had disdainful expressions. They didn't put the War tribe in their eyes at all. As for the reason, it was quite simple. Although the War God Palace had more heavenly ethereal stage experts among the old members of the War God Palace. However, according to the spies they had planted in the War tribe, the old members weren't on the same side as the War tribe. As long as they were able to completely defeat the war clan, those old experts would naturally disperse. It was no longer the same as it was a few hundred years ago. Not many of the old members would still be loyal to the war tribe. So I said that I will use your heads as a blood sacrifice to the deceased members of the war tribe. Zhan Wuqiong suddenly pulled out his sword and roared, "Kill!" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, the dozens of war tribe experts were filled with killing intent as they charged towards Nangong Backing and the others. Violent killing intent surged and tore apart the clouds, shaking the earth. It was a soul-stirring sight. As for the old members of the war tribe, it wasn't out of the war god palace's expectations. Apart from a few people who were still loyal to the war tribe, the others, such as Xian Danyang and Qi Wentian, chose to stand to the side. This was because Zhan Wuqiong hadn't shown the war tribe's strength yet. It seemed that he had come to attack the war god palace with his anger and killing intent. What are the old members of the war tribe trying to do? Could it be that they want to betray the war god palace and watch the tigers fight? It can't be. Won't the war tribe be harmed by them? Ha! Could it be that those people have been bribed by the war god palace? The large factions that were watching from afar were stunned when they saw the old members of the war tribe. Then, a heated discussion broke out. The situation before them was completely different from what they had expected. Without the help of the old members, why would the war tribe come to attack the war god palace? In fact, with the difference in strength between the two sides, it wasn't a battle at all. It was more like a suicide mission. As expected, Gu Wudi sighed inwardly when he saw this. During the internal strife, those who supported the war tribe were punished by the war god palace. Countless people had died because of it. With a bloody precedent, Xian Danyang and the other old members of the war tribe didn't dare to join the war god palace. If they chose the wrong side, they would have to face the war god palace's revenge. Although their overall strength wasn't weaker than the war god palace's upper echelons, they weren't united. In other words, they were scattered. With enough time, the war god palace would be able to eliminate them one by one. From today onwards, the war god palace will be the only war god palace in the void zone. Kill! Nangong Backing roared as he took the initiative to charge towards Zhan Wuqiong. If Zhan Wuqiong and the others had split up and waited for an opportunity after their bloodline recovered, it would be troublesome for the war god palace. However, Zhan Wuqiong leading his people to attack was exactly what Nangong Backing wanted. As long as they could kill Zhan Wuqiong and the others, the war god palace would have no more problems. Moreover, they could use this battle to recruit the old members of the war tribe and deter the other forces in the void zone, helping the war god palace to unify the void zone. Kill! The other core elders of the war god palace couldn't wait any longer. Almost as soon as Nangong Backing gave the order, they charged out with murderous intent. Gu Wudi and the other core elders who used to be related to the war tribe didn't just stand by and watch. They charged out madly. Activate the Saint Formation. Today, not a single person from the war clan will be able to leave this place alive. As for the heaven gods of the Battle God Hall, they had merged their cultivation into one and poured it into the battle formation to strengthen it. They were assisting the experts of the Battle God Hall from afar. With my battle intent, ignite my divine blood, and awaken my battle spirit, just as the two armies were about to collide, Zhan Wuqiong suddenly shouted. Divine light shone from his hand, and a vast divine aura swept out in all directions. Rumble! An ancient seal glowing with divine light suddenly appeared. It was as if an ancient god had descended. All the living creatures within a radius of 10 million miles felt an intense pressure that caused their hearts to palpitate. It was the war sky seal. However, compared to when it had killed the old man Tian Sha, the War Sky Seal now seemed to have unlocked some kind of seal. Divine shadows with vast divine aura appeared on it. A mysterious and ancient Tao sound was heard, as if the ancient saints were worshipping it. It was extremely mysterious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, a shocking scene appeared. As the ancient runes on the heaven battling imprint emitted a bright light, those ancient and mysterious divine figures actually walked out of the heaven battling imprint. Each of them was majestic and gave off an immortal aura. Some of them held divine swords, and their sword intent shook the 9 heavens. Some of them carried long spears, and their spear light swept through the clouds. Some of them held sabers, and their saber chi tore through the sky. There were more than 10 of those god shadows, and each of them was no weaker than a late heavenly ethereal realm expert. 2 of them even had terrifying auras that were comparable to a great void realm expert. When the 10 god shadows appeared, the killing intent of the war tribe and the war god palace was suppressed and dispersed. There was only boundless divine aura that swept across the entire area. It was extremely terrifying. What is that? What a terrifying divine aura. Are they not ancient gods? How can there be so many ancient gods? This must be some kind of supreme secret technique of the war tribe, right? I remember now. The war tribe seems to have an ancient secret technique called the war spiritual technique. It seems to be able to cultivate a powerful war spirit. That's right. I heard that the war tribe's old ancestor had killed a few true god remnant spirits. It seems like those suppressed god remnant spirits have been sealed in the War Sky Seal. The spectators who had thought that the people of the war tribe were here to die were all shocked. The auras of the 10 war spirits were too terrifying. Even the late heavenly ethereal realm experts of the war god palace were no match for them. They could not help but be amazed. No wonder the war tribe was a supreme force that had once ruled the void zone. Its foundation was indeed terrifying. Is this Zhan Wuqiong's trump card? Xian Danyang and the other old members of the war tribe were all moved when they saw this scene. With such a trump card, the war tribe did not need to rely on their strength to fight against the war god palace. If they joined the battle, they could directly take the lead and even change the situation. Xian Danyang and the others looked at each other and seemed to have made their choice. What a terrifying aura. War spirits of the past. Didn't these battle spirits disappear along with Zhan Wuji? Oh no. Hurry up and defend. However, the faces of the people of the war god palace changed drastically. They did not expect the war tribe to have such a trump card. Even Nangong backing and Gu Wudi's faces darkened. Boom, boom, boom. However, at this moment, they had no place to retreat. They could only use their full strength to defend against the 10 ancient war spirits. Immediately, earth-shattering explosions rang out. Violent yuan qi surged like a sea of chaotic yuan qi. The sky and the earth shook violently as if they were about to collapse. Whether it was the old members of the war tribe or the other forces that were watching from afar, they were all affected. They had to take action to defend against the chaotic shockwaves. Pucci, as soon as the two sides clashed, there were casualties. The war god palace had more heavenly ethereal realm experts than the war tribe. However, the battle strength of the 10 ancient war spirits was too terrifying. Even an ordinary late heavenly ethereal realm expert would find it difficult to resist. As soon as they clashed, 2 early heavenly ethereal realm experts were killed by the ancient war spirits. Their souls were scattered and their bodies were destroyed. The people of the war god palace felt as if they had been hit in the head and their fighting spirit was shaken. Although the ones who died were only early heavenly ethereal realm experts, it was still a great loss to the war god palace. More importantly, The battle had just begun, and there were already casualties. This made the people of the War God Palace, who were originally full of confidence, panic if they were unable to deal with the 10 ancient battle spirits. Even if their War God Hall was able to annihilate the entire war tribe, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties, and might even suffer serious injuries. If that happened, the other forces in the Shenzhou continent would definitely take advantage of the situation. 12th Junior Brother, follow me to kill Zhan Wuqiong. The rest of you use the power of the Saint Array to resist the 10 ancient war spirits. Remember, do not fight to the death. Do not fight. Nangong Backing's face was extremely ugly. However, he was also a decisive person. He immediately thought of a countermeasure and quickly gave out the order. As he gave out the order, vast heavenly yuan surged out from his body and swept towards Zhan Wuqiong like a tidal wave. He could tell that the 10 ancient war spirits were summoned by Zhan Wuqiong after the seal on the War Sky Seal was broken. In other words, as long as they killed Zhan Wuqiong, the War Sky Seal would be resealed and the 10 ancient war spirits would naturally disappear. Swoosh! However, just as Gu Wudi was about to use a secret technique to evade the attacks of the 10 ancient battle spirits, a figure appeared like a ghost and intercepted Gu Wudi. "It's you!" Gu Wudi raised his eyebrows. The person who intercepted him was Qin Yu. Although the War God Palace had planted spies in the war tribe, they did not know Qin Yu's background and strength. The only thing they knew was that Qin Yu had used the power of the War Sky Divine Array to kill the 3 ancestors of the ancient demon's sacred ground and perfected Lord Earth Fiend. In other words, Qin Yu's battle strength aside, with the help of the War Sky Divine Array, his battle strength could kill an advanced heavenly ethereal realm expert. Array, rise! Qin Yu did not waste any time. The moment he appeared, he immediately set up the War Sky Divine Array and enveloped Gu Wudi. This prevented him from joining forces with Nangong Backing. "Do you think that you can stop me with this divine array?" Gu Wudi narrowed his eyes and quietly sized up Qin Yu. He felt a little strange. He had already seen through Qin Yu's cultivation level. It was only at the heavenly venerate realm. With such a weak cultivation level, could he really use the War Sky Divine Array to kill an advanced heavenly ethereal realm expert? "Whether I can stop you or not, I'll have to try." Qin Yu smiled faintly. Since Gu Wudi was trapped by him, it would be difficult for him to escape. At the very least, he would not be able to escape in a short period of time unless he could defeat him. However, with the War Sky Divine Array, Qin Yu's battle strength was not afraid of Gu Wudi at all. Die! Gu Wudi was a decisive person. He did not waste any more time and immediately rushed out. The heavenly origin energy, which was as vast as the sea, boiled and exploded. Like a torrent, it swept towards Qin Yu, wanting to annihilate him. Swallow! However, just as Gu Wudi's attack appeared, Qin Yu had already awakened the War Spirit Fusion. The swallowing heaven dragon seal swallowed Gu Wudi's attack and counterattacked. Gu Wudi was shocked. Such a strange method of direct devouring really shocked him quite a bit. One had to know that, at his level, he could already faintly control the laws of heaven and earth. Compared to the heaven demon old man, he was several levels stronger. Even if Qin Yu could use the power of the War Sky Divine Array to erupt with battle strength comparable to a perfect heavenly ethereal realm expert, it should not be so easy for him to dissolve his attack. Sun Moon Divine Fist. Gu Wudi's face turned serious. He restrained his previous underestimation and went all out after he shattered Qin Yu's attack. A blazing sun and a bright moon appeared behind him. The sun and moon merged and evolved into yin-yang divine force. Following Gu Wudi's shout, he punched out. The sun and moon of yin-yang fused into the fist light and attacked Qin Yu. It was so fast that one could only vaguely see a ray of yin-yang light before it arrived in front of Qinyu. Break. At the same time, a deafening roar sounded, and the War Sky Divine Array shook violently. When Nangong Backing saw that Gu Wudi was trapped by the War Sky Divine Array, he immediately changed his target and fiercely attacked the War Sky Divine Array. Nangong Backing and Gu Wudi were both perfect heavenly ethereal realm experts. When the two of them joined forces, they erupted with terrifying battle strength that could destroy heaven and earth. The originally indestructible War Sky Divine Array shook violently in an instant. It looked like it would collapse at any time. However, Qinyu, who was attacked from both inside and outside, did not change his expression. Chapter 789. Dragon Soul. Qinyu thought as he looked at Nangong Backing, who was attacking madly outside the Battle God Array. Reverse time, double space-time. Immediately, the dragon soul in the divine dragon ancient seal formed a seal with its hands and performed a divine ability. In an instant, the space outside the Battle God Array became distorted and blurred as if space was in turmoil. Secret spatial technique. Nangong Backing, who was attacking madly, sensed it immediately. Nangong Backing squinted his eyes and prepared to cast a secret technique to stabilize the void. However, a mysterious force suddenly surged out. This is the power of time, space-time divine ability. Nangong Backing's expression changed drastically. He immediately retreated as if he had seen a ghost, because the flowing mysterious energy was shockingly the energy of time. Even though Nangong Backing's cultivation had reached the limit of the heavenly ethereal stage, he still did not dare to touch the power of time. In the past, there was an ancient almighty in the void zone who could control the power of time. In a single night, he had caused an ancient divine clan to disappear from the world. That was because that ancient almighty had directly caused the time of the ancient divine race to pass by hundreds of millions of years overnight. Even heavenly ascension realm existences, who were strong enough to be titled as emperors, could not live for billions of years. Where did this person come from? Nangong Backing's face turned ugly. Gu Wudi was probably not useful now that he was entangled by the ancient divine ability. Now, the battle god race had the upper hand. In a short period of time, another heavenly ethereal stage existence had fallen. As for the heavenly gods who had formed the battle god array, more than 100 of them had died. The power of the 10 ancient divine battle spirits was too terrifying. Suppress. At this moment, Zhan Wuqiong had already fixed his eyes on Nangong Backing. He immediately brought the battle god seal with him and charged towards Nangong Backing. As promised, Qinyu had already entangled Gu Wudi, who was second only to Nangong Backing. Zhan Wuqiong naturally would not allow Nangong Backing to interfere with Qinyu. Sacred refining spirit art. Nangong Backing's face twitched as he exuded an earth-shaking qi. Like a god of death, he fought against Zhan Wuqiong head-on. Both of them were boiling with murderous intent. They attacked with all their might, wanting to kill each other. The heaven and earth yuan qi that was as vast as the sea filled the entire sky. It was like a 10,000-year-old volcano erupting, and it destroyed everything within a radius of thousands of kilometers. Even heavenly ethereal realm cultivators did not dare to step into the area affected by the great battle. Nangong Backing's combat strength was indeed terrifying. This could be seen from the fact that he could fight against Zhan Wuqiong, who had the battle heavenly seal, with his bare hands. However, Zhan Wuqiong's goal was not to kill Nangong Backing. As long as he could stall Nangong Backing, the 10 ancient battle spirits would be able to wipe out the upper echelons of the War God Hall. At that time, Nangong Backing would not be able to do anything alone. Zhan Wuqiong and the other 10 fighting spirits would definitely be able to deal with Nangong Backing. Nangong backing naturally knew that this was the reason why he had attacked Qin Yu to save Gu Wudi. Unfortunately, Qin Yu's strength surpassed Nangong backing's imagination and caused his plan to fail. He could only look on helplessly as the core battle power of the war god temple fell one after another. Who are you? I have been in the Void Zone for so many years, but I have never heard of someone like you. In the battle Heavenly Divine Formation, Gu Wudi, who had not taken Qin Yu seriously, had a grave expression on his face. His eyes were filled with dread. This was because Gu Wudi had discovered that Qin Yu had mastered the power of space-time. If Qin Yu had only reached the complete heavenly ethereal realm with the help of the divine formation, Gu Wudi would not have been afraid at all. He had suppressed a complete heavenly ethereal realm cultivator before. However, if Gu Wudi had the battle strength of a complete heavenly ethereal realm expert and mastered the space-time mystique, it would not be as simple as 1 + 1. After separating Gu Wudi with the space-time mystique, Qin Yu was not in a hurry to attack. You are Zhan Wuji's disciple. Why did you betray the war tribe? Strictly speaking, the outcome of this battle was not very important. After all, the core forces of both sides were Zhan Wuqiong and Nangong backing. Only Zhan Wuqiong and Nangong backing's life and death would determine the direction of the battle. Therefore, Qin Yu did not bother to fight Gu Wudi to the death. Gu Wudi's eyes flashed with a strange light. He sized up Qin Yu and asked instead of answering, "You are not a member of the war tribe. Why did you get yourself involved in this trouble?" How should I put it? Because Zhan Wuji and the Yin Yang god took care of me, I decided to help the war tribe. Qin Yu said indifferently, "You have met master and martial ancestor." Gu Wudi was stunned. Many people in the Void Domain knew Zhan Wuji's real name, but very few knew about the Yin Yang god. Even back in the Palace of War, only Gu Wudi and his disciples knew about the Yin Yang god. Apart from them, even the direct descendants of the war tribe had never met the Yin Yang god. How did Qin Yu know about his martial ancestor? Could it be that Qin Yu had really been taken care of by master and martial ancestor? Zhan Wuji and the Yin Yang god did not hesitate to sacrifice their lives to protect the Void Domain. They risked their lives to suppress the Sky Devils. However, as his disciples, not only did you fail to protect his descendants, you even took away their rightful position in the name of righteousness. Tell me, if Zhan Wuji were to find out about this, how would he feel? Qin Yu said with a smile. His tone was filled with ridicule. The main reason the war tribe had fallen in recent years was that Zhan Wuji had used a forbidden art to deal with the Sky Devils, which had sealed their bloodline. This was also the reason why Zhan Wuji had left behind his bloodline and other legacies before he passed away. Gu Wudi's face twitched upon hearing this. His eyes were filled with guilt, regret, and other complicated emotions. He now believed that Qin Yu might have met his master. After all the races in the Void Domain, including the war tribe, only knew that Zhan Wuji had suddenly disappeared. However, Gu Wudi and Nangong backing knew that Zhan Wuji had led his disciples to fight the Sky Devils. Back then, they had only stayed because they were too weak. However, none of the senior brothers and sisters who had followed Zhan Wuji had returned. Since Qin Yu knew about this, he must know the inside story. After a moment of silence, Gu Wudi said in a hoarse voice, "It has already happened. Do you still expect me to atone for my sins?" Although he had not slaughtered the war tribe during the Civil War, Nangong backing had been able to divide the Palace of War because he had stood on Nangong Baiqing's side. Thus, the blood grudge of the war clan's people was something he had to shoulder as well. There was no way he could escape responsibility. "Since you chose to stand by and do nothing back then, I'll stand by and do nothing today. Take it as an eye for an eye. Of course, you can't leave before the battle outside ends." Qin Yu looked at the war god temple and the war tribe that were fighting fiercely. His calm voice was filled with unquestionable confidence. Chapter 790. With the help of the heaven-battling divine array and the space-time mystique, Qin Yu's battle strength was comparable to Gu Wudi's. It was impossible for Gu Wudi to break out of the divine array in a short period of time. In fact, if Qin Yu had truly wanted to kill Gu Wudi, whether or not Gu Wudi would be able to survive today was another matter altogether. Qin Yu had only used the heaven-battling divine array and the space-time mystique. He had not used any of his other trump cards yet. Gu Wudi looked solemn as he stared at Qin Yu. Judging from the current situation, Qin Yu was not exaggerating. With the space-time mystique and the heaven-battling divine array, even if Gu Wudi risked his life, he would not be able to break the array in a short period of time. Qin Yu looked at Gu Wudi, who was not moving, and then looked at the battle between Zhan Wuqiong and Gu Wudi. Although he and Gu Wudi were in the heaven-battling divine array and were very close to each other, the space between them was filled with space-time energy. As long as Gu Wudi made the slightest move, Qin Yu would be able to react in an instant and separate Gu Wudi. Gu Wudi seemed to be aware of his own situation and did not attack anymore. He looked at the battle outside. At this moment, the battle between the war tribe and the war god hall had reached its climax. All kinds of secret skills and killing moves filled the area. Heavenly origin energy was like a vast ocean. However, with the help of the 10 ancient war spirits, the war tribe experts had gained the upper hand. 7 heavenly, ethereal realm experts of the war god hall had already fallen. The other heavenly gods had also suffered heavy losses. The smell of blood filled the air. Nangong Backing, who was fighting with Zhan Wuqiong, felt the continuous deaths of the war tribe experts. His face turned pale and his heart bled. Those heavenly god realm and heavenly ethereal realm elders had been cultivated by him for hundreds of years. In the end, they were easily killed. Boom! After Nangong Backing and Zhan Wuqiong exchanged a blow in the air, they were both sent flying. The energy fluctuations on their bodies were chaotic, as if they had suffered a heavy backlash. Today, not a single one of you from the war clan should think about leaving here alive. This time around, Nangong Backing did not take the initiative to rush out. After the previous battle, he could tell that it would be difficult for him to suppress Zhan Wuqiong, who had the heaven-battling seal. Because of that, an incomparably ruthless expression appeared in Nangong Backing's eyes. His hands began to form hand seals, and a special destructive ripple was emitted. They could faintly see strange dark runes appearing on Nangong Backing's skin, which spread across his entire body, causing his aura to change tremendously. What power is this? Zhan Wuqiong, who was about to take the opportunity to attack Nangong Backing, stopped abruptly. Nangong Backing's aura was too dangerous. Even with the heaven-battling seal, Zhan Wuqiong did not dare to act rashly. Is that the Sky Demon's aura? Qin Yu, who was holding Gu Wudi back within the heaven-battling divine matrix, was visibly moved. He could sense that the strange dark runes on Nangong Backing's body were the aura of the Sky Demon clan that he had sensed in the Holy World. Zhan Wuji and the Yin-Yang god had sacrificed their lives to suppress the invading Sky Demon clan. Zhan Wuji did not even have the chance to enter the reincarnation cycle. As Zhan Wudi's disciple, Nangong Backing was actually in cahoots with the Sky Demon clan, Demon Chaos. Nangong Backing roared furiously as his body emitted millions of rays of dark light. It was filled with an evil aura, as if an ancient demon was about to be born. At that moment, the chaotic battlefield fell silent. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they turned their heads to look at Nangong Backing. Even the 10 ancient war spirits stopped as they looked at Nangong backing with eyes that flickered with spiritual light. Unparalleled battle aura surged out. Sizzle! Sizzle! A few War God Hall experts who were approaching Nangong backing were directly crushed by the demon light. The terrifying aura was like the descent of an ancient demon god. Not good. Retreat. Zhan Wuqiong roared furiously as he sensed the terrifying demon light on Nangong backing's body. He ordered the war tribe members to retreat. What is that? The temple master is even killing his own people? Run! The temple master has not fully mastered this demon Dao secret skill. Once he gets involved, he will definitely die. The expressions of the War God Hall experts changed drastically. They could not care less about fighting with the war tribe members as they frantically retreated. They felt as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. The war tribe members also sensed the danger and quickly retreated from Nangong backing. Even so, many of them were pierced by the demon light and died. Patriarch, what kind of superpower is that? The war tribe, heavenly ethereal realm experts gathered around Zhan Wuqiong and asked solemnly. They could sense an extremely terrifying destructive aura from Zhan Wuqiong's body. The destructive aura was so terrifying that it made their souls tremble. They could not bring themselves to fight. At this moment, even if they had the help of the 10 war spirits, they would not be able to defeat Nangong backing. This seems to be the demon Dao aura. Could it be that Nangong backing has entered the demon Dao? Zhan Wuqiong's face was solemn, and he felt a sense of danger. I have already said that none of you will live today. Ancient demon boundary. Nangong backing, who was surrounded by eerie black Dao inscriptions, shouted as his eyes turned red. He looked ferociously at Zhan Wuqiong and the others. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion sounded in the area. It was as if thunder had exploded. Immediately after, the war tribe and the War God Hall members realized that the space within a 1,000-mile radius had become as clear as a mirror. Soon, some of them reacted, and their faces changed drastically. That was because at this moment, the entire region was sealed by an incomparably frightening spirit formation. Everyone was like a bird in a cage, completely trapped. Not only the martial artists of the two superpowers, but even the experts of the superpowers that were close to them were trapped in the boundary, and they could not escape. Demonic spirit. Immediately after, Nangong backing formed a seal with his hands and roared at the sky. His voice shook the 9 heavens. One could clearly see the black Dao inscriptions on Nangong backing's body twisting crazily. Demonic chi surged out and surged into the sky. In the blink of an eye, half of the area behind Nangong backing was covered by the black demonic chi. It covered the sky and covered the sun. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Amidst the demonic chi, there were howls and cries that made one's heart palpitate. One could vaguely see a huge and ferocious demonic spirit charging within the demonic chi. It was as if it wanted to break through the boundary between heaven and earth and rush out from another world. Whoosh! A figure flashed, and Qinyu appeared beside Zhan Wuqiong, and the others from the space-time illusory world. Gu Wudi, who was trapped, was naturally freed as well. However, at this moment, Gu Wantian also noticed that something was wrong with Nangong backing. He did not take the opportunity to attack Qinyu and the others. Instead, he focused on Nangong backing. He could no longer sense Nangong backing's aura from Nangong backing's body. Instead, it was replaced by a strange demonic chi that made his heart palpitate. He has refined the remnant soul of the sky demon race. Right now, he is communicating with the ancient demon power left behind by the sky demon race. Qinyu had already noticed the change in Nangong backing, and transmitted his voice to Zhan Wuqiang and the others. Remnant soul of the sky demon race, ancient demon power. Although Zhan Wuqiang and the others had inherited the legacy of the old ancestor of the war race, they still did not know what the sky demon race was. Little friend, do you have any ideas? Of course, at this moment, they did not have the time to ask about the sky demon race in detail. Right now, they had to think of a way to kill Nangong Backing. I will deal with those demonic spirits. You guys work together with the others to kill Nangong Backing. Qinyu said in a deep voice. Those demonic spirits were not easy to deal with. Even with the boost of the Heavens Battling God formation and the 9 esoteric battle dragon, it was still extremely dangerous. We have to be careful. Zhan Wuqiang nodded his head solemnly. He could also see that the demonic spirits behind Nangong Backing were much more dangerous than Nangong Backing himself. However, Qinyu's background was mysterious. Since he had taken the initiative to fight, he should be able to deal with them. As long as they worked together with the 10 war spirits, they would be able to kill Nangong Backing. Kill! At this moment, Nangong Backing shouted. It was as if there was an earth-shattering battle cry. From the surging demonic qi, huge demonic spirits rushed out. Although those demonic spirits also gave off a strong aura of the sky demon race, they were different from the sky demon race that Qinyu had seen before. Strictly speaking, these demonic spirits were the sky demon race that had died in the past. They had borrowed the power of the ancient demon to be reborn. Roar! Qinyu leaped into the air and pounced forward. As he rushed out, a dragon roar resounded from his body, and a mighty dragon aura swept out. Numerous deep cyan-colored dragon scales appeared on Qinyu's skin. Exquisite and beautiful dragon markings appeared on each of the dragon scales. They were sparkling and translucent. At this moment, Qinyu's aura skyrocketed at an extremely shocking speed. Furthermore, during this sort of sudden increase in power, Qinyu, who had dragon scales all over his body, had completely fused with the heaven-battling divine formation. Or it could be said that Qinyu had directly devoured the heaven-battling divine formation and fused the two into one. The dragon race. Gu Wudi, who was standing at the side, was shocked when he saw Qinyu's mighty dragon aura. The dragon race had been extinct in the void zone for countless years. He had not expected Qinyu to be a member of the dragon race. No wonder his cultivation base was so weak, but his battle prowess was so terrifying. Rumble! While Gu Wudi and the others were still in shock, Qinyu clashed with the ferocious demonic spirits head-on. The two of them exploded with destructive power, and more than half of the boundary space shook violently. Devour! Qinyu struck out with his palm, and the heaven-devouring dragon seal turned into a pitch-black vortex that was dozens of meters wide. It was unfathomable and directly devoured a demonic spirit. When Nangong Backing saw Qinyu's actions, a cold smile appeared on his face. You're courting death. Although those demonic spirits were not true heavenly demons, they contained the will of the heavenly demons. They could not be killed, nor could they be destroyed. Qinyu wanted to use such a simple method to deal with the demonic spirits. That was a complete fool's dream. However, to Nangong Backing's surprise, the demonic spirit that was devoured actually disappeared into the vortex and did not appear again. What's going on? Nangong Backing's face stiffened, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Appear. At this moment, Qinyu, who had just devoured a demonic spirit, formed a seal with his hands. Dragon qi surged out of his body, and then several figures appeared. Those silhouettes were exactly the same as Qinyu. They were practically carved from the same mold. There were several tens of them. It was the dragon qi derivation secret skill that Qinyu had created. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After those figures appeared, they immediately rushed towards the demonic spirits. Under the control of Qin Yu's main body, the heaven-devouring dragon seal was continuously used. The demonic spirits that rushed out were devoured before they could even fight. Where did this person come from? Nangong Backing regained his senses, and a chilling, killing intent appeared in his eyes. One had to know that the demonic spirits that he had summoned were not any weaker than the 10 battle spirits of the war tribe. However, they were all devoured by Qin Yu in an instant. Such a method could be said to be extremely strange. Attack! At this moment, Zhan Wuqiong saw Qin Yu's strength and immediately shouted. He gathered the heavenly ethereal realm experts of the war tribe and the 10 battle spirits and charged towards Nangong Backing from all directions. Die! Nangong Backing no longer cared about Qin Yu. He opened his hands, and a long spear appeared in his left hand, and a battle sword appeared in his right hand. Nangong Backing rushed out and waved his long spear and battle sword. Countless strange demonic runes formed and turned into sword chi that shot towards Zhan Wuqiong and the others. In an instant, the two sides clashed, and a violent battle broke out once again. Although it was 1 against 10, Nangong Backing was not afraid at all. Compared to before, there was a huge difference between the current him and the previous him. The destructive and evil demonic light shot out in all directions and pierced through the void. It was so powerful that the heavenly ethereal realm elders of the war tribe could not withstand it. Luckily, the 10 battle spirits were assisting them. Otherwise, Zhan Wuqiong and the others would have been defeated long ago. As for Qin Yu's side, devil souls were continuously charging out from the surging devil chi. They were endless, as if there was no end to them. It's not that easy to deal with them. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed, but he was not surprised. If the Sky Demon tribe could be dealt with so easily, Zhan Wuji and his disciples would not have lost their lives. Seeing that Nangong Backing was trapped by Zhan Wuqiong and the others, Qin Yu used his clones to resist the demonic spirits, while his body flashed and rushed into the demonic chi. The moment he rushed in, there were billions of screams and howls. It was as if he had fallen into the 9 Serenities hell. There were billions of evil spirits screaming, which made his hair stand on end. However, Qin Yu did not react in the slightest. That was because at this moment, a layer of hazy pitch-black devil light was being emitted from his entire body. This was the power of the ancestor demon statue in Qin Yu's body. The demonic spirits that Qin Yu had devoured with the sky-devouring dragon seal had not been destroyed. Instead, he had transferred them into the ancestor demon statue. In front of the ancestor demon statue, those demonic spirits could not resist at all and were directly refined. It was a pity that the ancestor demon statue had been refined by the Yin-Yang divine sovereign and could no longer be activated by the ancient demon power. Otherwise, the demonic spirits and demonic chi would be a great supplement. After going deeper into the demonic chi, Qin Yu came to the core area where the demonic chi was gushing out. As for the demonic spirits that he encountered along the way, they were all devoured by Qin Yu. At the center of the area, an ancient door with an illusionary appearance could be seen floating in the air. Chapter 791. The surging demonic chi came from the door of the ancient realm. Qin Yu was no stranger to the door of the ancient realm. He had seen it that day in the secret realm. However, it had been summoned by the real heavenly demon clan, and its demonic chi had far surpassed the door of the ancient realm. Break! Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yu immediately summoned the ancestral devil statue and violently punched out. Immediately, the void boiled like water, and a vacuum passage dozens of feet wide appeared, extending all the way to the door of the ancient realm. There was a loud rumble, and then a violent shock wave swept out like a flash flood or a tsunami. the entire boundary space shook violently. The demonic souls in the surroundings were annihilated by the shockwave before they could even react. Then, with a soft crack, a clear crack appeared on the door of the ancient realm. Chinyu focused his eyes and knew that his guess was right. This door of the ancient realm was far inferior to the one summoned by the real heavenly demon clan. Chinyu did not stop and immediately continued to summon the ancestor demon statue to bombard the door of the ancient realm. In an instant, the void filled with demonic chi turned into a chaotic zone of destruction. All the demonic souls were annihilated, and no one could step in. If not for the ancestor demon statue and the dragon soul's power of time and space, Qin, you would not have been able to stay here. As the ancestor demon statue continued to bombard the door of the ancient realm, more and more cracks appeared. The void around the door of the ancient realm shook slightly, as if it would collapse at any moment. Is the door of the ancient realm about to be broken? At this moment, Nangong Backing, who had single-handedly fought Wu Qiong, the others, and the 10 ancient battle spirits, suddenly revealed a look of horror on his ferocious face. He could clearly sense that the source of the powerful power in his body, the ancient demon power, was becoming extremely unstable and was even gradually flowing away. Who was that person just now? Nangong Backing couldn't help but feel terrified. He hadn't paid much attention to Chinyu because he had assumed that Chinyu would be torn to shreds by the devilish souls inside. But who would have thought that not only was Chinyu not torn to shreds, but his foundation was also endangered? Nangong Backing wanted to turn around and fight back, but Zhan Wuqiong and the others seemed to have noticed it. They quickly activated the 10 ancient battle spirits and surrounded Nangong Backing, preventing him from escaping. This caused Nangong Backing to become even more terrified. He roared again and again as his battle powers soared to the heavens. However, he was still unable to escape from the predicament before him. If this continues, you won't be able to escape calamity. Leave it to me. But at this moment, an old and sinister voice suddenly sounded from within Nangong Backing's body. Nangong Backing still has a soul in his body. As expected, this power doesn't belong to Nangong Backing. Everyone, be careful. That old and sinister voice was not concealed at all. Therefore, even Zhan Wuqiong and the rest could hear it clearly. This caused them to be extremely vigilant. Aren't you afraid that your identity will be exposed if you speak so openly? Nangong Backing's face darkened as he pondered over this. Once the ancient demon gate is destroyed, it will be difficult for me to survive. Since that's the case, what's the point of continuing to hide? Of course, if you let me take control of the body and kill all of these people, you won't have to worry about your identity being exposed. That old and sinister voice said. What a nice way to put it. Don't tell me that you want to use this opportunity to control me and turn me into a puppet, Nangong Backing coldly replied, as if he did not trust that old and sinister voice. If you don't trust me, then there's nothing I can do. At most, we'll die together. That old and sinister voice did not explain and said indifferently, Rumble. At this moment, another earth-shattering explosion sounded out from the chaotic demonic aura. This time, as the explosion sounded out, the huge demonic souls that were just born within the demonic aura were completely shattered and could not be reborn. Even the demonic aura that was constantly surging was weakened by half. Do you really want to die like this? At this moment, even that old and sinister voice sounded somewhat anxious. I want everyone from the war tribe to be buried here. The corners of Nangong Backing's eyes twitched as a ruthless expression appeared in his eyes. Shortly after, he closed his eyes as the pitch-black ancient demonic runes on his body emitted a dazzling light. Don't worry, not a single person who knows of my existence will survive. That old and sinister voice became increasingly sinister, causing one's body to feel a chill. "Stop him." Hearing Nangong backing and that old and sinister voice's undisguised words, the expressions of Zhan Wuqiang and the others changed drastically as they immediately attacked with all their might. The 10 ancient battle spirits did not hesitate as they ignited their ancient source energies and charged towards Nangong backing. Die! Just as all the attacks were about to reach Nangong backing's body, he suddenly opened his eyes. His originally blood-red eyes had become pitch black, and the whites of his eyes were completely pitch black. They were like a bottomless vortex that could devour one's soul. With a furious roar, a pitch-black light wave swept out in all directions with Nangong backing as the center. Wherever it passed, all the attacks that were sweeping towards him were annihilated. How could it be? Could it be that he has entered the heavenly palace realm? How could it be? Zhan Wuqiang and the others were shocked and could not hide their shock and fear. In the void zone, the heavenly palace realm was a supreme existence that was rarely seen in Shenron. For so many years, the void zone had been turbulent, the overlords had changed positions, and the great clans had been destroyed. However, the heavenly palace realm experts had never appeared. It was as if they had all been silent. Of course, all the forces in the void zone knew that there were heavenly palace realm experts hidden in the void zone. Once they appeared, the situation in the void zone would change. It was enough to show how terrifying the combat strength of a heavenly palace realm expert was. But now Nangong backing, who seemed to be a different person, had the combat strength of a heavenly palace realm expert. He could fight against 10 of them alone, and with a roar, he had shattered their attacks. Such terrifying strength was not something a heavenly ethereal realm expert could do. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 10 ancient fighting spirits seemed to have seen their mortal enemy. They were out of Zhan Wuqiang's control and rushed towards Nangong backing crazily. "Since you're already dead, why do you need to leave behind a remnant soul? Let me free you all." Zhan Wuqiang and the others did not know why the 10 ancient fighting spirits had gone berserk. However, Nangong backing did not seem to be surprised at all. Instead, he smiled eerily. He took a step into the air and disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared beside the ancient battle spirit like a ghost. His hands slashed out like 2 sharp blades, faintly tearing apart the void. Immediately, the ancient fighting spirit was shredded into pieces before it could react. It did not have the slightest resistance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. How could it be? Zhan Wuqiang and the others were shocked when they saw the scene. The combat strength of the ancient fighting spirit was enough to fight against a complete heavenly ethereal realm expert. However, it had been shredded into pieces by Nangong backing, who had changed his personality. When they looked at Nangong backing, they realized that his 10 fingers were surrounded by black Tao inscriptions. They were exuding an extremely destructive fluctuation that sent chills down their spines. What kind of power was that? Shush! While the people of the war tribe were still in shock, Nangong backing flashed out again. Every time he flashed, an ancient fighting spirit would be killed. The ancient fighting spirits roared silently, and their fighting spirit surged. However, they were still unable to stop Nangong backing. In just a few breaths, all of them had been killed. After killing the 10 ancient fighting spirits, Nangong backing's black eyes looked at Zhan Wuqiang and the others. His unfathomable black eyes were emotionless. "Oh no! Retreat!" Zhan Wuqiang felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He immediately shouted and retreated quickly. Poof! However, just as Zhan Wuqiang's voice fell, the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. In an instant, Nangong backing had disappeared, and the few grand elders of the war tribe who had gathered around Zhan Wuqiong were all killed. Zhan Wuqiong had barely escaped death with the help of the war's Sky Seal. However, he had suffered a huge blow and was sent flying back with blood spurting out of his mouth. He has reached the heavenly ethereal realm. Zhan Wuqiong could not hide the shock in his eyes. He used the war Sky Seal to protect his body and quickly retreated. Clan leader, Grand Elder. When the people of the war tribe saw the injured Zhan Wuqiong and the Grand Elders that had been killed, they were furious and wanted to go over to help. Kill. However, when the people of the War God Hall saw that Nangong Backing had regained his consciousness and suddenly unleashed his power, they immediately charged towards the people of the war tribe to help Nangong Backing. Poof, 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 poof. However, no matter if it was the people of the war tribe or the War God Hall, when they came within a few hundred feet of Nangong Backing, they all exploded and turned into blood mist. Don't come over. Zhan Wuqiong was heartbroken. He immediately shouted and ordered the people of the war tribe to stay away. Even without Zhan Wuqiong's reminder, the people of the War God Hall and the people of the War God Hall were all scared out of their wits. They all retreated and did not dare to take even half a step closer. It has been a long time since I absorbed such living blood. At this moment, Nangong Backing did not chase after Zhan Wuqiong and the others. After all, this area was under his control, and no one would be able to escape. Nangong Backing opened his arms and closed his eyes. He had a look of enjoyment on his face as he crazily absorbed the blood mist around him. One could clearly feel that as he absorbed the blood mist, Nangong Backing's aura was increasing at a crazy speed. Boom! At this moment, a deafening explosion sounded, and a terrifying shockwave surged out. The demonic Qi in the area where Qinyu was standing was swept away. Qinyu's figure gradually appeared. There was only one ancient door, which was covered in cracks and was about to shatter. In the end, with a loud explosion, the ancient door exploded and turned into specks of light that scattered in all directions. However, what was strange was that Nangong Backing, who seemed to be anxious about the ancient door, opened his eyes and looked at it quietly. Other than that, there was nothing strange about him. After destroying the ancient door, Qin, you also felt Nangong Backing's strange gaze and looked over. Heavenly Demon Tribe. With just a glance, Qin Yu frowned. This was because Nangong Tianfeng gave him the feeling that he was facing a member of the Heavenly Demon Tribe. Qin Yu felt that the sense of danger was extremely familiar. It was definitely the aura of the Heavenly Demon Tribe. Has his body been taken over? Qin Yu's eyes flickered, and he quickly reacted. You have the blood of the human race and the dragon race in your body. But what makes me more curious is why you have the aura of our sacred clan. The two looked at each other for a moment. Then, Nangong Backing took a step forward and instantly appeared a few dozen feet away from Qin Yu. At this distance, Zhan Wuqiong and the others were frightened. With Nangong Backing's frightening and exceptional speed, Nangong Backing did not even need an instant to cross the several tens of feet distance between them and kill Qin Yu. However, Qin Yu was still standing in the same place after seeing Nangong Backing's speed. The frown on his face had returned to normal, and there was not the slightest change in his expression. I thought that all the heavenly demons who invaded the Void Zone had been killed. I didn't expect that there were still remnant souls left. Qin Yu said indifferently after hearing Nangong Backing's words. There was no fear on his face. So, you have seen other heavenly demons? You are making me more and more interested. Nangong Backing let out a sinister and strange laugh after he finished speaking. His figure swayed slightly before he directly disappeared. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the void in front of Qin Yu without any warning. A palm covered in strange black Dao patterns suddenly grabbed at Qin Yu. However, At the moment when Nangong Baking's palm that was emitting a destructive energy fluctuation was about to touch Qin Yu, the entire space surrounding Qin Yu started to lightly tremble. Immediately, Qin Yu saw that the palm that was surrounded by strange pitch-black Dao markings stopped at a distance only a few centimeters away from Qin Yu. It was unable to advance any further. No, to be precise, Qin Yu stood in the same place and did not move for a moment. However, Nangong Baking, who had attacked Qin Yu, was still rushing forward at an extremely fast speed. The two were only a few inches apart. One was motionless like a statue, while the other was rushing forward at lightning speed. What was strange was that Nangong Baking could not cross the distance of a few inches no matter what he did. It was as if there was a chasm between heaven and earth. The power of time, you have comprehended the power of time and space. From the outside, it was an extremely strange scene. However, Nangong Baking reacted immediately, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Such a profound and pure power of time and space. Could Qin Yu have already comprehended the rules of time and space? Otherwise, with his mere cultivation of the heavenly venerate realm, even with the help of external forces, it was impossible for him to possess such a mysterious and unfathomable power of time and space. At this moment, Qin Yu had already made his move. In the eyes of the crowd, Qin Yu had only used a simple chop of his hand to effortlessly chop down. However, in the eyes of Nangong Baking, who was close at hand, there were billions of blade lights that turned into a torrent of blade lights that would completely drown him. There was no way for him to escape. This was the power of time and space. Not only did it affect space, but it also greatly affected the flow of time. Divine Demon as one. At this critical moment, Nangong Baking's reaction was not slow at all. He immediately let out a low roar, and a strange black fog emerged from his body, forming a huge two-faced celestial demon Dharma idol. The celestial demon avatar, and the millions of blade lights collided in an instant. That enormous and terrifying shockwave swept through the entire world. Many people with weaker cultivations were instantly smashed into pieces. In the next moment, an explosion rang out, and the huge god-demon figure exploded, turning into chaotic and destructive waves that spread out. It really is the power of the divine ancestor. Who are you? Nangong Baking was knocked back by the impact, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Nangong Baking did not seem to notice that he was injured. He only looked at Qin Yu in shock. Although the body he took over was injured, his demonic soul was unharmed. The dragon soul that was helping Qin Yu, with its space-time divine ability, said solemnly, although the attack just now seemed to have injured Nangong Baking, it did not actually hurt the heavenly demon avatar that had taken over Nangong Baking's body. Now, we can only see if the immortal subduing palace and the immortal refining cauldron can suppress and refine him. Qin Yu could naturally see that the heavenly demon avatar's soul was not injured. With a thought, Qin Yu summoned the immortal subduing palace and the immortal refining cauldron to his side. How did these two divine treasures end up in your hands? Nangong Baking was even more shocked when he saw the immortal subduing palace and the immortal refining cauldron appear around Qin Yu. Crack! Qin Yu ignored him and was about to summon the two divine treasures to suppress Nangong Baking. However, at this moment, a crisp, tearing sound suddenly rang out in Qin Yu's ears. Then dazzling sunlight shone in. Qin Yu was startled and looked up. He saw a figure easily tear apart the ancient barrier that Nangong Baking had set up and descend from the sky. How is this possible? Nangong Baking hurriedly looked up as well. When he saw that person easily tear apart the barrier and descend, his pitch-black eyes could not help but shrink as he froze on the spot. The person who had arrived was a skinny old man with an ordinary appearance. He did not have the slightest bit of powerful aura on him, as if he was an old man who did not have long to live. However, no one present dared to underestimate the skinny old man. They had personally experienced how terrifying the barrier that Nangong backing had set up was. Even if they worked together, they would not be able to break it. However, it was easily torn apart in the hands of the withered old man. How could someone with such strength be a nobody? A heavenly palace elite has appeared. At this moment, everyone who had witnessed the scene had the same thought. Perhaps only someone who had stepped into the heavenly palace realm could do it so easily. I did not expect that there would still be remnants of the heavenly demon avatar here. After the skinny old man descended, his starry eyes paused on Qinyu for a moment before he looked at Nangong backing and said faintly. Nangong backing's face changed drastically when he heard the skinny old man's words. Although Qinyu's methods had shocked him, that was all. However, this skinny old man, who looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind, made Nangong backing feel endless fear in his heart. There was no doubt that the skinny old man who had suddenly appeared was definitely a supreme being. It was very likely that he was a supreme being who had stabilized the heavenly reaching Emperor realm. Run! Without any hesitation, Nangong backing's body emitted millions of rays of black light, causing the void around him to shake violently. He was preparing to break through the void and escape. The heavenly demon avatar was known to be immortal and indestructible. Even if they had been suppressed for millions of years, they could not be erased. However, in front of a true, heavenly reaching Emperor realm elite, he could not do anything at all. Whoosh! However, at this moment, the skinny old man suddenly struck out with his palm. As his palm struck out, the void trembled, and a tornado appeared out of nowhere. The tornado whistled past, instantly enveloping Nangong backing. Then, as the tornado whistled past, it rapidly shrank until it finally condensed into ropes. The ropes seemed to have a mind of their own. Without waiting for orders, they bound Nangong backing inch by inch, completely sealing him. No matter how Nangong Tianfeng struggled, or how he unsheathed his demonic soul, it was useless. This made Nangong Tianfeng even more terrified. In his eyes, the skinny old man was like the king of hell, who controlled the book of life and death. So powerful! He can't be a heavenly, reaching emperor realm existence, right? Qinyu and the dragon soul looked at the withered old man who managed to suppress Nangong Tianfeng with a casual wave of his hand. They were incomparably shocked and frightened. The skinny old man's aura was much more terrifying than Zhan Wuji and the yin-yang god's aura in the secret realm. Of course, Zhan Wuji and the yin-yang god were not at their peak, so it was impossible to know if the skinny old man's cultivation was stronger than Zhan Wuji and his disciples. However, there was one thing that was certain, and it was that the emaciated old man was definitely a supreme almighty. While he was shocked, Qinyu also faintly sensed that the skinny old man's aura was somewhat familiar, as if he had sensed it somewhere before. Chirp, chirp. While Qinyu was pondering, a sharp and clear bird's cry suddenly sounded. Immortal Phoenix. Qinyu quivered and suddenly reacted. He finally knew why the aura of this withered old man gave him a familiar feeling. The skinny old man was emitting the aura of the Immortal Phoenix tribe. However, the skinny old man's aura was extremely pure, so pure that it was completely different. Thus, Qinyu did not immediately react. Chirp, chirp. As for the young Immortal Phoenix that had fallen into a deep slumber after refining the bloodline, it seemed to be extremely excited. It flapped its wings continuously, wanting to fly out from the divine dragon ancient seal. It is indeed here. At this moment, the skinny old man also sensed the fluctuation of the young Immortal Phoenix. His deep gaze once again landed on Qin Yu's body, and a smile appeared on his face. Immediately, the skinny old man casually pointed. Nangong backing, who was bound and sealed, did not even have the slightest reaction before his entire body exploded, and his soul was completely scattered. This scene caused the corners of everyone's eyes to twitch wildly, and their hearts to turn cold. Nangong Tianfeng, who was so powerful, had actually been squashed like an ant. The skinny old man's strength was simply too terrifying. After eliminating Nangong backing, the skinny old man took a step forward and directly appeared in front of Qin Yu. The space-time ability surrounding Qin Yu was completely ineffective against the skinny old man. The new book, I Have a Billion Fiend God Inheritances, has been released. Please support it. Chapter 792. The Junior of the Immortal Phoenix Tribe seems to have received a lot of care from you. The skinny old man was surrounded by the real rules of heaven and earth and ignored the Dragon Soul's space-time superpower. Senior, are you from the Immortal Phoenix Tribe? Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul, who were extremely shocked, immediately reacted. The skinny old man's cultivation had definitely reached the heavenly completion realm, which was enough to be titled as an emperor. Moreover, he had come for the young immortal phoenix. No wonder the young immortal phoenix was so excited. Qin Yu did not hesitate. With an intention of his mind, the infant immortal phoenix was summoned. The excited young immortal phoenix landed on Qin Yu's shoulder and tilted its head slightly. Its bright eyes sized up the skinny old man, as if to confirm something. It is indeed the royal bloodline. This time, it was the skinny old man's turn to be excited. He could feel the strong bloodline pressure from the young immortal phoenix, and his entire body trembled slightly. Since the bloodline has reached the initial stage of atavism, then the natural enemies hidden in the 10 Directions great world who covet the bloodline of the immortal phoenix tribe will definitely not be able to hold back. You should have sensed it too. Follow me back to the immortal phoenix ancestral land. With the skinny old man's cultivation, he could definitely take the young immortal phoenix away by force. However, at this time, he had a questioning attitude towards the young immortal phoenix. Chirp, chirp. Hearing this, the young immortal phoenix turned its head to look at Qin Yu and let out a crisp chirp. I don't know what your natural enemies are, so I can't say for sure. Whether I can protect you or not, you can decide for yourself. Qin Yu and the young immortal phoenix had a contract, and their minds were connected. Hence, he understood what the young immortal phoenix meant. The young immortal phoenix looked at Qin Yu with some reluctance. Then, it nodded and flew to the skinny old man's head. Seeing this, the skinny old man's withered face broke into a smile. Rumble! At this time, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void. A huge golden claw that was a few hundred feet in size grabbed at the young immortal phoenix. You come as you wish. Your dog's nose is really sharp. In that case, stay here. The originally smiling old man's eyes suddenly darkened, and a cold light shot out from his body. He pointed at the air, and a 5-colored divine light flashed. With a loud chi sound, the gigantic claw, which was several hundred feet in size, was directly penetrated by the 5-colored divine light. The spatial black hole also completely crumbled. Someone is coming from another region? Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul's expressions turned solemn. Although the skinny old man was able to destroy the giant claw with a flick of his finger, it seemed like it was easy for him to do so. However, Qin Yu and Yi Zichen could sense that the ferocious giant claw definitely had a strength close to the heavenly completion stage. Only now did they understand why the infant immortal phoenix had fallen into a deep slumber or stayed in the ancient seal of the dragon god ever since it left the seal of the heavenly domain. It seemed like the celestial phoenix baby had sensed something long ago. It's time to go. We'll meet again, if fate wills it. The immortal phoenix old man waved his hand casually after destroying the ferocious giant claw with a single finger. Chirp, chirp. The immortal phoenix baby was reluctant to leave. It flew to Qin Yu's side and intimately rubbed its head against Qin Yu's face. After all, the immortal phoenix baby had been by Qin Yu's side ever since it was born. Let's go. Qin Yu smiled and patted the immortal phoenix baby, asking it to leave with the immortal phoenix old man. The immortal phoenix old man nodded at Qin Yu. Then, he rushed into the portal with the immortal phoenix baby and disappeared. Following the disappearance of the teleportation array, the enormous pitch-black hole in the sky also disappeared. Heaven and earth regained its stability. It's over. Looking at the gradually disappearing barrier, whether it was the people of the war tribe, the experts of the war god hall, or the besieged forces, they all reacted. Some of the bolder ones immediately flew into the sky and left. Seeing that the crisis had been resolved, the other experts reacted and quickly left. Only the people of the war tribe and the old members of the war tribe who had been summoned stayed where they were. We won. The elders of the war tribe looked at the experts of the war god hall who had run away. After exchanging glances, they were overjoyed and cheered. Although Zhan Wuqiong and the other elders also smiled, there was not much joy on their faces. Although the immortal phoenix old man had appeared in this battle and killed Nangong Backing, the war god hall had been disbanded. However, the 3 supreme elders of the war tribe had died, and the rest of the heavenly god realm elders had suffered great losses. Most importantly, the 10 ancient battle spirits in the war god seal had been lost. The strength of the war tribe could be said to have dropped several levels. Fortunately, Xian Danyang and the other old members of the war god hall seemed to have been intimidated by Qin Yu. Not many of them left. This also made Zhan Wuqiong feel slightly relieved. Perhaps he could use Qin Yu's name to do something. After all, the immortal phoenix old man, who could tear heaven and earth apart with a wave of his hand, was at least at the peak of the heavenly palace stage. He might even be a heavenly ascension stage emperor. With Qin Yu's connections, if their war clan was able to rope Qin Yu in, then there would likely be no one in the entire void region that would dare to provoke them. With this thought, Zhan Wuqiong flew to Qin Yu and told him his purpose. Qin Yu did not refuse Zhan Wuqiong's offer to be an elder consultant of the war tribe. It would not cause him any loss. What Qin Yu cared about was the dragon's tomb that Zhan Wuqiong had seen. With Qin Yu's participation, Xian Danyang and the others also swore allegiance to the war tribe. With this, the situation was set. Like tornadoes, the aftermath of the battle swept across the entire void domain at lightning speed. The news of Nangong Backing's demonization and the immortal phoenix old man's appearance shook the entire void zone. After all, it had been many years since a heavenly palace stage expert or a heavenly ascension stage emperor had appeared in the void zone. Because of this battle, the war tribe had replaced the war god temple as the overlord of the void zone. Even though the survivors of the war god temple were still lurking in the dark, no one dared to provoke the war tribe. 3 days later, after Zhan Wuqiong settled the affairs of the war tribe, he took Qin Yu to the land of the fallen gods. The land of the fallen gods was a desolate land in the northern part of the void zone. It was said that ancient gods had fought here in the past, which had turned the land hundreds of millions of kilometers around into ruins. No one had survived. This was because the air here was filled with a strong, murderous aura. It was the immortal Tao of slaughter left behind by the supreme experts of the past. Even heavenly ethereal stage experts could be killed if they were careless. There are indeed dragon auras here. Qin Yu and the dragon soul's expressions flickered as soon as they stepped into the land of the fallen gods. They could sense the dragon auras without using any secret magics. However, the dragon auras were very vague. They could sense them, but they could not pinpoint their exact location. It was very mysterious. Chapter 793. It's strange. Could there be a double secret realm here? Qin Yu and the dragon's soul searched the land of the fallen gods carefully before reuniting. There are indeed weak spatial fluctuations, but it's hard to find the source. The dragon soul was now more familiar with space-time superpower, but it still could not find the source. Qin Yu pondered. Zhan Wuqiong had left, and they had been searching the land of the fallen gods for a few days. Since they could not find the dragon's tomb, there was no need to stay here. Let's go back to the fire domain first. The dragon's soul sensed that Qin Yu had the intention to leave. Yes, there's no need to waste time here. Let's go to the fire domain to find the Fire Emperor's inheritance, and then snatch the ancient leaf fire dragon from the fire god palace. Qin Yu nodded. The two immediately left. Half a month later, Qin Yu and the dragon's soul left the void domain and used the yin yang escape to quietly return to the flame realm. At the fire god palace, the overlord of the fire domain. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded. Lava boiled in the vast sea of fire, creating waves of fire that were tens of thousands of feet high. A ferocious dragon shadow could be seen rolling in the waves of fire, giving off a violent and ferocious aura. What's going on? Why is the ancient leaf fire dragon so angry? Shui Yu, who was wearing armor and looking mighty in the fire god palace, sensed the ancient leaf fire dragon's anger and could not help but stand up and mumble to himself. Since the two thieves had stolen a lot of Dragon Clan's blood essence, the ancient leaf fire dragon's cultivation had weakened significantly. More importantly, it had lost its natural superpower. Even the ancestral patriarch did not know the reason for it. During this period, the ancient leaf fire dragon had been recuperating in the sea of fire. Why was it so angry today? Puzzled, Shui Yu immediately flew up and headed towards the sea of fire. When he arrived at the sea of fire, there were already many fire god palace experts gathered there. The fire boundary above the sea of fire had already been opened, and it blocked the ancient leaf fire dragon, which was about to break through the air and escape. What's going on? When Shui Yu arrived, he frowned and asked in a deep voice as he looked at the ancient leaf fire dragon that was emitting a berserk aura. Could it be that someone was trying to take advantage of the ancient leaf fire dragon? Vice Palace Master, we don't know what's going on either. The ancient leaf fire dragon suddenly flew into a rage and burned down several elders. It seems like it's going to charge out. An elder of the fire god palace, who was sweating profusely, quickly replied. Shui Yu's frown deepened. He took a step forward and appeared in midair. Opening his right hand, countless ancient raging flame runes spread out and turned into a giant flame net, suppressing the raging ancient leaf fire dragon. Even before the ancient leaf fire dragon's blood essence was taken away, it was only at the heavenly god realm. However, Shui Yu had already stepped into the heavenly empty realm. The moment he made his move, he immediately suppressed the berserk ancient leaf fire dragon. However, the huge dragon eyes of the ancient leaf fire dragon still contained an incomparably wild and violent fury. Shui Yu felt a headache coming on. With the disappearance of its natural superpower, the ancient leaf fire dragon could no longer speak. It was extremely troublesome to communicate with it now. At that moment, a flame suddenly flew out from the depths of the fire god palace and landed in front of Shui Yu. Old ancestor. Shui Yu was shocked. Even the old ancestor was alerted. He did not hesitate and immediately looked at the flame. When he saw the message contained in the flame, Shui Yu's eyes were filled with a bone-chilling killing intent, and a violent aura surrounded him. They dare to come back to the fire domain. The message in the flame was the reason why the ancient leaf fire dragon had gone berserk. The ancient leaf fire dragon had sensed that Qin Yu and Jian Wushuang, who had taken away its origin blood essence, had appeared in the fire domain again. Last time, you were lucky to escape. This time, I won't give you another chance. Immediately, Shui Yu's expression turned cold as he flew toward the main hall of the Fire God Palace. Not long later, the Fire God Palace resounded with the ringing of a bell. The experts of the Fire God Palace were shocked and immediately gathered around it. Then, a series of secret messages were sent out from the Fire God Palace and disappeared all over the fire domain. In the west of the fire domain, in front of a barren mountain range, Qin Yu and the dragon soul flew through the air and carefully searched the barren mountain range. Back then, the fire river of the fire spirit tribe had shown them a map of this place. Although the map had disappeared after 49 days, Qin Yu and Jian Wushuang's cultivation level had left a deep impression on them. However, after searching the mountain range for a few rounds, they did not see the divine tower that contained the Fire Emperor's inheritance. Could we have found the wrong place? The dragon soul looked at Qin Yu. He had even used his space-time superpower, but he did not find anything. It should be here. Qin Yu sensed the faint flame mark in his dantian. It should not be here. It seemed like there was a secret in this place. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Suddenly, Qin Yu and the dragon's soul moved slightly and immediately hid. It didn't take long for several figures to shoot over from the distant horizon. Those people were all wearing sky blue robes, with a symbol of a cold sword on their backs. Obviously, they were from the same force. However, what caught Qin Yu and Jian Wushuang's attention was that these people's cultivation level had reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. The one-eyed man in the lead was even at the heavenly ethereal realm. Such a force was definitely an overlord force in the fire domain. With so many experts gathered, Qin Yu and Jian Wushuang were even more certain that the Fire Emperor's inheritance was most likely here. After those people arrived, they immediately separated into 3 groups and set up the 7-star ancient array. Then, a strange scene appeared. After ripples appeared in the sky, the color of the entire sky gradually faded, revealing a brand new mountain range. In the mountain range, there was pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth surging. It was like a paradise on earth. It was a completely different scene from the barren mountain range before. That's the ancient divine array, the sky-covering sun-changing formation. Qin Yu immediately recognized it. No wonder they couldn't find it. Originally, it was those people who used the sky-covering sun-changing formation to completely change the appearance of the entire mountain range. After realizing this, Qin Yu did not continue to hide. He took out the yin-yang escape talisman and hid in the void, sneaking into the ancient array. After entering the sky-covering sun-changing formation, Qin Yu glanced at the mountain range and saw the divine tower floating in the air. The divine tower was at least 1,000 feet tall and towered into the clouds. It was surrounded by flaming divine runes and emitted an endless emperor's aura. It was like a supreme ancient emperor looking down on the heavens. After seeing the divine tower, Qin Yu's eyes shone brightly. Sure enough, the Fire Emperor's inheritance was here. Of course, looking at those people in sky blue robes, it was obvious that they had discovered the divine tower long ago. He just didn't know if they had obtained the Fire Emperor's inheritance. Chapter 794. When Qin Yu and the dragon's soul sneaked into the sky-shrouding, sun-changing formation and looked at the divine pagoda. Outside the divine pagoda, 20 to 30 figures with shocking auras were carefully setting up the formation. The 3 people in the lead were a one-eyed man, an old man, and a young man. The one-eyed man was in the middle position and was obviously the leader of the 3. The old man looked wrinkled and lethargic. There was no sign of life in him at all, as if he could die at any moment. The young man was too young, and his face was red and full of vitality. When the two stood together, it gave people a strong sense of contradiction. It looks like we'll be able to completely break the restriction of the divine pagoda in half a year. The wrinkled and lethargic Gu Tiancan looked at the progress of breaking the restriction with a smile on his face. His turbid eyes were also filled with excitement. After all, they were breaking a treasure land that contained the inheritance of the great emperor of Ancient. If this news were to spread, the entire fire domain would be shocked. I don't know what happened to the Fire God Palace in the past few days. They sent out countless experts to scout around the fire domain. We have to hurry up just in case. The young man, Zhu Guxiao, frowned. These days, the Fire God Palace's movements made him feel uneasy. According to the Fire God Palace's speed, it was very likely that they would discover their movements. Even if we want to be fast, there's no other way. The inheritance of the Ice Sword sect is in conflict with the flame restriction of the divine pagoda. Gu Tiancan smiled bitterly. They also wanted to break the restriction as soon as possible to avoid any unexpected changes. However, the restriction left behind by the great emperor of Ancient could be triggered with the slightest carelessness. They had to be careful. At this moment, the one-eyed man, who had been silent all this time, suddenly exclaimed, "Eldest senior brother, what's wrong?" Zhu Guxiao and Gu Tiancan both looked at the master of the Ice Sword sect, Tang Jingwu, who was also their senior brother. The restriction of the divine pagoda seems to be a little different. Tang Jingwu looked over and carefully sensed it. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, the ancient restriction in the divine pagoda suddenly trembled. Soon after, countless ancient flame runes emerged from the divine tower. A vast and boundless emperor aura swept out, shaking everything within a radius of millions of miles. Even the primordial divine array could not conceal it. What happened? The restriction was triggered. Tang Jingwu, Gu Tiancan, and Zhu Guxiao's expressions changed drastically. They immediately stepped forward. "Sect Master, we didn't trigger the restriction. What should we do? Should we evacuate first?" The experts of the Ice Sword sect all gathered together, looking at the divine pagoda surrounded by fiery runes, cautiously guarding against it. The restriction ancient runes left behind by the primeval emperors. If something went wrong, they would all be buried here. We didn't trigger it. Could it be? When Tang Jingwu and the other two heard this, they looked at each other and saw through each other's thoughts. It couldn't be that someone had snuck in, right? Rumble! Almost in the next instant, 100-meter-tall pillar of flame shot up into the sky from the top of the divine tower. The sky-shrouding sun-changing formation was directly destroyed, and the pillar of flame shot up into the sky, shaking the thousands of races in the fire domain. A figure rushed out from the top of the divine pagoda, where flames were soaring into the sky. It was Qinyu, who had tried to sneak into the divine tower with the yin-yang escape talisman. Qinyu, whose blood and qi were boiling from the impact of the huge pillar of flame, couldn't help but grin. If it weren't for the fact that he had a lot of trump cards, he would have died the moment he was hit. As expected of the inheritance of the Fire Emperor, the slightest carelessness would have killed him. Who is that? When the people of the Ice Sword sect saw Qinyu appear, they were all startled. They couldn't react in time. As expected, someone has snuck in. Damn it! How dare you ruin the plan of the Ice Sword sect? Tang Jingwu, Zhu Guxiao, and Gu Tiancan's expressions were dark, and their eyes were cold. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the slightest hesitation, the three of them immediately rushed out, and a bone-chilling sword chi swept out. That terrifying sword chi also contained endless cold chi that was enough to freeze the 9 heavens and 10 earths. As the three of them rushed out, the air in this area was faintly frozen. The experts of the Ice Sword sect finally reacted, and their killing intent surged as they madly rushed out. They had painstakingly prepared for so many years and were about to succeed, but in the end, it was ruined halfway. How could they not be angry? An early heavenly ethereal stage, and two peak heavenly gods. Qin Yu, who was thinking about how to sneak in again, sensed the cold sword chi rapidly approaching, and turned his head to look. Although Qin Yu's cultivation was still only at the heavenly venerate stage, he, who had experienced the void domain battle, wasn't very interested in Tang Jingwu and the other two who were rushing over murderously. Dragon Soul, Qin Yu muttered in his heart. Immediately, with Qin Yu as the center, waves started to appear in the void. Layers upon layers of spatial energy started to spread out. Tang Jingwu and the other two's Ice Sword Dao's secret magics were annihilated before they could even get close to Qin Yu. They didn't cause the slightest injury to Qin Yu. Spatial magics? No, it seems to be able to affect time. This guy has mastered the power of time and space. Tang Jingwu and the other two were greatly shocked. They didn't underestimate Qin Yu because of his heavenly venerate stage cultivation base, and immediately attacked with their secret magics. Formless Sword Dao, Blue Sparrow Soars, Ice Seals the Nine Heavens. This time, they were clearly really angry. Their incomparably violent Ice Sword Dao whistled and swept out with terrifying might, as if three ancient gods of death had come to the world. Heaven battling divine formation. Qin Yu was indifferent. He had the confidence to be indifferent. With a thought, an ancient and mysterious grand formation immediately spread out in the sky. It was the Battle Tribe's clan protection grand formation that he had brought with him. After the battle at the Battle God Temple, no one in the Void Zone dared to cause trouble for the Battle Tribe. Thus, Qin Yu decided to borrow this ancient formation array. After all, Qin Yu was going to deal with the Fire God Palace, the overlord of the Void Zone. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. After the heaven-battling divine formation appeared, it released billions of rays of divine battle intent, which directly shattered Tang Jingwu and the other two's attacks. What kind of formation is this? Such powerful battle intent. It contains the immortal aura of a martial emperor. Could this also be an ancient killing formation refined by a great emperor? The Tang Jingwu trio, who were charging over, could feel an extremely powerful fighting intent pressing down on them. It was as though even the entire world was being suppressed. This caused the expressions of the three of them to become extremely serious. Dragon god dominating body, ancient spirit of the god of battle, appear. Glancing at Tang Jingwu and the other two who had joined forces and assumed defensive postures, Qin Yu's hands formed a seal. The ancient spirit of the god of battle in the heaven-battling divine formation was immediately awakened and strengthened by him, emitting boundless divine power. What kind of secret technique is this? The expressions of Tang Jingwu and the other two, who were wearing grave expressions, suddenly changed. They couldn't imagine what kind of supreme secret technique could allow a heavenly venerate to instantly raise his cultivation to the heavenly ethereal realm. Chaotic Dragon Spear. Kill! Qin Yu yelled. The chaotic dragon spear covered in chaotic chi shook the void and turned into a ray of chaotic divine light, shooting across the sky at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! A sharp tearing sound was heard. Tang Jingwu and the other two were severely injured and were sent flying while vomiting blood. Qin Yu's spear not only contained the power of the ancient spirit of the god of battle, but also the chaotic killing technique of the primal chaos ancestor dragon. The power of the two was destructive. Secret technique, space splitting. The dragon soul wasn't just watching a show. As it executed the secret technique of time and space, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared around Zhu Guxiao and Gu Tiancan, who were severely injured. Before the two of them could react, they were torn apart by the pitch-black spatial cracks. Tang Zhengwu had luckily escaped with his powerful strength, but he was also severely injured. Chapter 795. Secret Space-Time Technique. This person is invincible. I have to run. Tang Zhengwu, whose face was pale and his breathing chaotic, was terrified. Without thinking, he immediately broke through the void and fled. A mere heavenly venerable realm cultivator was able to unleash the power of a heavenly ethereal realm expert and master the secret space-time technique. No matter how one looked at it, he didn't seem like a normal person. Could it be that Qin Yu was the reincarnation of an old monster? Sect Master, why are you still standing there? Run. Seeing that even Tang Zhengwu had died in such a miserable state, the experts from the Ice Sword sect, who had arrived with a murderous aura, naturally did not dare to stay any longer as they scattered and fled in all directions, killing two peak heavenly gods in one move and frightening a heavenly ethereal realm expert. They would only be seeking their own deaths if they rushed forward. However, Qin Yu did not chase after them. Those people from the Ice Sword sect. He once again raised his head and looked at the raging flames divine pagoda that was filled with divine flames. With such a big commotion, there was no doubt that all the major forces in the fire field would be alerted. He had to enter the divine tower before those big forces arrived. Otherwise, when the big forces of the fire field arrived, it wouldn't be so easy for him to get his hands on it. Thinking of this, Qin Yu flew into the sky and appeared at the top of the divine tower, approaching the towering pillar of fire. You want to barge in through the pillar of fire? The dragon soul appeared and looked at the pillar of fire. From the pillar of fire, he felt an extremely destructive power. If he barged in directly, his life would be in danger. If Qin Yu hadn't reacted quickly, he wouldn't have been simply blown away by the pillar of fire. The restriction array at the entrance of the divine tower is a bit strange. Even the yin-yang escape talisman can't enter. It should require a special secret technique. If I want to enter directly, this is the only way. Qin Yu naturally knew that sneaking in through the pillar of fire from the top of the tower was extremely dangerous, but he didn't have a better way now. Thinking of this, Qin Yu used the green dragon battle the heavens and entered the dragon god tyrant body. The dragon soul used the space-time ability to affect the space around Qin Yu. Plop! After finishing his preparations, Qin Yu's figure flashed and entered the pillar of flame. The fire power contained in that flaming light pillar was indeed extremely terrifying. Even though Qin Yu was fully equipped, he still felt the blood in his body boiling, as if it was about to combust. Buzz, buzz, buzz. And just as Qin Yu was about to be unable to bear the destructive power of the fire, the faint flame mark in his dantian suddenly trembled. Immediately after, Qin Yu felt a trace of a special aura spread out from within his body and seeped into his limbs and bones. You want to control me? Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. Strands of special soul power surged out from the flame imprint, as if it wanted to control him. Qin Yu was no stranger to that special soul power. It was Hu Jiang, who had told him the location of the Fire Emperor's inheritance and helped him refine the vast sky divine flame. It seemed that Hu Jiang of the Fire Spirit tribe did not have good intentions. Qin Yu's eyes revealed a cold smile. He was not a little brat who did not know anything. Back when he was refining the vast sky divine flame, he had already left a trick up his sleeve. When the wisps of smoke like soul power seeped into a sea of soul, a vast and boundless immortal pressure suddenly descended. Stop, accompanied by a miserable cry. The soul power that seeped into a sea of soul immediately melted like snow in spring, quickly disappearing. Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly. He had the War Dragon Coil, the Immortal Refining Cauldron, the Immortal Slaying Painting, the Immortal Subduing Palace, and other immortal treasures. A mere remnant soul dared to possess him. It was tired of living. After destroying the wisps of remnant soul, Qin, you clearly felt that the destructive power contained in the pillar of flame seemed to be less unbearable. Qin, you could feel that the faint flame mark exuded a special aura fluctuation, which seemed to be able to suppress the destructive power in the pillar of flame. This made Qin Yu's face brighten up. He immediately seized the opportunity and quickly sneaked into the divine tower. Rumble. When Qin Yu followed the pillar of flame and sneaked into the divine tower, the void in the distance shook. A black chariot pulled by a three-headed blood dragon flew through the air, exuding a vast and mighty aura. Obviously, it had a great background. However, when it was about 100 feet away from the divine tower, the three-headed blood dragon trembled in fear and did not dare to take another step forward. It's the Emperor pressure. Could it be that the ancient Emperor's fortune is hidden in this place? No, I have been here before. It was not like this at all, and there was no divine tower. It seems that there is a great secret hidden in this place. Let's go down and have a look. Figures with astonishing auras appeared in the chariot and looked at the divine tower in shock. The vast and boundless Emperor pressure was definitely the supreme Emperor pressure of the ancient Emperor. When they thought that there might be the ancient Emperor's fortune, they were extremely excited and immediately flew over. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At this moment, another major force flew over. When they saw that someone was approaching, they immediately flew over as they were afraid that someone would take the initiative. After that, the major forces that were closer to the divine tower gathered, and the scene was lively. Of course, when they arrived, they were all trapped by the restrictions of the divine tower. When their attacks were ineffective, they immediately went to ask for help from the array masters of the fire domain. Boom! Around half an hour later, a blazing flame tore through the sky like a meteor. Its speed was incredibly fast. That is, the Fire God Palace. The major forces of the fire domain that were working together to break through the restrictions of the Divine Tower's entrance were shocked when they felt the terrifying heat wave that was as hot as the sun. When they saw the sign of the people who had arrived, their faces changed drastically. The people who had arrived were the experts of the Fire God Palace. The leader was the palace master of the Fire God Palace, Duan Chihua. Beside Duan Chihua was the deputy palace master, Shuiyu. One was very likely to be the inheritance of the ancient emperor. Even the Fire God Palace was extremely tempted. It is indeed the Emperor pressure. When they felt the vast Emperor pressure from the divine tower, Duan Chihua and Shuiyu's faces lit up. They immediately led the experts of the Fire God Palace over. In front of the inheritance of the ancient emperor, tracking down Qin Yu and Duan Chihua was insignificant. Palace Master Duan, Deputy Palace Master Shui. The major forces of the fire domain nodded. Sect Master Li, Sect Master Zhou, Master Wu. Duan Chihua, who had reached the heavenly ethereal realm and had become the palace master of the Fire God Palace, also smiled and greeted the major forces around him. However, in reality, the major forces present all knew that he was a smiling tiger. He was smiling on the surface, but he was merciless behind the scenes. Ever since the Fire God Palace's patriarch had gone into seclusion and Duan Chihua had taken charge of the Fire God Palace, the Fire God Palace had massacred countless clans and sects.